The other 4.2 so far have gone for 13. Always seems to be the way that Hong Kong, China get that breakthrough when Malaysia's in the 30s. They've done it again. And that one jumped up, and it was well played in the end, guided behind point for a single, and that will bring Muniandi on strike for his first delivery. Like many of the batters yesterday, Muniandi didn't trouble the scorers too much. He was caught behind off the bowling of Nasrullah. Yet to see Nasrullah with the ball. Perhaps he'll replace Ayush from this end. Wrapped on the pads, but too high. Tall man, Shavin Muniandi. Cutting back a long way. Interesting after how good the slow bowlers yesterday bowled. Hong Kong, China just replacing like for like. Sharia Khan having a rest and SR Nawaz into the side. So there'll be plenty of overs to bowl, I'm sure, for Yasim and Dan Pascoe. Let's that one go through to the keeper. Yet to see the wrist spin of the captain, Zakat Khan, in either tournament. Tends to be a bit shy to bowl himself when he's captain, but when he's not playing domestically, he's not the captain, and that's gone through as well. Finishing off with 3 dots. Ayush after going for a boundary on the first delivery. 5 coming from that over after 7. Malaysia are 44 for 1. There's that Manhattan. Wow. That's a gap at the beginning for a maiden, and then bang, bang. Syed Aziz and Virendeep Singh just latching onto everything. 5 sixes. And then Hong Kong, China pegging it back. SR Nawaz's last over went for 7, and then Yasser Murtaza getting the breakthrough from the softball ground end on the last ball of his first over, and he's back in action. You can see there, bottom right of screen, just getting his field set. Got rid of the left-hander, so now he's bowling to the right-handed Virendeep. Hits it straight back to Yasim. Another dot. It's only the single that came off that last over, putting Syed Aziz on strike and losing his off stump on the final delivery. Getting good spin. That was a good bit of spin, that one. And that's gone down for the big sweep. It's gone very fine. I don't know if Archie Rath can cut that off. He just misses it and rolls it into the ropes for 4. Leg buys, trying to go down for the sweep there, Virendeep. He missed it with the bat, and Anch in the end missed it with the hand. Diving attempt. Just straying down leg there, Yasim. Wet ball, he's put the hand over the top and it slid straight through there, Archibald Rath. Fuller, this time on the offside, runs to be had, but just a slight fumble from Azaz Khan, meaning they get through safely for a single. And Shavin Muniandi will be on strike. Yet to get off the mark, faced 3 deliveries so far. Quick bit of gardening from Shavin. Left arm spin will be going away from the right-hander. So just pushed straight to Azaz Khan this time, so no run. And gets a single around the corner to get off the mark and also bring up the 50 for Malaysia inside the power play. They're 50 off 7.5. Going fast early. Their run rate slowly coming back down from its highs of 9. Anshelman Ruth on screen. Hopefully his knee was okay after that diving effort. Played yesterday, batted well. Comes down the pitch, gets through. Diving Bubba Hyatt. So Nawaz will pick it up. And just a single to end the 8th over. Malaysia 51 for 1. Well, that's the end of my first commentary stint. Jay Dancing-Harney will take you through to the first drinks break.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Doing a bit of an experiment here. Trying to see if my headphones work when I wear them over my hoodie. It's an experiment necessitated by this cold weather. Yeah, I can just about hear myself over this hoodie. Yeah, go on, Zishan. Go for it. Zishan Ali, fantastic a couple of days ago. That 80 not out. Unfortunately, it was a heartbreaking day that for Hong Kong, China. They stormed back, of course, yesterday to square up the series 1-1. Oh, plays and misses. At that one does Veerandeep. Yeah, perfect channel. Starting on that 4th stump line. Every reason to be excited if you're Yasim Murtaza at first slip. Adit Gorawara as well into this 11 in place of Zishan. Short, mishit. Oh, dropped. He's put that down mid-wicket. Regulation chance that for Babar. I think what did it for him, I don't think he was expecting the ball to come to him that slowly. He was a bit early on that catch, Babar. Bit of a let-off here. Veerandeep Singh. He's on 25 right now. 26, actually. Nah, sorry, 25. I read that right the first time. Yeah, just fooled by the lack of pace with that catch was Babar. He's been moved now. Been moved to backward point after that. Again, good areas. Ayush Shukla, 4.3 overs, none for 23, but he's bowled better than those figures would suggest. Oh, bounce. Again, the same channel. The same problem, this time for Shaveen. Yeah, couldn't get a large enough stride forward there, Shaveen Munyandi. That's the problem with that in-between length. You're not sure as a batter if you should go forward or just hang back. Let's go this time. There's that popular statistic that a batter usually plays 9 false shots on average before getting out. Still remember that Ollie Pope innings in that test match. Jared Kimber covered it. I think it was someone else. It was another blogger. Ollie Pope played something like 34 or 39 false shots and then 190 odd. I think you could say Ayush as well. You see Ayush just there saying it was that close to the outside edge. Again, right on the money. End of a good over that for Hong Kong, China. Just one off it after 9. It's 52 for 1. See Kizar Hayat having a bit of a hit out in the nets. Golden duck for him yesterday. But he came in a bit of an impossible situation where he had to go from ball one. That stage, Malaysia needed around 15 and over to win. A big reason for that is this man on screen, Yasim Murtaza, 5 for 26 yesterday. Absolutely brilliant spell from the left arm spinner. He's racing through his overs as well. Here he is, bowling the 10th. Perfect length, perfect length. Pushed. Oh, a bit of a misfield there. Can happen sometimes with cold hands. Oh, it's Babar again. You hear that in the field. Someone saying, energy bowlers, energy bowlers. Let's have some energy in the field. Put some pressure on these Malaysians. Big grunt there from Yasim. I love how our effects mics can pick that up as well. Speaks to the quality of this Cricket Hong Kong China in-house production. Again an effort ball, this one coming straight on with the arm. And again just one off the over. He's into his third over, only conceded 5 runs, no boundaries, and the big wicket of Syed Aziz. And that's the thing with Yasim Murtaza. He always brings the inside edge and the outside edge into play. That's what makes it so hard to face him. You don't know which way the ball is going to turn. When he does bowl that straighter one that just comes on with the arm, it tends to rush onto you as a batter. Picked up 3 LBWs yesterday, so he's always at the stumps. Again, big grunt. Oh, good bit of work as well. One of Hong Kong's finest. Concedes just 1 off that over. After 10, it's 53 for 1. Again, another look at that slide. Great power play, boys. That's what Anshuman Rath is saying. I don't think Hong Kong will be too displeased with that power play. Especially the last 2 overs. Just 2 runs coming in the last 2 overs here for Malaysia. See a change of bowling here. Coming into the attack for the first time today. Oh, maybe not. A bit of a false alarm there for me. I thought Nasrullah Rana was getting ready. He's decided to give Ayush Shukla another one. Good timing with straight to cover. It's an important innings for Veron as well. Hasn't quite fired on this tour of Hong Kong. He's looked good on many occasions, looked very threatening, has the Malaysian skipper. Yeah, no half centuries so far for Verandeep Singh on this tour. Bang, down the ground, doesn't even move, and why would you move? 1 bounce for 4. It's one of the shots of the day. Our cameraman, I hope he's okay. Just a little bit too full there. Oh, wonderful. Hitting through the line of the ball. If you're watching that, especially as a young player back home, that's what you call hitting with the line of the ball. Played it nice and late as well. Watched it till the last minute.
Big shot. Don't big shot. आज किसी पूछे भी कोई नहीं.
You can hear in the background the Malaysians just practicing. Practicing his range hitting, Khizar Hayat. He's been there for a while now. Wonder if we're going to see a mini promotion for him. Didn't quite get that. Into the leg side for just one. Dan Pascoe. He was really good yesterday. Played a supporting act to Yasim Murtaza. So hard for Malaysia to get on top of Pascoe yesterday. So better over this for Malaysia. 5 runs coming off it, including that glorious boundary. He started slow once again, Muniandi, but he can catch up. Let's go. Yeah, Shaveen. It's been a common thread to his 4 innings on this tour. Tends to take his time at first, but he always catches up, doesn't he? I think he's been arguably the biggest plus here for Malaysia in Hong Kong. Top run scorer, of course, in the Tri-Series. Didn't play the first game and didn't quite get going yesterday. So no doubt he wants to end his tour on a high. We have a slight hold-up in play, just an issue here with Ayush Shukla's run-up. Just bringing it to the attention of umpire John Prakash. This, of course, is the last game of a 3-match series. So, of course, player safety, very important. John Prakash doing well to listen to the concerns of Hong Kong, China's players. If you're just joining us, the news from the middle, it's Malaysia who won the toss and elected to bat first this time. That's the first time we've seen that in this home season for Hong Kong, China. And what a start it was for Malaysia. 2 sixes over the leg side for Syed Aziz. 1 6 over deep mid-wicket for Virendeep Singh. But Yasim Murtaza, 3 overs, 1 for 5. He bowled Syed Aziz Mubarak for 22. But Viran, he's still there on 31 not out. And Malaysia taking this chance to have a bit of a drink here. And we've got the groundsman as well now involved. Jashimuddin. But you have to give him credit, Jashimuddin. He's done some fantastic work with these pitches. We've seen a lot of runs. We've seen some assistance as well for the fast bowlers up front. Just a little bit for the spinners as well, just to keep them interested. Very good wickets created by Jashim and the rest of the ground staff so far. But of course, with the amount of rain that we've had in the last week and a half here in Hong Kong, it's rained practically every day. So we just see a soft part of the outfield there, a little bit moist as well. So that's why we have a bit of this hold up in play. You take a look at these Manhattans here for Malaysia. They started off so strong. Well, there was a maiden, of course, to start off with, but then the next 2 overs were nice and big for them. 14 coming off one of the overs, 16 off another. And that's where they hit those 3 maximums, didn't they? There was a clear intention from Malaysia's batters to go after Ehsan Nawaz and Ayush Shukla right up front. They didn't want a situation where yesterday they just got a bit stuck and they fell behind the run rate. So kudos to Malaysia, they came out swinging and it worked. But then you see those low Manhattans leading to that dot over there. Yasim Murtaza, how good he was in his very first over, bowling Syed Aziz. Period of a bit of a stalemate now here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. A very even game, nicely poised game. See that winning and score predictor as well at 307. I think that is around par, that 300, 310 type of total over here. That's the minimum that you want as a batting side. Minimum you want is to get that run a ball figure. So yeah, the delay just continues here. I think we're going to get some sawdust on that area to just dry it up a bit. Yeah, but good stuff here from the umpires. Both Shelton De Cruz and John Prakash listening to the concerns of the players, especially Ayush Shukla. He's the one who's got to be bowling from that end. So I'm pretty sure we should be back soon after the sawdust is laid down. And you can see Joshim over there laying down that sawdust. See that bowling card for Hong Kong, China. While we wait, right up top, 5.5 overs rather. 1 maiden, none for 28 for Ayush Shukla. 3 overs, 1 for 5. Yasim Murtaza, the sole wicket taker so far. Ehsan Nawaz, the only expensive bowler. His 2 overs disappearing for 21 runs. It was so important for Hong Kong, China, wasn't it, to break that opening partnership of 39. It was a big wicket of Syed Aziz as well. Looked to be in a different sort of mood today. Came out swinging from ball 1 almost as if it was a T20 game. I like that approach as well from Malaysia. After winning the toss and batting first, it's been a good start here for the Malaysians. You can see 58 for 1 in 10.5 overs. The good thing for them is Virendeep Singh is still there on 31 not out. I'm sure you can hear that tractor going by as well. The groundsmen are done. We should be all set to continue. So a bit of a delay here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Needless to say, it's not going to count against Hong Kong in terms of the over rate. I'm sure the match referees, the match officials are making a note of that. And they're giving Hong Kong a concession in that regard. But we're back live. 1 ball left in this Ayush Shukla over. He's come close to that outside edge on multiple occasions. We have a slip and what looks like a fly slip just off screen in place. Scamper through for 1. Good over for Malaysia. 6 runs off it. After 11, it's 59 for 1. False start there from Yasim. He's going to have to load up again. But his 10 overs are going to be so crucial. How did Malaysia approach this 10 over spell from Yasim? Still has 7 overs left. Slowed it up again. He's got such good control of length, does Yasim Murtaza. As the saying goes, he's got the ball on a string right now. He's a top quality cricketer as well. Worked away, just wide of that mid-wicket fielder, so an easy single. Like I said, quality cricketer. He struggled with the bat. And, you know, for his sake, I hope he does find some form. Just one big score away, Yasim. Just one big score away from getting back to his regular self. It's an optimistic appeal there. Easy single, really, for Viran. Yeah, they did well there. Judged that single very well. Did Shaveen Munyandi. These two really good friends as well, Sharveen and Viran. They've played so much cricket together over the years. Ooh, kept a bit low there from Yasim. Yeah, I wonder if that's just something worth keeping an eye on as the day progresses. Yeah, it kept low. See that pitch maybe just a little bit drier. It's a used pitch. Oh, run out chance at the non-striker's end. Ah, yeah. Sent back just in time, I think. Shaveen. One-handed pickup. Yeah, maybe he should have been behind the stumps, but I don't think it would have made a difference. Last ball of the over. Oh, that's low again. Got a thick inside edge on that, though. It's that inside edge that saved him. Yeah, good comeback in the over, coming from wide of the crease. Oh, should have been forward, Virandeep Singh. That's what he can do, Yasim. He can have you in 2 minds as a batter. So 3 singles, followed by 3 dots, 3 off the over. It's 62 for 1 after 12. I have a bit of trivia for you. Guess how much Hong Kong were after 12 overs yesterday? 62 for 1, absolutely. No false alarm this time. It is indeed Nasrullah Rana coming in for his first over. He was good yesterday. 2 wickets for Nasrullah Rana yesterday, including the wicket of Sharveen. And you guessed it, it's Sharveen on strike again. Oh, thick inside edge maybe? That's a big appeal. Oh, he's unmoved, John Prakash. I tell you what, it seemed like... Nah, maybe that missed the bat. Maybe that missed the bat. Maybe John Prakash has a point here. Yeah, they're beside themselves, though, Hong Kong, China. Yeah, what another look there. There's a big appeal. I wonder if there's a question about whether or not it carried. It came down quite low there to Adit Gorawara. I'm going to take a look at Adit now. Yeah, we're unsighted with that replay, so it's tough to judge. No conclusive inside edge. We don't have the benefit of hotspot either. Oh, this time beating the outside edge. Brings one in, takes one away. He got Shavin yesterday. He's got off to a good start today. Nasrullah Rana. And I tell you what, when he's fit and firing, an absolute treat to watch. Especially if you're a fan of fast bowlers. Effort ball again. And again, the same channel, the same length. Hong Kong, they struggled in that tri-series game against the Malaysians. Maybe just a little bit rusty, playing their first game of the international calendar at home this year. You got to give them credit. Even in that first game where Hong Kong lost narrowly, it was a vastly improved bowling performance, especially at the death. It just moves across his stumps to cover the line of the ball there, Shavin. Yeah, even in that first game, Shahryar brilliant with the new ball. Azaz brilliant at the death. The spinners kept them at bay. Yesterday, I don't think any superlatives are enough to describe that Hong Kong-China bowling performance yesterday. It's worth mentioning, this is not exactly a bad batting wicket. They've still pulled back Malaysia in the last 3 or 4 overs. 5 dot balls to kick off this spell for Nasrullah Rana. Already seen 1 maiden so far. Is this going to be the second maiden? Last ball of the over. Nope, I've jinxed it. No, maybe I haven't. Turned back. So it is the second maiden of the over. Aaron Bush, I'm sure he's excited. After 13, it's 62 for 1. Use of the feet. Doesn't beat the man there at mid-on. Yeah, I'm receiving word that did indeed take the inside edge of Shavin's bat. That chance in the last over. I was unsided with the catch, but Aaron Bush, our roving reporter on the boundary, said, yeah, it carried. I tell you what, the umpire would have had a very similar angle to us in the production unit. Just like me, John Prakash would have been unsided. Right on the money again. Good spell of bowling this for Hong Kong. You can see Yasim just conceding 2 runs and over so far. He races through his overs. We've said it before, we'll say it again. Before you know it. Before you know it, he's got through 4.4 overs and only conceded 9 runs. Oh, beats the bat. Slower, just a little bit shorter that as well. You can could see it just planting that front foot forward, then couldn't quite adjust. Last ball of the over. Risky single maybe? Nah, they judged that well. But still just 2 runs off it. After 14, it's 64 for 1.
Quickly.
Rana again to Shavin. It's worked away this time. Tell you what, I wanted to see a continuation of that Nasrullah Rana versus Shavin Muniandi rivalry. That contest. Got him in the last game. It seems like maybe he should have gotten him today as well. It's a tough decision. Making that decision in real time, of course. It appeared as if Shavin Muniandi was actually getting ready to walk, maybe. Adjusting his gloves. Hey, who knows? Maybe his gloves were loose. Down the track, smashed. That's a great response from the Malaysian skipper. Just flat batted that down the ground. That's his second boundary towards the short straight boundary today. And his third 4 overall to go with 2 maximums. Let's take a look at this. It didn't care that he wasn't to the pitch of the ball. Nearly took off Shavin's head. Brilliant stuff from the Malaysian skipper. On the leg side this time, as easy as pie. That sails over square leg for his third maximum. And now Veron into the 40s, 43 of 36. We're halfway through the 14th over. It's 75 for 1. Yeah, too short. It sat up nicely. That's his highest score on this tour of Hong Kong so far. He's looking good for what could potentially be his first half century of the tour. Said it before, we'll say it again. He's looked in pretty decent touch actually, Veron, without quite converting those starts. But today could be different. He's that type of player. He can consistently get those triple-digit scores. He hasn't done that against Hong Kong this time or last year. That's why he's so solid in defense as well, Veron. I think he's really improved so much in 50 over cricket. We already know how dangerous he is in the shortest formats of the game. I get the feeling in the last year or so, he's really learned how to pace his innings in the longer format. 2 balls left in the 15th. It was a bit of an uncomfortable height, but negotiated that well. It's into square leg for 1. You can see there as well, he's just faced 38 balls so far in this innings. He's not getting as much strike as he would have wanted. I think a big reason why he hasn't gotten too much strike is Shavin. Bit of a sedate start for him, 6 of 29. Still looking for his first boundary here. Yeah, no boundary there. Right on the money. Good comeback from Rana. But an expensive over, 12 runs off it after 15. It's 76 for 1. And it looks like we're going to take a short break for drinks. On the other side of drinks, Aaron Bush will take you through the next half an hour or so. But let's take a look at that match summary. It's Malaysia who won the toss and elected to bat first. It's been a decent start for them. 22 at a run a ball for Syed Aziz. And Verandeep Singh still down, 44 not out. For Hong Kong, China, the only wicket taker so far. Yasin Murtaza 1 for 10 in his 5 overs. Ayush Shukla, none for 29 and 6. And Nasrullah Rana creating some issues. None for 12 in his 2 overs. So don't go too far. We'll be back with you in around 2 minutes for the rest of this innings.
Welcome back to Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for Game 3. Hong Kong, China versus Malaysia. Aaron Bush in the chair. Thanks to Jay Dancing Honey to taking us through to drinks. Yasin Murtaza to continue into his 6th over. It's been bowling beautifully. Got the only wicket today. And they've still got Dan Pascoe. But if they bowl Yasin all the way out and he doesn't get some more wickets, that's one of their strike bowlers done. And at the moment, they're continuing with Yasim, hoping to get the breakthrough and break this partnership now up to 37 between Muniandi and Singh. Comes down the track very and deep for a single, pushing it to long off. Hassan Nawaz, keep it to that single. Muniandi, who's been going quite slowly, but he's staying out there. This partnership's now 56 balls for the 38 runs. 30 of them coming from Muniandi. Wants the single, but no run there. Ayush Shukla in quickly from Gully region. Gully backward point almost sitting on the circle. Goes down on one knee, tries to flick it around the corner. A bit of an inside edge, but not much else. Wide on the crease, Yasim. Glove, top of the bat handle. This time does get bat. There's some indecision. Perhaps a direct hit would have been very close. Also, Muniandi wasn't quick between the wickets getting going. He sort of stop-started, but Nazaka aiming think he would have been safe if he got a direct hit as well. Bit hard for the right-hander to pivot all the way around to the non-striker's end. So Muniandi gets another single, moves to 7. Flying through the over again. Pretty good effort to get through 15 overs before drinks, Hong Kong China, with 2 big delays in that first session. Oh, it's got straight through him, but how it missed the stumps. We'll have a look at the replay. Yassam had hands on head. Kept coming in as well. Just missing the outside of the off stump. Another over, good tidy over from Yassam Murtaza. 2 runs, singles only coming from it. After 6 overs, he's bowled. Now he's 1 for 12. 16 overs done. Malaysia 78 for 1. Run rate still very handy for Malaysia, and 9 wickets in hand, going at 4.9. As Ruler runner to continue from the Argyle Street end. He's bowled 2 overs so far, none for 12. One of those overs were a maiden, so the other one went for 12. He starts with the dot. Good Yorker length. Shaping in. Muniandi heading up another dot ball. See the Wasp projector early on, suggesting 300 plus. That's a lot more than Hong Kong China captain Azaka Khan said he wanted to restrict Malaysia to at the toss. It's driven nicely, straight to Anshuman Rath. Bobbles on him just as it arrives, but he had the body behind it. Get through for a single. I saw Anshuman Rath while I was off air doing the fielding work. I'm not sure if he's still not a little proppy on that knee. He seemed to limp a little bit when he got up after that fielding effort. The one just now looks okay. If not. And that's flicked up in the air. Is it a chance of a catch? It's going to fall short of SR Nawaz. Gets it with one hand. Through for the single. Nawaz came all the way in, almost to the circle from the ropes. Could only get it on the one hand, one bounce. Wrapped on the pads, half-hearted appeal, get through. Inside edge. Hence the half-hearted appeal, just chopped it onto the pad. Another single, and that will bring Virendeep Singh on strike. Two balls remaining in the 17th. That's driven nicely as well. Too hard to get hand on that for Anshuman Rath, and it's race to the boundary for 4. Kept it wide of Anshuman Rath this time. That brings up the 50 for Virendeep Singh. Started big. First over he faced off SR Nawaz, bashed 2 sixes, and then slowed down a little bit, but still going at over 100. Strike rate of 116 for his 50. Nasrullah puts that one in shorter this time. Keeps it to a dot. And that's the end of the 17th. Malaysia 85 for 1, going at exactly 5 and over. Virendeep Singh 50 off 44 deliveries now. 4 fours, 3 sixes. Like I said, 2 of them coming on the first over he faced off SR Nawaz. Yassim's going to bowl his 7th. So far 1 for 12, going at just 2 and over. Shavin Muniandi on strike and watchful dot ball again to start with. He's unlucky not to get a wicket with the final delivery of his 6th over, Yassim. Got through the gate, just missing the off stump. This one, oh, he's just dropped at his toes. Adagarawara does the fielding. Big call of no from Virendeep Singh. Keeps it to another dot. Faster from Yassim. Good forward defence from Shavin. Temperature got up to 11 and a half before drinks, but it's just decided to plummet again, back down in the 10s. It's very cold here at Ting Kong Road. Around the ground. The players out there in short sleeves like Yassim, running around, bowling, making it look a lot warmer than it is. Our commentary tent is dotted with snow jackets, as are some of the officials and coaches today. Again, no run, straight to Pascoe. There's the wagon wheel for Virendeep Singh's 50, 3 6s in it, those 4 4s. A couple of those 6s coming early. Final delivery of the 18th from Yassim, and that will be his first maiden. 7 overs he's bowled, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Back to the wagon wheel, all over the park for Virendeep. Captain's knock today. He has been the one getting out early in the opening partnership between him and Sayed Aziz, but it's Aziz that's back in the shed early for 22, and Virendeep crunching 3 6s through the same region. The half-century man, Virendeep Singh, will be on strike. Nazrullah running to continue into his 4th over. Been a little expensive the last 2 overs of his spell. First one a maiden, much like Yassim Murdazar's previous over. Then runner going for 12 and 7. And that's a big top edge. It's going to clear the infield though. No, there's someone coming in off the rope. Is that a diving effort? Just fell through the hands. It was a Yush Shukla diving effort. Just got the fingertips to it in the dive and dropped down through. Brilliant effort in the outfield. I thought the catch had to be for Dan Pascoe or Martin Kutsia, in fact, at point now. But Ayush hiding behind our commentary position came out of nowhere. Almost a catch. In the end, 2 runs and more watchful this time from Virendeep. Decides not to try to go big. A lean outside. I can now see that Ayush is deep cover. Made plenty of ground. Almost around to the deep point region. Quick with the ball and quick on the feet for Ayush. Nazrullah a couple of times gone close to getting a wicket. Yassim Murdazar on strike. He's the only man in the field with the short sleeve shirt on. Brave man. Nazrullah's in short sleeves but puts the jumper on afterwards. Wisely so. Tries to go big again. And another fresh air. Saw this early on when he attacked in the 2nd and 3rd overs. Takes those big steps down. Just follows through really. That ball didn't cut back in or swing away too much. Just followed the line that Nazrullah had bowled. He's got the hands in the pants now. Yasim, keep those hands ready for the next over perhaps. Can't get to that one, and there's no one behind him, so it's actually Yasim's ball. He's turned around and gone, I've got to go get that. Doesn't make it to the boundary. They will get back for 3. Good running. 5 off the over, 1 ball remaining. The 50 partnership up between these two. Mostly on the bat of Virendeep Singh, 38 balls, 38 runs off 77 deliveries for the partnership. Muniandi helping out with 9. He's on strike now. He wanted a single, not going to get it. Kutsia does the fielding to finish the 19th. Malaysia moving towards that 3 figures, 90 for 1. Run rate dropping just under 5 now. There's the worm. You can see overs 2 and 3. Started with a maiden, Hong Kong, China. And then Virendeep Singh and Syed Aziz just went bang, 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 bang. 5 sixes. It's fought back well, especially on the bowling of Yasim Murtaza. Going at an econ of under 2 now for his 7 overs. He's going to continue. There's a chance he might bowl them all out unless they leave a couple of overs for later. Yasim from the softball ground end. Virendeep Singh on strike, comes down, little step. Make sure he gets bat on ball, but no run. Zakat Khan lurking at a shortish mid-wicket. Coming off the back of a maiden, Yasim starts with a dot. And again, this one will be a single as it goes through square legs, so Zakat Khan does the fielding from mid-wicket. Chance here or there for Hong Kong, China since the first wicket fell 52 runs ago, but it's mostly been a good measured display of batting from Malaysia. Play the Yasim's bowling. All the balls are going to Nazakat Khan. Oh, stayed low on Muniandi there. Look at the replay. Hit a little bit of a patch, floated it in, just skipped on through, chopped down on it just in time to save his off stump. Just getting word there's a little bit of drizzle coming in to Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. It's going to make the ball a little bit more slippery again. Zaz Khan all the way in from the fence. Just a single. And there's some panic in the commentary position with the electricals outside of the cover, which means it's getting a little heavier. You can also hear the wind picking up in the effects mic, but a dot ball to finish Yasim Murtaza's 8, just the 2 coming from it. He's bowled 8, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. And after 20, Malaysia are 92 for 1. Can't see it perhaps on screen, but I can see it with my own eyes now, which means the drizzle's getting heavier. Hassan Nawaz is going to bowl, replacing Nazrullah Rana from the Argyle Street end. Seen some problems with the run-up from this end. And this extra rain's not going to help. But Hassan's going to actually start his run-up just in front of the puddle area, which is now sawdusted. You can see ground staff getting prepared as well. This rain doesn't just pass through. Could be a delay coming up soon. You can hear the tractor firing up. The ground staff, never a good sound unless it's the end of the game. Hassan Nawaz at the moment will continue into his second spell. 2 overs, got punished in his first 2 overs, none for 21, bowling from the opposite end this time. The Argyle Street end to Shavin Muniandi. And a false start. Actually missed that out on the ground because Archman Rath is standing right in my vision. Down here at long on the ropes. I'd get up and move around to the right, but it's too cold. As Nawaz this time fires one off, and there'll be runs. Nasrullah runner patrolling the ropes on the offside. So just a single. Still drizzling here at Ting Kwong Road, but not heavy yet. Similar result to Nasrullah runner. Ground staff still continuing to prepare the covers over behind square leg. That one's going to go down to deep third. Azaz Khan. Just singles to start with for SR Nawaz's second spell. Cops some stick from Virendeep Singh, and then say it as is his first 2 overs. Is Singh on strike? Just guides that one. Martin could see at point. There's Anch on screen, blocking not only my view, but also the camera's view. I've now stood up and moved across. It happens. They field where they need to field. Broadcasters of little concern, rightly so. Dan Pascoe this time doing the fielding from wideish deep square leg, the middle wicket. He strolls back, and that's back over where the ground staff are, getting the covers ready. Dragged one across towards deep mid wicket to Dan's left. Be Dan in the game again, so we'll have to dash in. Single off every single delivery. That over SR Nawaz's third, 6 coming from it, 21 done. Malaysia 98 for 1. Same level of just spitting. Light drizzle, mist. No game delay now at the moment. Looks like Yassim is going to bowl out. He's got 2 overs left, and he's going to go bowl his 9th from the softball ground end. Coming off a 5 for yesterday. Got the only wicket today so far. Round the wicket as always, Yassim Murtaza. And once again, just like the previous over, it gets punched out towards mid-wicket Nazakat Khan. Malaysia will be happy to see the end of Yassim after destroying the team yesterday, getting half their wickets. So might be advisable just to see off the next 10 deliveries. Then Dan Pascoe will come in, and he's been miserly as well. All the runs coming off the quicks. Including that one, Ayush. He's been the most economical of the quicks today, going at 4.83. You look at what Yassim's going for, his current econ rate of 1.64, so slower bowler so far doing the job. Hopefully for Hong Kong China, Dan Pascoe can do the same. And for Malaysia, well, Vijay Uni back into the side after having a rest yesterday. He's going to be liking it, watching what Yassim's managed to do. Whereas Hong Kong really only have the 2 premier slow bowlers in the side today. Five deliveries, just the one run again from Yasim. As Malaysia creep towards the ton. And it's not coming off this ball because that's another dot. Yasim's now bowled 9, 1 for 15. Econ rate of 1.66. And so Nawaz will continue after going for a single off every delivery off his third over. Antrim and Ruth coming back down to long on. He's done it again. I can't see anything. I'm going to stand up, get these cold knees working, move across to my right. No need to apologise, Ange. It's your fielding position. And so Nawaz very deep and gets a dot after the 6 poles. Last over. Drizzle continues. Bangs that one a little shorter and fast. Good ball. All Viren Deep could do is drop it down to point. Martin could see her there. The rain is actually getting heavier now. I can hear it even with the headphones on. Never a good sign. Especially our microphones out there that are picking up the rain. Some sirens in the background as well. It's all going on. It's proper rain now. I don't think this is going to last much longer before we get a delay. Umpires looking at each other. Going to continue for at least one more delivery. And it'll be a single. Bubba Hyatt doing the fielding. You can actually pick up the rain on the cameras now. Ansham and Ruth there asking the question. Slowly getting wet. There's now going to be a stop, a delay. I think we're going off here. Maybe. Yes. Maybe a quick discussion first. The batters are definitely coming off. Just waiting for the ball to be delivered to umpire John Prakash. And we are going to have a rain delay here. Game 3 of the bilateral series between Hong Kong, China and Malaysia. We had a rain-shortened game yesterday. Got through quite a few overs already, 22.4, almost to the halfway mark, but this rain is going to cause some grief in the outfield as well as just the pitch, which is rushing to be covered now. The ground staff run out there to get the Hessian down. We saw with Ayush Shukla, he had issues from his run-up as the rain and water pooled from overnight. This is quite heavy rain now. Nasrullah Runner using his jumper as an umbrella, trying to keep his head dry. He's just taken it off now as we got him on camera and has a chat. Bubba Hyatt. So there we are, rain delay. There he is, back with the jumbrella. And the cover's going on. 22.4 overs, and just as the rain came down and the covers came on, Malaysia brought up their 100. They're exactly 100 for 1, just before the halfway mark. 22.4. We'll put the match summary up, have a look at the batting and bowling so far. The only wicket to fall. Saeed Aziz, a beautiful delivery from Yasim Murtaza, removing his off stump for 22, but he went at a good clip. Hit 3 sixes in that, and Virendeep Singh, the captain, out there from the beginning. Nice and cold today. He was cold at the toss, but been out in the middle making some runs. The bowlers, the quicks, as I said, have copped some stick. Hassan Nawaz pegged it back a bit in that over. He was going at over 10 and over until his second spell. And also Nazrullah Rana almost getting 2 wickets in the end. There was an appeal for caught behind, turned down, and also one that just flew short of Ayush Shukla. So there we are in the rain delay. We'll find out how long the rain delay might be, but in the intervening period, we might listen to some interviews from various players around Hong Kong, taken throughout the last 9 months on the 8 for 52 podcast. Listen in, that'll be coming up very shortly. Until then, Aaron Bush will join you with an update as soon as we can.
All right, a very special My Story this week where we have the one, the only Bubba Hyatt. Hello, Bubba.
Hello, and thanks for having me here.
Mate, thank you for giving up your time for joining us on the 8 for 52 podcast.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, we call this episode My Story, where we would like to hear, as it says, your story. So can you share with us, where did the love of cricket, where did you first get involved in cricket? What's your background?
Obviously, as you know, that I have born in Pakistan, so I used to play table cricket back in Pakistan, so that was my passion as all the, you can say, in Asia, cricket is, they think like their first love, so I used to play table cricket, and my dad used to live here for like 30-40 years, and then back in 2007 when I came to Hong Kong, before that I never played with the hardball, so it was a new experience for me. So coming here back in 2007.
So how old were you there, 2007?
I think I was 15, 16,
okay.
yeah, when I came to Hong Kong, yeah.
When did you pick up the tape ball back in Pakistan? How old were it? Like generally when you could start walking, or was it in primary school? Or
No, if I remember when I was around 10, 11, so it's not, I've not started when I was very young, so when I was 10, 11, I used to play in my village with my friends, so this is how it started. And then I never knew that one day I'm going to be playing for Hong Kong. That was actually, I didn't came here for the cricket actually, I came here to help my family back home to work, and then the things happened with me I cannot believe. And
Wow. So you came here as a 15-year-old boy. Obviously, where did you go to school? You would have enrolled in school?
Yeah, I've studied in government school back in Taiwan called Islamic Qasim Tute Memorial College. So I've studied there for like 4 years. So actually, I've started playing cricket in school here in Hong Kong for the first time with the hardball, and then, if you know Azaz Khan, right?
Yeah, no, of course.
So I met him for the first time, and then I was playing in the school, so I was still playing table in the ground, and then I remember I faced the first ball, I hit for a 6, and then second ball went for a 6, and then third ball went for a 6 as well, and then fourth one I went outside the ground, and then it was out if the ball is going outside of the school. So
you hit it too big, 6 it out.
yeah, so I have 3 6s, and then Azaz told one of my cousin who used to play with me back in Pakistan as well, he was here as well, so he have told him that I need this guy for the club cricket for under 17. So this is how I started playing cricket.
So under 17s is the first time you join a club here in Hong Kong after you've hit 4 6s in your first outing at school. Which club did you join as under?
So yeah, under 17 I played for Pakistan club.
Yep.
For the first time, yeah. So I think we won that league very easily because we have like Azaz, myself. I was playing for the first time. I was just slogging everything, so I didn't know the technique and everything, so it was coming out very nicely at that time.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Was any of the other current Pakistan Association players playing with you back in under 17s, or it's just you and Azaz?
No, it was me and Azaz only. So I will give credit to Azaz Khan. He have, sure.
He's the one.
He is the one who have given me the opportunity, you know. So,
He saw you hit 4 sixes at school and said,
Yeah.
I need this boy in my team.
yeah, he said that I need this boy for under 17 club cricket, and then
That's tremendous. So from under 17s, I'm sure you scored a stack of runs in that. What was your progress through to the national type setup from there?
yeah, obviously, as I said, I was not planning to come here and play cricket. You know, it was not in my mind actually. And then as I said, I came here to support my family. But you know, from under 17, he took me to the Sunday League. I played Sunday League for Pakistan club like 2-3 games. I opened for them, and then you know they had a very strong side back then, and back in 2007 or 8. So all the like 7 to 8 national players they have at that time, you know. So they were on tour, so I got an opportunity to play at number 3, you know. So I've scored in the first 2 games, and then everybody back from the national duties, and then I didn't get the opportunity to play. So I was getting opportunity at number 8 and 9. So I was looking for a club who can give me more opportunity to bat out top of the order. So then I've changed my club. So I've started playing for Vagabonds.
Yeah.
So I used to bat number 3 or 4. So I've scored a lot of runs. That in that year, I've I got player of the year. I've took around 21 wickets and scored like 800, 900 runs. So yeah,
Decent year.
yeah, what is decent year. And then I've got selected for under 19 as well for Hong Kong. I was training with them for the whole time when they were here. So I was firstly selected for I think it was before the World Cup. They played under 19 World Cup in Canada.
Yeah.
So I've selected for that, but my time period was not 4 years, so I couldn't go at that time.
Okay. Yeah. And then so you were Vagabonds, and then after Vagabonds, you went to where?
So I've played 1 season for KCC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've played 1 season for KCC, and then
And then back to Pakistan Association.
back to Pakistan club. Yeah.
And then back to KCC where you're at, where we are sitting today.
Yeah, back to KCC, and in between that, I remember back in 2011 or 12. I don't remember the year now, but 2011 or 12, when I got selected in the sixes trial.
Yeah.
You know, that was my, you can say, first move of playing for the Hong Kong. You know, so I've got retired in all the games, and that was the opportunity. I got it in the sixes for the first time, and then from there, I started playing for Hong Kong. So my first tour was in Nepal actually.
Yeah, March 2014, you've made your T20 international debut.
No. Before that, I've made my debut back in 2011 in Nepal in December.
Okay.
Yeah. At that time, we didn't have that T20I.
Okay. Yeah, it
The
became an official
ICC's done
T20I.
you in again, boss.
Yeah, it became an official T20I in
Yeah.
2004.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, you got a couple of records that can never be taken away from you, Bubba. You were the first player to score 100 for Hong Kong in a T20 international.
Yeah, I did
official.
against Oman. I remember that. I still see that kind of videos, my videos before I go to bat every time. You know, so just get my confidence back. You know.
So you watch some of your old videos during the week before your games. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I do watch my videos, previously videos. I have all the videos. I watch them, and then that's what I put in my mind, and then that give me confidence, to bat. And then I remember my first 100. They scored around 170 plus, and then it was coming off nicely. But wherever I was hitting, it was coming middle of the bat. Unfortunately, we lost the game, but I think that was first 100. Yeah,
We've actually got a pretty young demographic that listens to this podcast a lot. So I think that's great advice for all the young players out there in Hong Kong who are aspiring to be Bubba Hyatt. Bubba sits down and watches his videos of himself. So it's just important to build that confidence and see what you're doing well going in. Another record you've got, Bubba, first player to score 200 against PNG.
Yeah. So I was I think captain at that time when I scored 200 against PNG. It was very hot. We were playing in Sharjah, and it was very hot. And the ball was actually, if I remember, we cut them out early because we have great spinners, and then we got them out early, and then I got the opportunity. I was batting well. We lost a couple of early wickets, and we lost Anchi and all these guys early, and then I remember I was on 140 or something when we were 9 down, and then I scored 62 of the last wicket, and then
Who was at the other end?
Who was the 11th player?
the Tanveer Ahmed was with me, and I've scored 62 runs, and he was still on zero. He didn't score any runs, so I've scored.
But
60
he
of-
gets a pat on the back for sticking around so
Yeah.
you can get your 200.
So the moment I scored 200, the next over, first ball, he got out. So yeah, it was good. I think he helped me a lot to get that 200. I give credit to him.
240
Yeah.
not out it was.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's fantastic. Now, you mentioned that was when you were captain. You did spend a short time as captain, but then handed over the reins and she took over after you. How did that all come about? You were captain, then you weren't captain.
I think when I've started, I was really enjoying my captaincy, and then the time goes on, I was feeling bit of, pressure and all that, and then looking at the field and, all the players and everything that was coming in my mind most of the time, so I just wanted to play my cricket and just wanted to relax my mind, and then I wanted to perform well for Hong Kong, so that's come in my mind, and then I just wanted to stay away from it for a little bit, and so I thought of it, this is the right time to just give away my captaincy and focus on my cricket for long if I want to play for longer.
I tell you what, again, Bushy, that's another great piece of advice for young cricketers out there is self-awareness, and having the courage. That takes a great deal of courage,
Yeah.
I would say, to walk in and say, look, you've given me the captaincy. I'm proud to have it, but I think I'm a better player without it. And I think that takes a lot of courage. And I think, again, there's a lot to learn for young people in that.
Yeah, I feel like it's better to just focus on my cricket rather than doing captaincy and then all these things, so I just wanted to stay focused on my cricket. That's about it.
You then, after that, you decided you made yourself unavailable for Hong Kong for a period of time, and then came back in, made yourself available again. Do you think that time out, do you think that's helped you to today as far as refreshing yourself is concerned, reinvigorating your passion?
Yeah, I think I was out for like 3-4 years in between, and then I think actually I was, sometimes you get tired of doing same thing again and again, so I think I was a bit of, in that mind of set that I just wanted to take a break from cricket, but I think I took around 6-7 months, and then I've decided to come back, but because of the COVID, we didn't have any tour, so I generally got back after 6-7 months back in the setup, but that 3 years, I think that I missed my 3 years. That was my, you can say, my peak time was going on at that time, so I still miss those 3 years, but because of the COVID, we miss all the cricket and everything, and then I think, I wanted to take a break from cricket for a bit, and then freshen up my mind,
And got back into it. I just noticed it was 2019, you went across to Canada to play in that global T20. Do you still have a desire, if selected, to participate in any of those T20 type tournaments around the world?
Yeah, I remember, I can tell you my story about the franchise league, so I've got picked in T10 for the first time, and Robin Singh was our coach, and he have picked me for the T10. So I've played alongside Ian Morgan, Pollard, and all these guys. I didn't get opportunity to play in playing 11, but I was in the squad for. So it was great opportunity and great learning for me. Sitting next to what you like dreaming of the players. Meeting them. So I was very excited, and then my first opportunity was back in 2019, as you said, for the Global T20, where I think I got my opportunity. I remember I was facing, I don't remember his name. He used to do the signing of, after getting a wicket, he used to sign for his celebration.
Right, signing his note.
He was from West Indies, so I still remember when I was batting. So we had 2 overs left when I went to bat, and then first ball I hit it and went to long on, and then Pollard was fielding. I was batting with Andy Russ.
Wow.
So Pollard did that he gave us away. So there was only single, and then he just threw the ball away so they can take 2, right?
Yeah.
So Andy Russ came to me. I still remember he came to me that he did it on purpose because he don't want me to be on strike.
Oh.
So the next ball I faced, I hit him outside of the ground for 6 runs. So that was, I still remember that. And then I think I did well. I got man of the match there.
Brilliant.
So I think I've played with Chris Gale, Lewis was there. I think Dustin was there from South Africa,
Yeah.
so we had a very good team, and then we become champion as well.
Oh, wow. Fantastic. What a great experience.
Speaking of big innings that you do at the end of the innings, just recently you were in Nepal and there was a UAE game in the warm-up. I think you came out at 15.1 overs and you faced about 18 balls and hit 60, was it? How was that day?
Yeah, I think the platform was very set for me. You know, Martin batted brilliantly, he scored 80 something, and then there was only 5 overs left, and then that was in my mind just because we have like 8 wickets in our hand. So I was hitting it and it was coming nicely, and I was happy that at the same time I was the guy who have scored the fastest 50 for Hong Kong. You
Yeah.
know, it was coming off very nicely, and it was a T20I actually. It was not a practice game. So
Yeah, it was the warm-up to the World Cup.
right, yeah.
And like you said, you got the record of the fastest 50. I can't see how that's going to be beat. It was
No.
like 16, 15 balls or something.
Yeah, around there, yeah.
Another record. There's just 3 records we know of straight away. so-
Just a laundry list from Bubba of records for Hong
Yeah,
Kong.
I'm still missing my ODI 100, so that's my, other goal to. Now we have
Well, speaking of that, you've got the opportunity. That is one of the strategic goals, of course, is
Yeah.
to get back the ODI status.
Yeah.
So the Challenge League will get underway during the course of 2024 sometime. Are you looking forward to that, the next phase of this cycle, where the opportunity is, at the end of it, one-day international status?
So yeah, this is where we are building up to now. I think for the World Cricket League B, so our main target is to get that ODI status back, so that will be our main target. So I think we are looking forward and think we are in a good shape. We're working hard on our, weaknesses and everything. So I think we will still have a bit of 3-4 months in between, and then we have 2-3 home series coming up.
Yeah.
And we are very excited about it, and then looking forward for it, and then hopefully our main target is to get back that ODI status back, and then hopefully I could get my 100.
Absolutely. No, I mean, we're all looking very, very much forward to it.
Now, one other thing, when we commentate, it used to be big Bubba Hyatt's coming to the wicket. But you're not so big anymore. You're still tall. You're incredibly fit now. Have you been working on your fitness in the over COVID and into this year of 2023?
Yeah, I remember because in COVID I was not doing any cricket or any stuff, so I've gained a lot of weight. I went over 100 kg, and then my plan was to just reduce my weight to get to somewhere I was before. So yeah, obviously in COVID I have really worked hard. I used to run like 10 to 12k like every second day, so
Wow.
and doing the gym and everything, I used to do 5k. Like we have that main, like we have a testing, so we have to get 5k under 23 minutes.
Yep.
So at the start it was very difficult. Once I was doing it, I think I got it to at the same that the time was like I got it to 22 something. So I think I was there, but I think it's with my body I need to keep doing things, because if I eat then I gain weight,
Yeah,
so I have
yeah.
to keep working hard and keep myself fitter for as long, so I can play for longer, so
Good on you. That's fantastic.
Well, in that last series, the fielding from you was exceptional. You were just
Yeah.
a speedster in the outfield, and then the running between wickets was the best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because your fitness is so good now.
yeah, obviously this is what we're doing. My main target is to just get fitter, and then make sure whenever I go onto the field for even the club for Hong Kong, I think I should give my 100%. Even though if I don't score runs, my target is to save some runs in the field, so that even if I save one run, that could make a difference in the game,
well,
so if I don't do well with the bat, but make sure I do something in the field that could be a match winning thing, so that's always in my mind, that if I don't bat well, then I do something in the field.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Again, really important. I mean, you say that you only missed out on the semi-finals in the recent tournament by 3 runs, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, what you say is right. You save 2, you save a boundary, turn a 4 into a 2. It can be the difference, right?
Yeah, it can be different.
Yeah.
Now it's recently happened with us. We lost because of the 3 runs.
Yeah, that's
so,
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Just focusing on club cricket, Premier League's coming up, starting very soon. You're looking forward to that?
Yeah, we had so our first game is a 2-day game against HKCC, so we're looking forward to it. We had a good net session with the Red Ball today, so we are looking forward. I think it will always have a great game with HKCC, and then looking forward, they had a very good balanced side. I think it's going to be a very great game.
Yeah, they're pretty strong on paper as far as their batting lineup is concerned, with Martin and Nazakat and Archie.
Yeah, they are very strong. Yeah, their top order is, as you mentioned, Martin, Nizakat, and Anshi. So I think they have recently scored. Nizakat got 100, and then she
Yeah,
back to back
140 something.
50s. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think they are in good shape. But I think with the Azaz now fit, I think we have a bit of a bowling advantage as well with the Teak and Jay. I think we have a very solid bowling lineup as well.
And a home ground advantage for this year,
For the
Yeah.
2-day game.
for the
yeah,
two-day
that's right,
game.
that's
We'll be
right.
calling it down here, won't we, Bodders?
We will indeed.
It'll be live.
One of the other things, Bushy mentioned it before, some of the observations we make in commentary, and whether it's whether we're calling you live or watching on telly, I quite often comment, you seem to be so relaxed, whether you are batting or whether you're just in a zone, this relaxed zone. Is that right? Is that how you feel when you're out there?
Well, this is what I am. I used to be like this before as well. So I just keep the thing simple and calm and cool. I just don't think about anything else. Like whatever I'm doing, just my main focus is to just keep myself as calm as possible. To just focus of what I'm doing. So I think that's helping me a lot.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's
Yeah.
brilliant. I always say when you see him at the most relaxed is when you perform your best.
Yeah, right.
It always looks like to me. Bubba Hyatt, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us on the 8 for 52 podcast. From the boy who arrived as a 15-year-old and went to school and hit 3 sixes, the fourth one you're out, to having just a tremendous career, one of the best batters in associate cricket for a long, long time, let alone one of the biggest hitters in associate cricket. We wish you all the very best for the coming club season, but also importantly for national going forward. And all the very best. And thanks
Thank
again
you
for
so
joining
much.
us.
Thank you so much for having.
Thanks,
it was a
Bob.
pleasure.
Not
Thank
at
you.
all. Thanks,
Thank
Bubba.
you.
Yeah, fantastic interview with Bubba Hyatt, Hong Kong China's number 4 batter, on the 8 for 52 podcast. And we've got more interviews coming up because the rain here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground, you might be able to hear it on the effects microphone, has not abated. And in fact, in the last 2-3 minutes, just got heavier again. I talked to the umpires and the match officials, and it's going to take a while, once the rain stops, to clear the covers, then inspect not only the pitch area, which should be fine under the heavier covers, but the run-up areas from both the softball ground end and the Argyle Street end are taking a lot of water at the moment. And they were already wet. We saw that in the bowling innings so far. If you're just joining us, give you an update of the score. Malaysia are exactly 100 for 1 off 22.4. The good news is Hong Kong China have already bowled 20 overs, so if we can get 20 overs from Hong Kong China batting innings, we will get a result today. The result of today, of course, will decide the bilateral one-day series. One game apiece. Winning, one for Hong Kong China, one for Malaysia. They won the first one up at Hong Kong Cricket Club. Now we're still in the rain delay, so we're going to listen to yet another interview from the 8 for 52 podcast. We had a vote in the tent as we hide from the rain, and we decided, our commentator from Monday, if you watched Monday's Hong Kong China versus Hong Kong China A game, my co-commentator that day, it was Imran Arif. We'll have a listen to him, and a great story it is. Listen in, all his time in England, all the great players he played with. It's a really good interview, so tune in and I'll give you an update as soon as we know more here from Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground.
Okay, it's time for another My Story. We're down here at the USRC, the beautiful USRC, with head coach Mr. Imran Arif. Imran, welcome.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for coming over. Obviously, first of all, I should be welcoming you boys to USRC.
That's very
Nice to
kind,
have
mate. Very, very kind. But it's an absolute privilege for you to give up your time to speak to our listeners. So thank you for that.
Pleasure.
And it's not the first time we've dropped down to USRC, and it's not the first time we've talked to Imran. We saw him at the Nets early on in the season, but this is a full My Story today, boss.
That's right, and it won't be the last time we're at USRC, I can assure you, Imi. But, mate, look, absolute welcome. Thanks for giving up your time. With My Story, as you know, I know you've listened to all of them so far. We like to finish up with what you're doing now, but where we like to start is your story, and take us back to maybe when did you first fall in love with cricket? When did you pick up that first bat or first ball? Where were you? Just let us know.
It started very young. I would have been probably 12, 13. Always had a love for the game. Watching Pakistan play. Going back into 90s, I would say mid 90s.
Yeah.
It was back in Hong Kong.
Okay.
Actually. Up at Shaki May. I mean, there's a water reservoir at Shaki May. We used to play table cricket there. And I was very young, but extremely fast for my age.
Fast bowlers
I was
at that age?
fast. I was extremely fast for my age, and I used to play with the lot older, lot grown-ups boys, people I used to play with. There used to be a lot of table competitions back in the day.
What's table cricket? I don't know what table
It's
cricket is.
basically a tennis ball. They just apply tape on it and they play.
Okay.
There's some part of Hong Kong, a lot of Pakistani community.
Tape ball cricket. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
huge.
Yeah. Massive. Yeah.
It's huge in
Yeah.
Pakistan, and the same tradition we carry it in Hong Kong. You see it around sports grounds in Hong Kong. A lot of juniors are still playing table cricket, and I think that's one of the reasons. As a coach, I've got to find out. That's one of the reasons why Pakistan have a lot of fast bowlers. Why they bowl so fast, because the table is very light.
Yeah.
And you tend to put more force in. That gives you quick arm speed, and you basically end up bowling very fast.
So you said you were at Shep Kid May playing tape ball. When did you first, were you born in Hong Kong?
No, I wasn't. I was born in Kashmir. That's where I'm from, and I sort of joined in.
When did you arrive in Hong Kong?
92, 93. I was very young.
So you went to school here, obviously you were 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Was it a cricket school or a
no,
school known for cricket?
No.
You were the only cricketer there?
I didn't play any school cricket, actually. I was just here with the family for a few years, not too long. But the cricket was played, and initially when I came in Hong Kong, there was no cricket. I didn't even hear anyone playing cricket, but eventually a few of my cousins, they was going on Sundays to play cricket. I said, where you guys go? I mean, we go to play cricket. I said, where? So they sort of took me along, and I was naturally bowler. I could bowl, and obviously the elder boys, they saw me bowling, and I was quite sharp, and I would have been 13, 14, if that. And for them, I was quick.
Yeah.
And at that point, I didn't know what was the crease and what it was. And I used to bowl behind the stump, and I got called no ball because I wasn't even reaching the stump. But now we know we can actually bowl from behind the
That's
stump. Right. I was getting people bowled by bowling behind the stump.
So bowling 24 yards.
Maybe. But I think in table it's a bit shorter. Would have been 20 maybe, but still long for my age. And I was getting people bowled, and there was some potential. And that's how it started.
Yeah.
But there's a funny story to it, and we can discuss that in a bit, how I picked up the hard ball and stuff.
Okay, so I mean, you're 12, 13, you're playing tape ball.
Yeah.
Where'd you get involved in club cricket or next form of cricket? What happened there?
Absolutely no club cricket at all. I didn't even know if there was any club cricket in Hong Kong.
Okay.
But at the same place, at the Shaki May Reservoir, where was a lot of cricket played, there was a hardball cricket match. Somebody just arranged it, and I went on to be part of it. And I had one of my best friends, still my friend. He was a batsman. He went to Dahlia schools, and he was a very, very good batsman, actually. Mohammed Nazim, he lives in UK now. So he went on to play, and he said, there was like a ball, I play short. They said, come along. And I could actually just, I was bowling, and I was bowling off spin. and I was turning at mile.
Mm.
And my at time my favorite player was Seklan Mushtaq. I don't know why.
Mhm.
Even though Imran Khan and these Wazim Akram and Waka Yunus were obviously fast bowlers, but me being fast bowler, my role model was Seklan. So I was watching him, and I could actually bowl like him. I could bowl a doosra, I could bowl off spin. It was turning square, and I was bowling spin. I bowled spin in that match with a hard ball, first ever hard ball match, and I got a few people out with that spin, and then things start kicking on. I got called to play at DBS back then, DBS boys school down in Mont Cope.
Yeah.
I was asked to play a league match. I don't know what it was, Saturday or something.
On the field in
On the
DBS, yeah.
DBS,
Yeah,
they used to play
beautiful.
cricket pitch.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I got called up to play that match. There was Sri Lankan professor, university professor. I forgot his name. I was very young. I don't know what was his name, but he used to arrange games, and obviously he was short of players, and I was one of the guys who came in to fill in. And I went to play, and I bowled off spin again, and I got a few wickets. To my surprise, and there was a Lal Jai Singh, ex-Hong Kong coach. He was apparently watching the game at the stands or somewhere or behind the trees. I don't know what.
You had no idea.
I
He was
had
playing
no
the
idea.
game,
I
yeah.
mean, back then I couldn't even speak English. I had no idea.
This bold.
Just bowled, just loved cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
So innings finished. In those innings break, we were having a massive feast, beautiful lunch that Sri Lankan professor used to bring everything from home. Used to feed people for fun. So we were having that, and this guy approached me. I didn't know who this guy was. He goes, "Oh, fancy playing cricket for club?" I said, "Yeah, why not?" Because come Wednesday, come to this place. I said, "Where?" Kowloon Cricket Club on Wednesday. And I said, "Okay." I mean, my friend who said, "Imran, that's a very, very good opportunity. You should go." Even though he wasn't even playing any club cricket, he goes, "Imran, you should go." I said, "Okay, I will go." But I was very shy boy.
Yeah.
I had no confidence. So what happened next was very funny. Come Wednesday, I went, and obviously now it was very familiar to Kowloon Cricket Club. I was there for whatever.
Sure.
So I went to there's a garden. Obviously we have a garden at the back entrance.
Mhm.
There's cricket nets were going on. People are playing. I went to the garden, the park, saw people playing. I got so nervous, I didn't even go in.
Oh, no.
I didn't.
Really?
I didn't.
Really?
So you just sat in the park watching it.
Watched for like 5-10 minutes. I had no confidence
Yeah.
to go in.
Yeah.
Not as a cricketer,
Yeah.
as a person maybe.
Yeah.
I've got no idea what was the reason, but I had no confidence.
Yeah.
So I didn't know. I thought this place is alien for me. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought I was out of place.
Yeah.
So I
yeah.
didn't go. I didn't go in.
Yeah.
I chose not to. I was young, shy, scared. I don't know whatever
Yeah.
the reason was. I just didn't go in.
Wow.
It just stopped.
Just
From there on, nothing happened after that. I left Hong Kong. After that would have been 94, 95 maybe.
Yeah.
This thing happened.
Yeah.
Obviously back then there was used to play sixes. Used to play at KCC. There was one World 11 against Australia. There was a match in 95. I remember that very well. Like I've still got a picture of that.
Yeah.
Like Stephen Waugh, Mark Waugh, Shane Warne came.
Yep.
World 11 had Sean Pollock come. It was an amazing
Yeah.
team, and we were like ball boys, picking up the balls and throwing it back.
Huge.
That place, those memories was amazing, but that thing I was coming back to that story. I mean, I just didn't go.
Wow.
It didn't happen. I didn't because I was a off spinner.
Yeah.
I just didn't go, and slowly but surely, then later on, I left Hong Kong, went to England.
So then,
In 97, would have been end of 97, we left. I just left England. Sorry, left Hong Kong, went to England.
so it was 97 you went to England, and that's when you really started playing cricket.
No, sorry, we left Hong Kong.
Yeah.
To start with, I went back to Kashmir
Okay,
with my parents, a few years there.
Yeah.
And early 2000, I went to UK. We
Yeah.
moved there. And that's the next part. I mean, we can discuss that, how that happened.
Let's discuss it now. Yeah, absolutely.
Again, first few months, season was probably ending. Again, I didn't know if there was any cricket at all. I mean, I just went in there. It happened to be Adil Rashid's family. I just
right.
got to be a neighbor to Adil Rashid, playing for England right now.
Yeah.
A very young boy back then. He would have been 12, 13, then 12 maybe.
Right.
So we were like neighbors, and his father was amazing, man. I mean, he used to take his own boys. Adil Rashid had two more brothers other than him. Good players. They just didn't make it.
Yeah.
But we were like together playing in streets and all that. Maybe under the cellar sometime. We just go to his house And I used to bowl, bat, whatever. I
Just
used to
young
do.
blokes playing
Yeah,
cricket
yeah,
everywhere.
smashing the ball
yeah.
and breaking stuff.
Annoying the
and-
parents, annoying mum. Yep.
Oh yeah, but Adil Rashid's father was amazing, man. He wherever he took his sons, I was along. He took me along.
Brilliant.
Like, amazing. Like
Brilliant.
club called Bradford and Bingley.
Yeah.
We started playing cricket, and I was lucky or whatever. Ex Hong Kong captain and wicketkeeper batsman Patrick Fordham was captain of that club. I don't know how.
Really?
And I went there. I was one of the best fielders at that time. I don't know why. They said I was very good
Yeah.
fielder. They picked me in first team, age of 16.
Straight into the first.
Straight into the first team. I mean, playing in the Bradford League, one of the best leagues in the world.
Yeah, that's right.
In
Absolutely.
England. I mean, I'm not sure about the world, but one of the best leagues in.
Very strong.
One of the best leagues in England. He just picked me as a fielder. I just told him a few stories. Oh yeah, I saw you taking a stump out of Mohammed Zubair. He got hat-trick in a sixers match
Yeah.
against West Indies. And Patrick Fordham was a wicket keeper. He was standing up to 140 speed. Like, he was quick.
Hmm.
The third wicket was stump off the fast ball.
Can handle himself.
And he was up at Hong Kong football club. Hong Kong, the football ground.
Yeah.
So that's the only sixes happened there. Pakistan won that. But Hong Kong beat West Indies, and
Huge.
Mohammed Zubair got hat-trick. And I just reminded him that story. You yes.
Yeah.
That's
Sat back and you knew him.
But anyway, so I just started playing cricket
So
whole year.
Play through Bradford.
Bradford League, that's where I start playing. But I was bowling fast,
Yeah.
not spinning.
Yeah, the
Well,
spin would have been given away.
it was given away in Hong Kong. I probably lost it in Hong Kong. But I was bowling fast when I was in Hong Kong, in England. And in whole year, I probably bowled 10, 15 overs, if that.
Right.
I didn't get to bowl maybe 1 or 2 wickets in those overs because I was playing as a fielder. And this season, I got nominated, or I got given Fielder of the Year of the league, not the club.
Yeah.
Which was nice because that's how it started.
That's what
and
you're
all that.
doing, yeah.
Then following year again, Patrick Ford retired, so I had to go down to the second team, which was fine because that's where I should have started.
Yeah.
I went there. It was a bit of struggle.
To get more of a bowl?
Yeah, got more bowling, but I was a batter.
Yeah.
It was batting me, opening the batting and stuff. I was just smashing the ball.
Yeah.
I just loved
Hitting the ball.
Just love hitting the ball. Just continue playing for a couple of years. Then there was one of my friend.
Yep. Yeah, one of your friends.
And one of my friend, he said, "Oh, there's a trials going on at one of the cricket clubs. Do you want to go and try?" He was playing for the same club with me at Bradford Bingley, and I said, "Yeah, why not?" I was working as well at the same time, so I said, "Let's go." Whole night I was working. We woke up. Well, didn't even sleep. Just went to the trials at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I went there, and the guy who took me, he was quicker. He was a quick bowler. We thought he was very quick. He didn't get picked. I got picked. I
Right.
don't know why. Maybe I bamboozled everyone with
So
my
who,
singing.
what was the name of that club?
Saltaire, Jim Laker, if you remember.
Yeah, Jim Laker.
He played for that club. The
Okay.
guy who took 19 wickets
Yeah,
in Test match.
Yeah,
20th was run out.
Yeah.
So he played for that club.
Yeah.
That club sort of they just took me. They said,
Yeah.
"Oh, come and play for us."
yeah, you're in.
I'm in, and then I played of one first friendly match. I took 5 wickets. Then they just
Oh,
signed
wow.
me up on very low price
Yeah.
for free lunch. It was a free lunch. They said, "Oh, you'll get free lunch. Come and play for us." I did, and I ended up getting not many wickets, but I think I got 56 or 57 overs I got to bowl in the whole year.
Brilliant.
Even though first match I got 5 wickets, but I didn't get to bowl too many overs. Again, I got 13 or 14 wickets, which was
Yeah.
which was nothing. Again, I was disappointed. I mean, at the end of the year was wasted.
So how many years in total did you play in England before you came back to Hong Kong?
2003, my cricket sort of kicked on. 3, 4, 5, and then I turned professional after that. Like in 2007, 8, I turned.
So what was that decision, turning professional? What was that like, and who was that for?
I mean, this is the story I was going into.
yeah.
The story I was finishing. I was
Yeah.
going to give up then, and then I said, no, come and play. We'll basically going to raise your money and stay.
Okay.
I mean, money wasn't everything, but they said we'll give you some money. And then following year, I ended up taking 40 wickets. They gave me an opportunity, 39 or 40 wickets, which was good in that div run. Again, after another year, they said, "Oh, we'll double whatever we're giving you now." I said, "Okay, why not? I'll stay."
Okay, on to something here, yeah.
Yes, because back then Rana Naveedul Hassan was playing for Pakistan, and he was the one who was topping the wickets for 2-3 years. And when they said they'll double it, I played and I topped the wickets
Wow.
season.
This was for
Saltaire, the same
Okay,
club. I went to.
Saltaire.
Yeah, Saltaire Cricket Club. So I topped the wickets that year. The manager was the guy was Simon Hicks was the manager. He put my name forward for the counties. Like the counties should look at. I didn't know I didn't know how fast I was, but I was told I was fast.
Yeah.
I thought I was bowling probably high 70s,
Yeah.
if that. 77, 78. I thought I was quick, but
Yeah.
that's about it. He put my name forward to Sussex, Yorkshire, everyone just sort of had a look at me, and then even Yorkshire. I started a trial training with Yorkshire. Like my one of the best friend, Adil Rashid, was already made it sort of into academy.
Okay.
And he was sort of trialing with them. Like he was 13, 14, but wasn't playing, but he was sort of into the academy. But anyways, with the Yorkshire Academy, and things start happening, and then they picked me for one of the first game, 2-day match at Durham, I guess, Durham Academy. Me, Adil Rashid from Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Guess what? Johnny Bairstow was playing.
No.
At 14 years old.
No way.
I didn't believe that. But Johnny Bairstow was playing. Mark Stoneman.
Yeah.
David Milan was in opponent team. We went there, and Brothwaite played for England as well.
Yeah.
Leg spinner. He was playing for them too. So, we went there. Milan scored 100. Stoneman scored 100 against us. I bowled probably 17, 18 overs with no wicket, but decent figures. 17 overs for about 30 odd runs.
Tight. Yeah.
And batting, I stayed not out for about 20 or 22, 23. Second innings, they said I can go up. And so Adil Rashid made 178 on his debut. All of us made debut in that game. He made 178 with the bat.
Well battered.
Unbelievable.
Goodness me.
Like he smashed it. As 14 years old, batting and smashing. I remember Johnny Bairstow came out, in his tears, like crying. I said, this kid will never play. This is exactly what my words. I said, this kid will never play.
He'll never go anywhere.
He's not going to get anywhere. I mean, anyways.
He's still whinging when he gets out.
Unbelievable. So, anyways, so Adil Rashid made 178, and then the second inning they said I can bowl a bit higher because obviously they had county bowlers already. I was just trialing.
Yeah.
So I got Milan out, Stoneman out, second innings.
Wow.
Obviously they weren't. The Milan wasn't Milan.
Yeah, no. It was Milan at the top.
Yeah. Well, now I'm thinking, I got him out.
Yeah, of course.
One of the good wickets. So got him out, and then they were only 2 down. I got both of those wickets, and then they declared, and we batted again. I got 20 odd runs out with the bat. That was my start of the sort of professional career. Then we played against Gilmorgan at Cardiff against our academy, and then things didn't happen at Yorkshire, and I've sort of given up again.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I thought I'm just wasting my time.
Just mentally had given up?
No, not mentally. At Yorkshire, we were not getting opportunities.
Right,
because, the recent things happen, all those.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to mention anything, but it was quite tough.
Yeah, sure.
It was being Asian, it was very, very tough.
Yeah.
Whatever happened there, I saw it in my own eyes.
Yeah.
Azim Rafiq and all those people that were there. That was sort of
Terrible.
coming up. We saw everything, so it was tough. So people sort of said, if you try somewhere else, there's a better chance.
Give it a crack.
Yeah. So Sussex I went to.
Yeah.
And the player I was sort of grew up admiring, Saklan Mushtaq, was playing for that county.
No.
I got to live with him for 3 months. In the same house.
Really?
Yeah, he cooked food for me.
Oh, wow. What a thrill.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, my first class match against one of the uni teams, it was more of a rain-affected game. We batted, we made like 290 odd. Luke Wright was captain for our team. He made about 100, I think, a few of the guys as well. And bowling came, and there was not much time. It was wet, and I came. I steamed in 4 overs, 4 made in 2 wickets.
Wow.
It rained off.
Yeah.
It was Rana Naveedul Hassan, who was playing in the same league as me, but he was playing for that team. Mushtaq Ahmed was playing for that team as well. So back then, 2 overseas was allowed, but Saklan was playing as a local.
Right.
So all those 3 guys were there, and I steamed in. I actually bowled fast. Apparently, they said I was bowling fast.
Really quick.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Went to Kent the second game. I got injured. I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I did my shoulder. So suddenly I was bowling rapid, and next day I couldn't even bowl.
You're broken. Yeah.
I don't know whatever happened. I just didn't. I chose not to tell anyone. I was again, the personality
Yeah.
was the issue.
Yeah.
Sort of, I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah. You kept that.
And they said,
to
"What's
yourself.
going on, Imran? Why you not like?" I couldn't even throw the ball.
Yeah.
I couldn't bowl. And at the end, they said, "Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You can go home."
Yeah.
After 3 months trials, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I just
Carrying that.
I
injury
just
around.
left. That was 2006.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. And I sort of came to then winter came. I gave up. I said, "No, I'm not playing anymore." Not realizing that with the teams, even at the same time, Worcestershire one of the counties, they came for me. I'll play one game for Hampshire. I broke my bowling finger. It was a nightmare. So I just sort of gave up. The same season I played for Sussex. The same
So you
season.
gave up. How long did you give up for?
This season was sort of coming to end, but I just said I'm not going to play anymore because the shoulder was giving me headaches.
Yeah.
And I sort of said I trialed for Worcestershire. I went there and I was losing interest because the pain was getting worse.
Yeah, too much.
And Worcester said they will get in touch following year because season was over, finishing, and then it was a time when we have a long winters in England. I just worked through the winter. I worked, and then summer came. No one bothered contacting me, and I didn't chase anyone.
That was
either.
that.
And I was like, I said, "Nah, I'm not going to even play at all." Damien D'Oliveira, he was the coach. He called me up following season when season started. That was April. He goes, "Imran, are you interested in playing? We have a few bowlers short. Some of the bowlers are injured. Come and play for us." I said, "No, I'm not coming. I don't want to play." And he goes, "Are you sure? What's wrong?" I said, "No, I'm not good. I'm not playing."
Yeah.
That week didn't happen. Next week he rang me again. He goes, "Imran, fancy playing a game? We have bowlers short and just come." I said, "No, I'm not playing." He goes, "Imran, whatever." He spoke to me nicely. He goes, "Imran, just come down. Whatever happens, let it be. Just come."
Yeah.
So
who was this for? Which train?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire, right?
Yeah, so I went to sort of play, but the rain. Game got called off because of rain. We didn't get to play.
Typical England.
Yeah. And then they said, "Oh, there's a trial's going to happen at Malvern College." You must know Malvern College, one of the most popular schools in England, private schools.
Yeah.
So there was a trials going on, and they said, "Come down." And I was living in Bradford, Yorkshire, Worcestershire. Further, Malvern is further on. It's like 5 hours drive. Me, Adrashi's brother, few of our friends, all of us. Okay, let's go. Let's go drive.
Yeah.
And let's see how.
If nothing else, it'll be a day out.
Yeah, every day out. Now halfway to the trip, our car broke down. It didn't. Things were not happening. So, anyways, we somehow got there. We were supposed to get there at 9. We got there at 11. Game was already started. Moeen Ali was smashing it because Moeen Ali was playing for Worcestershire.
Oh.
He was on like 80 or 90.
Yeah.
Straight onto the park. They said, "Just come and bowl." I went there, got Moeen Ali out straight away.
Yeah.
James Taylor, remember the short guy, played for England, played Ashes.
Yes.
Retired because of heart issue.
Yeah.
He was playing, got him out. Took 5 wickets in 4 overs.
Wow.
And the coach said, "Imran, you can have a rest, go out.
Yeah.
We don't need you. We've seen you now.
Job done.
Just go out,"
Yeah.
because they wanted, the team to score runs.
Yes.
Whatever. I mean, they've seen it.
Yeah.
It was all footage, all taped up.
Yeah.
So I just went off, and Moeen, I didn't know Moeen then. I knew of Moeen. I knew his family and stuff, but didn't know
Yeah.
who was Moeen, like as a person. So Moeen, he just nodded.
Very good.
And I said, "Okay." He was England under 19 captain.
Yeah.
At that time. He played under 19 already. So
Graham Hick in that team as well.
absolutely, I'm coming to that story.
Mm.
This is all attached. So then they really liked me. They said, "Imran, we would like to have you on board. Just come with us." So that's when I went to play against England under 19. England under 19 had a trip, so we went to Loughborough University to play. England under 19 made 320, I think, 2 wickets down. I took both of those wickets. We batted. I went at number 9 to bat. We needed like 15, 16 runs in 2 overs. I hit 2 fours. First ball 6, then 2 fours, and I think we won the game by I got 3-4 balls to spare. I don't know how that happened, but it did.
But it did, yeah.
It did. I mean, coach really liked me. Whatever I was doing, it was
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah, it was working.
And then following week, he said we have a game against Yorkshire. A team wasn't giving people chances. As he said, we have a game against Yorkshire at Yorkshire. You playing? I said, all right, I'll go. They had everyone playing. They had all the first teamers. Like they had no game. All the first teamers were playing in second team. Friend of mine, Adil Rashid, was playing for that team too.
Wow.
So a lot of good players were playing. Tim Dresden were playing as
Yeah.
well. Mark Lawson. There's a lot of big names
Yeah.
were playing. So they scored like 570 batting first. I took 5 wickets
Yeah.
out of that. And obviously, we had all the staff. People who were playing for were still all contracted players. Ahead of them, I took 5 wickets in that game. Out of 570, I had 5 wickets. And batting came, I made 40, 38, 40. Batted through, faced my own friend, I
Yeah.
received. Because I knew what he does.
Yeah, what was coming?
Just blocked him. I said, man,
Yeah.
I'm not going to hit you. Just block him. They're 30 or 38 now. Now we didn't make enough runs. They put us in a game to bat. So what 20 odd again with a bat. That season, that would have been 2006 or 2007, maybe 2007. See, that was the last game of the season because it was the trial. These things were happening, and then again they said we'll call you back in winter. No one called, and my shoulder was getting worse.
Yeah.
It happened at Canterbury. It just continued going on over a year now, and I was playing through that pain and all that. Then end of the winter gone, summer came, new season starting, and then Worcestershire called me again, come and play for us. 2 or 3 weeks into the season, I went to play. I started taking wickets. Initially, I insisted I didn't want to play, but then they said, "No, come and play." I was taking wickets. Every game, I was taking 2-3 wickets. By end of May, I was leading wicket taker in the country.
Wow.
The twos cricket.
Yeah, yeah.
And they said we'll go. They offered me contract. I signed a contract with them. It was twos cricket, but it was
Yep.
sort of something happening.
Yeah. It was a
And I
platform-
still,
platform
yeah,
to
there
build
was
on.
something started, and I said, yeah, I'll see Vikram. It was the first team had Vikram Solanki playing for them, Gareth Batty, Simon Jones, Steve Davis,
Very handy.
Ben Smith, Graham Hick. You mentioned early on, he was playing for them. Matt Mason from Australia.
Yeah.
He is currently coach for one of the ladies' team, or maybe Perth's coaches, bowling coach, I think. So he was playing. It was a great team, big team. And then once I signed contract, I was taking wickets in 3-day cricket as well as one-day cricket. And there was Fidel Edward. Edward was an overseas player. For some reason, he couldn't make it. And I wasn't allowed to play as a local because I just newly moved into the country.
Yeah.
There was the only way I could play was as overseas.
That one overseas spot.
So Fidel Edward couldn't make it. They needed someone to fill in that spot, and I was taking wickets. They said, "We're gonna have you playing." Well, I was supposed to go home after 2 days matches, 2 games I played in cup and 1-day matches. After that, I was going home. Again, Worcestershire is quite far from Yorkshire, 3-4 hours drive,
Yeah.
4 hours drive, over 200 miles maybe. I was supposed to go home, and that night they said, "Nah, you're staying over. We booked hotel for you. You're staying over. Come and train with first team." That was my first attraction with the first team, with Graham Hick and all these boys. And I went there and I bowled, and Sam Moin Ali said to me, because we speak the same language, he said, "Imran, don't make a fool of me." Because he saw me, seen me already in twos cricket.
Yeah.
He was playing 1-day cricket with me and Steve Davis as well. He went on to play for England.
Yeah.
Wicket-keeper batsman. They were good friends, and then they both said, "Imran, because please look after us. Don't kill us in the nets."
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why they were saying that, but anyways. So Worcestershire took NOC from Pakistan Cricket Board. I don't know for what reason, but anyways, because I had that nationality,
Yeah.
Pakistani passport. So they said they took my NOC. The PCB said, "Yeah, we have no issue. You can play him as overseas or whatever." Next day, it was Wednesday, and they said we were gonna have another training session. We had a training session. Thursday was match. They didn't tell me that I was playing. They just told me just come down. So that, and then sorry, actually, they told me I'm playing. They told me I'm in 11. Sorry. Vikram Solanki was captain. He goes, "You are playing me. You are playing tomorrow."
Yep.
For me, it was the biggest thing ever, because that's actually a first-class match.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
gonna make a debut for first class match, 4-day cricket. Up until then, I played only 3 days.
Yeah.
So I went back to hotel. I couldn't sleep all night, whole night.
So all the hesitations over the years, all the hurdles, all the injuries. Tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow's the day, and that was one of the biggest match of my life. I said, okay, I was like feeling so fresh, but I wanted to sleep, couldn't sleep. It was 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the night. I was looking at the seedings, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5, 6. I was supposed to get up at 6:30 to have a breakfast and get to the ground. Ground was only walking distance from there. So whole night I did not sleep. So when they presented my cap, 449. 449th player playing for Worcestershire. So I got my cap. We won the toss. We batted. We made over 500 something runs. Whole day, obviously, we batted. So again, I went back to the hotel. I couldn't sleep again
Oh dear.
because I'm a bowler. I need to bowl.
That's right.
The cap wasn't.
Get tired.
The cap was nothing. I need to bowl. So again, I couldn't sleep. Honestly, I could not sleep. Those 2 nights in a row, I didn't sleep again. Woke up in the morning. Well, got up in the morning, went to the ground, we batted again. First day we were over 300. Second day we batted till tea. So we made 530 or 570, whatever. It must be on the Google. You can Google my first ever match against Gulmorgan, 2007 or 2008. So we were supposed to bowl now. Opening bowler was Kabir Ali, played for England, and Matt Mason. First change was Simon Johns. I was about to bowl. It started raining.
Oh no.
So we came off for 15-20 minutes. I went back on, and we went back on to bowl. I was the one bowling. David Hemp, he's I think current Pakistan women's coach. He was batting. 13th ball, I got my first wicket. It was David Hemp.
Fantastic.
I just want to point out, if it's the game I'm looking at, you guys scored that huge total, and the lead bowler for Glamorgan at the time was Jason Gillespie.
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yes. Took no wickets for the entire game.
Goodness me.
And I know what's coming up in the second innings.
Goodness
but they
me.
didn't
Goodness
continue.
me.
I think I don't remember, but now since you mentioned, I think I do. Now I know. Okay. So 13th ball first wicket, 17th ball second wicket, 19th ball third wicket. So I had first 19 balls, I had 3 wickets.
So you're 3 for?
3 for, just in first 3 overs. So day ended. I had 3 for 11 or whatever.
Happy days.
Second day. So it was on Sky Sports back. I mean, still Sky Sports still exists, but your name, you once you see your name coming on Sky Sports, it means a lot. Because that's what I've been looking at throughout my life. And then I saw Imran Arif 3 for 13 or whatever it was. It was nice.
Yeah.
Good feeling.
There you are.
I think it was footage as well. People sort of ringing me, messaging me, Imran, well done.
Beautiful.
Really, really good. Even my own friend, Adil Rashid, because his father, because they was the one actually I made it, thanks to them.
Yeah, beautiful.
And they've just contacted me.
All the people who put in work with you over the years.
Club mates, like, were so happy, contacted me. And then that night, I don't know what happened. I just went to sleep. I slept like a baby.
3 to 13 helps.
So I slept very comfortably. Next day, we came back, and I had a 5 for first inning. I took 5 wickets.
Okay.
So, I had 2.
It was the first innings that I saw the results for, yes.
The first inning, I had 5 for 50.
So you're 3 for at stumps, you wake up and take another 2, your first 5 for on debut.
Didn't even bowl 11 overs.
Didn't even bowl 11, 10 point something.
10.2 for 5 for 50.
Beautiful.
On the same pitch that Jason Gillespie couldn't take a wicket.
I think we put them on again. I think we batted again. I'm not sure if it did, but they batted again. We were not getting wickets, and I did the breakthrough again for our team. Did I get somebody out?
I can tell you, you got Richard Grant out, who was opening. You got the both openers out.
They
the two.
They were scoring runs. They were not getting out, and then I came around the wicket. I could get them bowled.
Now, Amy, we're starting to run out of time here.
Yes, mate.
You've got a job.
You've got training.
You've got a job to do very shortly. So we're gonna have to fast forward just quickly back to you back arriving in Hong Kong again. Tell us, when did coaching become the option for you?
It's a great story again. The same club I was very shy of entering. this 2010 winter, I was heading to Australia to play club cricket. Good friend of mine, Afzal Haider, he sort of saw me. He said, "Come and play a game for us."
Yeah.
And I had a side strain at that time. I was a bit struggling. I said, "No." I said, "Okay, I'll play." I went to play. I think I don't know if I played for Templars or whichever team Afzal was playing. I played for one of the teams then.
Yeah.
And I bowled one of my first or second ball. I bowled off over the keeper, one bounce for. Apparently, it was Harsh Khatri was the keeper.
Yeah.
I didn't know that anybody back then
Yeah.
at KCC. And so anyway, I played that game against Scorpion, must have been. So I went to Australia. Matt Collins contacted me. Would you fancy playing for us next year? I say, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, even though I had no clue about Hong Kong cricket. So I came back. I stopped over in Hong Kong. Played in another game for them, but I'm not sure. But I sort of signed a deal with the KCC, and then the club. I was very shy of entering from the back gate. I came through the front gate as a coach.
Yeah, straight through the front
professional.
door. Yeah, isn't that
Yeah.
wonderful?
Yeah, that was the story. This is what I was trying to say. That
Yeah.
the story basically is
Yeah.
that where I came and what happened, and then I came back to KCC as a professional.
We hear that a lot on
That's
My Story
wonderful.
of things that happen throughout life and then
It's
brings you
crazy.
back to being
It's crazy.
exactly
It's
how you
crazy.
got to be where we are today.
Yeah,
From a
but-
little boy too shy, standing at the ground to, as you say, walking the front
And
door as a
me
coach.
and Ryan Campbell was a professional for the club.
Yeah.
Campbell was head
Yeah.
coach, and I was one of his assistants. And I spent 5 lovely years at KCC, one of the best time of my life.
Beautiful.
Still, I think one of my favorite grounds, one of the favorite places. I think
Yeah.
for me, I don't think I've seen or played or be at better place than Kowloon Club. It's always been one of the best places.
But now you're around here.
I was about to
USRC.
say, you're wearing a USRC cricket shirt.
have
So how
been-
did that happen?
Yeah, have been for a few years now.
And then, I
and,
mean, 5 years spending at KCC, I think it was a good time, great time. I think it was time to move on. And I saw there's a potential one of the youngest clubs in Hong Kong was USRC. Opportunity came. I thought I can pass on something, whatever I learned over the years. So the opportunity came and I signed up. I said initially it was only for 1 year. And things start happening, and this is my 6th season at USRC.
and now we look at USRC, we look at the Sunday League, and there's 2 USRC teams in Division 1. There's not 2 KCC teams.
All HKC.
There's not 2 HKCC teams. There's
I mean,
not
I
2
think maybe we're
Pakistan
lucky.
or LSWs. There's 2 USRC teams.
Yeah, I
even.
mean, I don't take any credits for that. I think
Well, you are the
the setup.
senior coach. You've got to take some credit, even
Yeah,
if
I
you're
mean,
being humble.
no, we as a team, the work we've done for past 5-6 years, we have a very very good team. The people who work behind the scene, they have supported me anything and everything, whatever I recommended. Thanks to them, they followed. We didn't have the culture here of cricket.
Yeah.
I joined.
Yeah.
I saw people who used to smoke in the nets. None of them used to wear.
Is that a problem? Oh, sorry.
It is a problem for me.
Rightly so.
None of the players were wearing same uniform.
No-
If there were 20 people, there were 20 different uniforms.
Lack of discipline.
I mean, not that it was anyone's fault.
Yeah,
That's how the
That's how it
culture-
was. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what.
sure.
But it took us. It was challenging.
Yeah.
Our junior program wasn't as strong. Our women teams wasn't as strong. Our even Sunday team wasn't as strong.
Sure.
Now we have 5-6 current national players. If some of them are fringe players, or some of them already played for Hong Kong, are on board for us, and a lot of good youngsters coming through as well. A lot of fast bowlers. Since I was a fast bowler, there's a lot of good.
Spent a lot of
fast
time
bowlers.
with them. I think
Yeah,
you remember Bushy and I talk about a lot about Hong Kong cricket is strong when there's depth. Okay, so to see 2 USRC teams in the Sunday League and having been a number of years not winning a Premier League game, but now winning Premier League games on a regular basis, that's just great for the game. That the strength is broadened now away from the clubs with the 2 grounds, right?
absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of hard work goes on. To be honest, our boys they're very keen, especially this year. The off season, the boys have worked really really hard, and the unity we have, the way we go on about our things. It's of course it's great for Hong Kong cricket when you have a when you have a strong competition within your domestic. It ends up benefiting the national setup as well. So I think we have the hard work we have put in over the years, for past 5-6 years. It's sort of paying off now, and what I see, we had a great win last week.
I was
against
just
PSG.
about to mention that. You smashed my pack, boys. Absolutely spanked. Got them all out for about half the amount of runs. It was a big win on the Monday.
Absolutely.
And if you notice the scorecard, I mean, everyone chipped in. No one scored a 50 from us, but we still
Yeah.
managed to score 270.
We
It's everyone. It's basically
be
what I
fair,
said, team game.
all covered in the outs and ins.
Yes, I already covered earlier in the podcast, but I will say one person in the team did score 50. Mr. Extras. PACC may have been a little loose with the ball.
Yeah,
But that still puts you an 80-run win, even if they didn't bowl an extra. So that's a huge win for the elite team this week. And the Vagabonds, sometimes they get a game. They've had some troubles
Yeah.
with rain.
Yeah, we
getting
have
games.
Vagabonds have a game on this weekend and the
Yeah.
next weekend as well. They're playing PSCC on the weekend, so I'm looking forward to see them play, because this will be the second game. We have everyone back playing, because a lot of the boys were on tour with the veterans. In
Yeah,
Pakistan.
look, I mean, that.
And Anas Khan was with the Asian Games.
How well did he go in the Asian Games? He was outstanding, wasn't he?
Unbelievable.
He was outstanding.
Great spinner, and he can bat. So I think we'll have a good strength, and I think this Sunday will be fun.
I think you're well placed, and
Yeah.
I just think it's I think it's a credit to you. I think it's a credit to everyone in the cricket section at USRC that the club is as strong as it is, not just at the Sunday League, Div 1 and Premier League level, but also the juniors coming through. And you touched on that, and I think that's a great strength, because that's the future of the game. Imran, Arif, absolute pleasure for you to sit down with us today. It really is. Great to talk to you. What a great story, from standing outside KCC as a young guy, too shy to go in there as one of the senior coaches, and then to branch out and help build cricket in Hong Kong at a club like USRC. Absolute credit to you, and thanks for joining us, mate.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, mate. Speak soon. Okay, it's time for another My Story. We're down here at the USRC, the beautiful USRC, with head coach Mr. Imran Arif. Imran, welcome.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for coming over. Obviously, first of all, I should be welcoming you boys to USRC.
That's very
Nice to
kind,
have
mate. Very, very kind. But it's an absolute privilege for you to give up your time to speak to our listeners. So thank you for that.
Pleasure.
And it's not the first time we've dropped down to USRC, and it's not the first time we've talked to Imran. We saw him at the Nets early on in the season, but this is a full My Story today, boss.
That's right, and it won't be the last time we're at USRC, I can assure you, Imi. But, mate, look, absolute welcome. Thanks for giving up your time. With My Story, as you know, I know you've listened to all of them so far. We like to finish up with what you're doing now, but where we like to start is your story, and take us back to maybe when did you first fall in love with cricket? When did you pick up that first bat or first ball? Where were you? Just let us know.
It started very young. I would have been probably 12, 13, and always had a love for the game. Watching Pakistan play, going back into 90s, I would say mid 90s.
Yeah.
It was back in Hong Kong,
Okay.
actually. Up at Shaki May, I mean, there's a water reservoir at Shaki May. We used to play table cricket there, and I was very young, but extremely fast for my age.
Fast bowlers
I was
at that age?
fast. I was extremely fast for my age, and I was I used to play with the lot older, lot grown-ups boys, people I used to play with. There used to be a lot of table competitions back in the day.
What's table cricket? I don't know what table
It's
cricket is.
basically a tennis ball. They just apply tape on it and they play.
Okay.
There's some part of Hong Kong, a lot of Pakistani community.
Tape ball cricket. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
huge.
Yeah. Massive. Yeah.
It's huge in
Yeah.
Pakistan, and the same tradition we carry it in Hong Kong. You see it around sports grounds in Hong Kong. A lot of juniors are still playing table cricket, and I think that's one of the reasons. As a coach, I've got to find out. That's one of the reasons why Pakistan have a lot of fast bowlers. Why they bowl so fast, because the table is very light.
Yeah.
And you tend to put more force in. That gives you quick arm speed, and you basically end up bowling very fast.
So you said you were at Shep Kim May playing tape ball. When did you first? Were you born in Hong Kong?
No, I wasn't. I was born in Kashmir. That's where I'm from, and I sort of joined in.
When did you arrive in Hong Kong?
92, 93. I was very young.
So you went to school here, obviously, you were 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Was it a cricket school or a
no,
school known for cricket?
No,
You were the only cricketer there?
I didn't play any school cricket actually. I was just here with the family for a few years, not too long. But the cricket was played, and initially when I came in Hong Kong, there was no cricket. I didn't even hear anyone playing cricket. But eventually, a few of my cousins, they was going on Sundays to play cricket. I said, "Where you guys go?" I mean, "Oh, we go to play cricket." I said, "Where?" So they sort of took me along, and I was naturally bowler. I could bowl, and obviously the elder boys they saw me bowling, and I was quite sharp, and I would have been 13, 14, if that. And for them, I was quick.
Yeah.
And at that point, I didn't know what was the crease and what it was. I used to bowl behind the stump, and I got called no ball because I wasn't even reaching the stump. But now we know we can actually bowl from behind the
That's
stump.
right.
I was getting people bowled by bowling behind the
So
stump.
bowling 24 yards.
Maybe. But I think in table it's a bit shorter. Would have been 20 maybe,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
still long for my age. And I was getting people bowled, and there was some potential. And that's how it started.
Yeah.
But there's a funny story to it. We can discuss that in a bit, how I picked up the hardball and stuff. how that
Okay.
started.
So, I mean, you're 12, 13, you're playing tape ball.
Yeah.
Where'd you get involved in club cricket or next
Absolutely no.
form of cricket? What happened then?
Absolutely no club cricket at all. I didn't even know if there was any club cricket in Hong Kong.
Okay.
But at the same place, at the Shakib May Reservoir, where was a lot of cricket played, there was a hardball cricket match. Somebody just arranged it, and I went on to be part of it. And I had one of my best friends, still my friend. He was a batsman. He went to Dahlia schools, and he was a very, very good batsman, actually. Mohammed Nazim, he lives in UK now. So he went on to play, and he said, "Oh, there was like a ball, I play short." They said, "Come along," and I could actually just, I was bowling, and I was bowling off spin, and I was turning it mile. And my at time, my favorite player was Seklan Mushtaq. I don't know why, even though Imran Khan and these Wazim Akram and Waka Yunus was obviously fast bowlers, but me being fast bowler, my role model was Seklan. So I was watching him, and I could actually bowl like him. I could bowl a doosra, I could bowl off spin. It was turning square, and I was bowling spin. I bowled spin in that match with a hard ball, first time hard ball match, and I got a few people out with that spin, and then things start kicking on. I got called to play at DBS back then, DBS boys school down in Mont Cope.
Yeah.
I was asked to play a league match. I don't know what it was, Saturday or something.
On the field in
On the
DBS, yeah.
DBS,
Yeah,
they used to play
beautiful.
cricket pitch.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I got called up to play that match. There was Sri Lankan professor, university professor, I forgot his name. I was very young. I don't know what was his name. But he used to arrange games, and obviously he was short of players. And I was one of the guys who came in to fill in. And I went to play, and I bowled off spin again. And I got a few wickets, to my surprise. And there was a Lal Jai Singh, ex-Hong Kong coach. He was apparently watching the game at the stands or somewhere or behind the trees. I don't know what.
You had no idea.
I
He was
had
playing
no
the
idea.
game,
I
yeah.
mean, back then I couldn't even speak English. I had no idea.
This bold.
Just bowled, just loved cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
So innings finished. In those innings break, we were having a massive feast, beautiful lunch that Sri Lankan professor used to bring everything from home. Used to feed people for fun. So we were having that, and this guy approached me. I didn't know who this guy was. He goes, "Oh, fancy playing cricket for club?" I said, "Yeah, why not?" Because come Wednesday, come to this place. I said, "Where?" Kowloon Cricket Club on Wednesday. And I said, "Okay." I mean, my friend who said, "Imran, that's a very, very good opportunity. You should go." Even though he wasn't even playing any club cricket, he goes, "Imran, you should go." I said, "Okay, I will go." But I was very shy boy.
Yeah.
I had no confidence. So what happened next was very funny. Come Wednesday, I went, and obviously now it's very familiar to Kowloon Cricket Club. I was there for whatever.
Sure.
So I went to there's a garden. Obviously we have a garden at the back entrance.
Mhm.
There's a cricket nets were going on. People are playing. I went to the garden, the park, saw people playing. I got so nervous. I didn't even go in.
Oh, no.
I didn't.
Really?
I didn't.
Really?
So you just sat in the park watching it.
Watched for about 5-10 minutes. I had no confidence
Yeah.
to go in.
Yeah.
Not as a cricketer.
Yeah.
As a person, maybe.
Yeah.
I've got no idea what. what was the reason, but I had no confidence. I didn't know. I thought this place is alien for me. Like I don't know. I thought I was out of place.
Yeah.
So I didn't go. I didn't go in. I chose not to. I was young, shy, scared. I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever the reason was, I just didn't go in.
Wow.
It just stopped. From there on, nothing happened after that. I left Hong Kong after, that would have been 94, 95 maybe.
Yeah.
This thing happened.
Yeah.
Obviously, back then, used to play Sixers, used to play at KCC. There was one World 11 against Australia. There was a match in 95. I remember that very well. Like, I've still got a picture of that.
Yeah.
Like Stephen Waugh, Mark Waugh, Shane Warne came.
Yeah.
World 11 had Sean Pollock come. It was an amazing team. And we were like ball boys, picking up the balls and throwing it back.
Huge.
That place, those memories was amazing. But that thing, I was coming back to that story. I mean, I just didn't go.
Wow.
It didn't happen. I didn't, because I was a off spinner.
Yeah.
I just didn't go. And slowly but surely, then later on, I left Hong Kong, went to England.
So then
in 97, would have been end of 97, we left. I just left England. Sorry, left Hong Kong, went to England.
So it was 97 you went to England. And that's when you really started playing cricket.
We left Hong Kong.
Yeah.
To start with, I went back to Kashmir.
Okay, Kashmir.
With my parents, a few years there.
Yeah.
And early 2000, I went to UK. We moved there. And that's the next part. I mean, we can discuss that, how that happened.
Let's discuss it now. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, again, first few months, season was probably ending. Again, I didn't know if there was any cricket or at all. I mean, I just went in there. It happened to be Adil Rashid's family. I just got to be a neighbor to Adil Rashid, playing for England right now.
Yeah.
A very young boy back then. He would have been 12, 13, then 12 maybe.
Right.
So we were like neighbors, and his father was amazing, man. I mean, he used to take his own boys. Adil Rashid had two more brothers other than him. Good players. They just didn't make it.
Yeah.
But we were like together playing in streets and all that. Maybe under the cellar sometime. We just go to his house. And I used to bowl, bat, whatever.
Just young blokes playing cricket everywhere.
Smashing the ball and breaking stuff.
Annoying the parents, annoying mum. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But Adil Rashid's father was amazing, man. Wherever he took his sons, I was along. He took me along.
Brilliant.
Like, amazing. Like,
brilliant.
Club called Bradford and Bingley.
Yeah.
We started playing cricket, and I was lucky or whatever. Ex-Hong Kong captain and wicketkeeper batsman Patrick Fordham was captain of that club. I don't know how.
Really?
And I went there. I was one of the best fielders at that time. I don't know why. They said I was a very good fielder. They picked me in first team, age of 16.
Straight into the first.
Straight into the first team. I mean, playing in the Bradford League, one of the best leagues in the world.
Yeah, that's right.
In England. I mean, I'm not sure about the world, but one of the best leagues in.
Very strong.
One of the best leagues in England. They just picked me as a fielder. I just told him a few stories. Oh yeah, I saw you taking a stump out of Mohammad Zubair. He got hat-trick in a Sixers match against West Indies. And Patrick Fordham was a wicket keeper. He was standing up to 140 speed. Like, he was quick. The third wicket was stump off the fast ball.
Can handle himself.
And he was up at Hong Kong football club. Hong Kong, the football ground.
Yeah.
So that's the only sixes happened there. Pakistan won that. But Hong Kong beat West Indies, and Mohammad Zubair got hat-trick. And I just reminded him that story. Yes.
Yeah, that's back and you knew him.
But anyway, so I just started playing cricket whole year.
Play through Bradford
League. That's where I started playing. But I was bowling fast, not spinning.
Yeah, the spin was been given away.
It was given away in Hong Kong. I probably lost it in Hong Kong. But I was bowling fast when I was in Hong Kong, in England. And in whole year, I probably bowled 10, 15 overs, if that.
Right.
I didn't get to bowl maybe 1 or 2 wickets in those overs because I was playing as a fielder. And this season, I got nominated, or I got given Fielder of the Year of the league, not the club.
Yeah.
Which was nice because that's how it started.
That's what you're doing,
Then following year again, Patrick Ford retired, so I had to go down to the second team, which was fine because that's where I should have started.
Yeah.
I went there. It was a bit of struggle.
Did you get more of a bowl?
I got more bowling, but I was a batter.
Yeah.
It was batting me, opening the batting and stuff. I was just smashing the ball.
Yeah.
I just loved
hitting the ball.
Just loved hitting the ball. Just continue playing for a couple of years. Then there was one of my friend.
Yep. Yeah, one of your friends.
And one of my friend, he said, "Oh, there's a trials going on at one of the cricket clubs. Do you want to go and try? He was playing for the same club with me at Bilateral Bingley, and I said, yeah, why not? I was working as well at the same time, so I said, let's go. Whole night I was working. We woke up, well, didn't even sleep. Just went to the trials at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I went there, and the guy who took me, he was quicker. He was a quick bowler. We thought he was very quick. He didn't get picked. I got picked. I
Right.
don't know why. Maybe I bamboozled everyone with
So
that
who,
scene.
what was the name of that club?
Saltaire, Jim Laker, if you remember.
Yeah, Jim Laker.
He played for that club. The
Okay.
guy who took 19 wickets in
Yeah,
Test match.
Yeah,
20th was run out.
Yeah.
So he played for that club.
Yeah.
That club sort of they just took me. They said,
Yeah.
"Oh, come and play for us."
yeah. You're in.
I'm in, and then I played of one first friendly match. I took 5 wickets. Then they just
Oh,
signed
wow.
me up on very low price
Yeah.
for free lunch. It was a free lunch. They said, "Oh, you'll get free lunch. Come and play for us." I did, and I ended up getting not many wickets, but I think I got 56 or 57 overs. I got to bowl in the whole year.
Brilliant.
Even though first match I got 5 wickets, but I didn't get to bowl too many overs. Again, I got 13 or 14 wickets, which was
Yeah.
which was nothing. Again, I was disappointed. I mean, at the end of the year was wasted.
So how many years in total did you play in England before you came back to Hong Kong?
2003, my cricket sort of kicked on. 3, 4, 5, and then I turned professional after that. Like in 2007, 8, I turned.
So what was that decision, turning professional? What was that like, and who was that for?
I mean, this is the story I was going into.
yeah.
The story I was finishing. I was
Yeah.
going to give up then, and then I said, no, come and play. We'll basically going to raise your money and stay.
Okay.
I mean, money wasn't everything, but they said we'll give you some money. And then following year, I ended up taking 40 wickets. They gave me an opportunity, 39 or 40 wickets, which was good in that div run. Again, after another year, they said, "Oh, we'll double whatever we're giving you now." I said, "Okay, why not? I'll stay."
Okay, on to something here, yeah.
Yes, because back then Rana Naveedul Hassan was playing for Pakistan, and he was the one who was topping the wickets for 2-3 years. And when they said they'll double it, I played and I topped the wickets
Wow.
season.
This was for
Saltaire, the same
Okay,
club.
Saltaire.
Yeah, Saltaire Cricket Club. So I topped the wickets that year. The manager was the guy was Simon Hicks was the manager. He put my name forward for the counties. Like the counties should look at.
Yeah.
I didn't know how fast I was, but I
Yeah.
was told I was fast.
Yeah.
I thought I was bowling probably high 70s,
Yeah.
if that. 77, 78. I thought I was quick, but
Yeah.
that's about it. He put my name forward to Sussex, Yorkshire, everyone just sort of had a look at me, and then even Yorkshire. I started the trial training with Yorkshire. Like my one of the best friend, Adil Rashid, was already made it sort of into academy.
Okay.
And he was sort of trialing with them. Like he was 13, 14, but wasn't playing, but he was sort of into the academy. But anyways, with the Yorkshire Academy, and things start happening, and then they picked me for one of the first game, 2-day match at Durham, I guess, Durham Academy. Me, Adil Rashid from Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Guess what? Johnny Bairstow was playing.
No.
At 14 years old.
No way.
I didn't believe that. But Johnny Bairstow was playing. Mark Stoneman.
Yeah.
David Milan was in opponent team. We went there, and Brothwaite played for England as well.
Yeah.
Leg spinner. He was playing for them too. So, we went there. Milan scored 100. Stoneman scored 100 against us. I bowled probably 17, 18 overs with no wicket, but decent figures. 17 overs for about 30 odd runs.
Tight, yeah.
And batting, I stayed not out for about 20 or 22, 23. Second innings, they said I can go up. And so Adil Rashid made 178 on his debut. All of us made debut in that game. He made 178 with the bat.
Well battered.
Unbelievable.
Goodness me.
Like he smashed it. As 14 years old,
Yeah.
batting and smashing. I remember Johnny Bairstow came out in his tears, like crying. I said, this kid will never play. This is exactly what my words. I said,
Yeah.
this kid will never play.
He'll
What is
never
he
go
doing with
anywhere.
this? He's not going to get anywhere. I mean, anyways.
He's still whinging when he gets out.
Oh, unbelievable. So, anyways, so Adil Rashid made 178, and then the second inning they said I can bowl a bit higher because obviously they had county bowlers already. I was just trialing.
Yeah.
So I got Milan out, Stoneman out,
Yeah.
second innings.
Wow.
Obviously, they weren't. The Milan wasn't Milan.
Yeah, no. It was
Yeah, but-
Milan at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, now I'm thinking, yeah, I got him out.
Yeah,
One
of
the
course.
good- one of the good wickets. Yeah, so got him out, and then they were only 2 down. I got both of those wickets, and then they declared, and we batted again. I got 20 odd runs
Yeah.
out with the bat. That was my start of the sort of professional career. Then we played against Gilmorgan at Cardiff against our academy, and then things didn't happen at Yorkshire, and I've sort of given up again.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I thought I'm just wasting my time.
Just mentally had given up.
No, not mentally. At Yorkshire, we were not getting opportunities
Right,
because
right.
you know the recent things happen, all those.
Yeah, of course.
I don't want to mention anything.
No,
but
no,
it
no,
was
no,
quite
no.
tough.
Yeah,
It
sure.
was
Yeah.
being Asians.
Yeah.
It was very, very tough.
Yeah.
Whatever happened there, I saw it in my own eyes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Azim Rafiq and all those people that were there. That was sort of coming
Terrible.
up. We
Yeah.
saw everything, so
Yeah.
it was tough. So
Yeah.
people sort of said, if you try somewhere else, there's a better chance.
Give it a crack.
Yeah. So Sussex I went to.
Yeah.
And the player I was sort of grew up admiring, Saklan Mushtaq, was playing for that county.
No.
I got to live with him for 3 months in
No
the
way.
same house.
Really?
Yeah, he cooked food for me. It was
Oh, wow,
unbelievable.
wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow. What a thrill.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, my first class match against one of the uni teams. It was more of a rain affected game. We batted. We made like 290 odd. Luke Wright was captain for our team. He made about 100, I think. A few of the guys as well. And bowling came, and there was not much time. It was wet, and I came. I steamed in 4 overs, 4 made in 2 wickets.
Wow.
It rained off.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was Rana Vidulhasan, who was playing in the same league as me, but he was playing for that team. Mushtaq Ahmed was playing for that team as well.
Yeah.
So back then, 2 overseas was allowed, but Saklan was playing as a local.
Right.
So all those 3 guys were there, and I steamed in. I actually bowled fast. Apparently, they said I was bowling fast.
Really quick.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Went to Kent the second game. I got injured. I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
I did my shoulder. So suddenly I was bowling rapid, and next day I couldn't even bowl.
You're broken. Yeah.
I don't know whatever happened. I just didn't. I chose not to tell anyone. I was
Yeah.
again the personality
Yeah.
was the issue.
Yeah.
Sort of I didn't tell anybody.
Yeah. You kept it.
And they said,
to
"What's
yourself.
going on, Imran? Why you not like?" I couldn't even throw the ball.
Yeah.
I couldn't bowl. And at the end they said, "Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You can go home."
Yeah.
After 3 months trials, it didn't happen.
Yeah.
So I just
Carrying that.
I
injury
just
around.
left. That was 2006.
Yeah.
I'm talking about. And I sort of came to then winter came. I gave up. I said, "No, I'm not playing anymore." Not realizing that with the teams, even at the same time, Worcestershire one of the counties, they came for me. I'll play 1 game for Hampshire. I broke my bowling finger. It was a nightmare. So I just sort of gave up. The same season I played for Sussex. The same
So you
season.
gave up. How long did you give up for?
This season was sort of coming to end, but I just said I'm not going to play anymore because the shoulder was giving me headaches.
Yeah.
And I sort of said I trialed for Worcestershire. I went there and I was losing interest because the pain was getting worse.
Yeah, too much.
And Worcester said they will get in touch following year because season was over, finishing, and then it was a time when we have a long winters
Yeah.
in England. I just worked through the winter. I worked, and then summer came. No one bothered contacting me, and I didn't chase anyone.
That was
either.
that.
And I was like, I said, "Nah, I'm not going to even play at all." Damien De Oliveira, he was the coach. He called me up following season when season started. That was April. He goes, "Imran, are you interested in playing? We have a few bowlers short. Some of the bowlers are injured. Come and play for us." I said, "No, mate, I'm not coming. I don't want to play." And he was like, "You sure? What's wrong?" I said, "No, I'm not good. I'm not playing."
Yeah.
That week didn't happen. Next week he run me again. He goes, "Imran, fancy playing a game? We have bowlers short and just come." I said, "No, I'm not playing." He goes, "Imran, whatever." He spoke to me nicely. He goes, "Imran, just come down. Whatever happens, let it be. Just
Yeah.
come."
Yeah.
So
So who was this for? Which train?
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire, right?
Yeah, so I went to sort of play, but the rain. Game got called off because of rain. We didn't get to play.
Typical England.
Yeah. And then they said, "Oh, there's a trial's going to happen at Malvern College." You must know Malvern College, one of the most popular schools in England, private schools.
Yeah.
So there was a trials going on, and they said, "Come down." and I was living in Bradford, Yorkshire, Worcestershire. Further, Malvern is further on. It's like 5 hours drive. Me, Adrashi's brother, few of our friends, all of us. Okay, let's go. Let's go drive.
Yeah.
And let's see how.
If nothing else, it'll be a
yeah,
day out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every day out. Now halfway to the trip, our car broke down. It didn't. Things were not happening. So, anyways, we somehow got there. We were supposed to get there at 9. We got there at 11. Game was already started. Moeen Ali was smashing it because Moeen Ali was playing for Worcestershire.
Oh,
He was on like 80 or 90.
Yeah.
Straight onto the park. They said, just come and bowl. I went there, got Moeen Ali out straight away.
Yeah.
James Taylor, remember the short guy, played for England, played Ashes.
Yes.
Retired because of heart issue.
Yeah.
He was playing, got him out. Took 5 wickets in 4 overs.
Wow.
And the coach said, Imran, you can have a rest, go out.
Yeah.
We don't need you. We've seen you now.
Job done.
Just go out
Yeah.
because they wanted, the team to score runs.
Yes.
Whatever. I mean, they've seen it.
Yeah.
It was all footage, all taped up.
Yeah.
So I just went off and Moeen, I didn't know Moeen then. I knew of Moeen. I knew his family and stuff, but didn't know
Yeah.
who was Moeen, like as a person. So Moeen, he just nodded.
Very good.
And I said, okay. He was England under 19 captain
Yeah.
at that time. He played under 19 already. So
Graham Hick in that team as well.
absolutely, I'm coming to that story. And
Mm.
this is all attached. So then they really liked me. They said, Imran, we would like to have you on board. Just come with us. So that's when I went to play against England under 19. England under 19 had a trip, so we went to Loughborough University to play. England under 19 made 320, I think, 2 wickets down. I took both of those wickets.
Mm.
We batted. I went at number 9 to bat. We needed like 15, 16 runs in 2 overs. I hit 2 fours. First ball 6, then 2 fours, and I think we won the game by I got 3-4 balls to spare. I don't know how that happened, but it did.
But it did, yeah.
It did. I mean, coach really liked me. I mean, whatever I was doing, it was
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah, it was working.
And then following week, he said we have a game against Yorkshire. A team wasn't giving people chances. As he said, we have a game against Yorkshire at Yorkshire. You playing? I said, all right, I'll go. They had everyone playing. They had all the first teamers. Like they had no game. All the first teamers were playing in second team. Friend of mine, Adil Rashid, was playing for that team too.
Wow.
So a lot of good players were playing. Tim Dresden were playing as
Yeah.
well. Mark Lawson. There's a lot of big names
Yeah.
were playing. So they scored like 570 batting first. I took 5 wickets
Yeah.
out of that. And obviously, we had all the staff. People who were playing for were still all contracted players. Ahead of them, I took 5 wickets in that game. Out of 570, I had 5 wickets. And batting came, I made 40, 38, 40. Batted through, faced my own friend, because I knew what he does.
Yeah, what was coming?
Just blocked him. I said, man,
Yeah.
I'm not going to hit you. Just block him. They're 30 or 38 now. Now we didn't make enough runs. They put us in a game to bat. So I 20 odd again with a bat. That season, that would have been 2006 or 2007, maybe 2007. See, that was the last game of the season because it was the trial. These things were happening, and then again they said we'll call you back in winter. No one called, and my shoulder was getting worse.
Yeah.
It happened at Canterbury. It just continued going on over a year now, and I was playing through that pain and all that. Then end of the winter gone, summer came, new season starting, and then Worcestershire called me again, come and play for us. 2 or 3 weeks into the season, I went to play. I started taking wickets. Initially, I insisted I didn't want to play, but then they said, "Nah, come and play." I was taking wickets. Every game, I was taking 2-3 wickets. By end of May, I was leading wicket taker in the country.
Wow.
The twos cricket.
Yeah.
And they said we'll go. They offered me contract. I signed a contract with them. It was twos cricket, but it was
Yep.
sort of something happening.
Yeah.
And I said, there was something started, and I said, yeah, well, see, the first team had Vikram Solanki playing for them, Gareth Batty, Simon Jones, Steve Davis,
Very handy.
Ben Smith, Graham Hick, you mentioned early on. He was playing for them. Matt Mason from Australia,
Yeah.
he is currently coach for one of the ladies' team, or maybe Perth's coaches, bowling coach, I think. So he was playing. It was a great team, big team. And then once I signed contract, I was taking wickets in 3-day cricket as well as one-day cricket. And there was Fidel Edward was overseas player for some reason he couldn't make it. And I wasn't allowed to play as a local because I just newly moved into the country.
Yeah.
I could. There was only way I could play was as overseas.
That one overseas spot.
So Fidelity couldn't make it. They needed someone to fill in that spot, and I was taking wickets. They said, "We're gonna have you playing." Well, I was supposed to go home after 2 days matches, 2 games I played in cup and 1-day matches. After that, I was going home. Again, Worcestershire is quite far from Yorkshire, 3-4 hours drive,
Yeah.
4 hours drive, over 200 miles maybe. I was supposed to go home, and that night they said, "Nah, you're staying over. We booked hotel for you. You're staying over. Come and train with first team." That was my first attraction with the first team with Graham Hick and all these boys. And I went there and I bowled, and Sam Moeen Ali said to me, because we speak the same language, he said, "Imran, don't make a fool of me." Because he saw me, he seen me already in twos cricket.
Yeah.
He was playing 1-day cricket with me and Steve Davis as well. He went on to play for England.
Yeah.
Wicketkeeper batsman. They were good friends, and then they both said, "Imran, because please look after us, don't kill us in the nets."
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why they were saying that, but anyways. So Worcestershire took NOC from Pakistan Cricket Board. I don't know for what reason, but anyways, because I had that nationality,
Yeah.
Pakistani passport. So they said they took my NOC. The PCB said, "Yeah, we have no issue. You can play him as overseas or whatever." Next day, it was Wednesday, and they said we were gonna have another training session. We had a training session. Thursday was match. But they didn't tell me that I was playing. They just told me just come down. So that, and then sorry, actually, they told me I'm playing. They told me I'm in 11. Sorry. Vikram Solanki was captain. He goes, "You are playing me. You are playing tomorrow."
Yep.
For me, it was the biggest thing because that's actually a first-class match.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
gonna make a debut for first-class match, 4-day cricket. Up until then, I played only 3 days.
Yeah.
So I went back to hotel. I couldn't sleep all night, whole night.
So all the hesitations over the years, all the hurdles, all the injuries. Tomorrow's the day.
Tomorrow's the day, and that was one of the biggest match of my life. I said, okay, I was like feeling so fresh, but I wanted to sleep, couldn't sleep. It was 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the night. I was looking at the seedings, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5, 6. I was supposed to get up at 6:30 to have a breakfast and get to the ground. Ground was only walking distance from there. So whole night I did not sleep. So when they presented my cap, 449, 449th player playing for Worcestershire. So I got my cap. We won the toss. We batted. We made over 500 something runs. Whole day, obviously, we batted. So again, I went back to the hotel. I couldn't sleep again
Oh dear.
because I'm a bowler. I need to bowl.
That's right.
The cap wasn't.
Get tired.
The cap was nothing. I need to bowl. So again, I couldn't sleep. Honestly, I could not sleep. Those 2 nights in a row, I didn't sleep. Again, woke up in the morning. Well, got up in the morning, went to the ground. We batted again. First day we were over 300. Second day we batted till tea. So we made 530 or 570, whatever. It must be on the Google. You can Google my first ever match against Gulmorgan, 2007 or 2008. So we were supposed to bowl now. Opening bowler was Kabir Ali, played for England, and Matt Mason. First change was Simon Johns. I was about to bowl. It started raining.
Oh no.
So we came off for 15-20 minutes. I went back on, and we went back on to bowl. I was the one bowling. David Hemp. He's I think current Pakistan women's coach. He was batting. 13th ball, I got my first wicket. It was David Hemp.
Fantastic.
I just want to point out, if it's the game I'm looking at, you guys scored that huge total, and the lead bowler for Glamorgan at the time was Jason Gillespie.
Absolutely.
Oh, really?
Yes. Took no wickets for the entire game.
Goodness me.
And I don't know what's coming up in the second innings.
Goodness
but
me. Goodness me.
I think I don't remember, but now since you mentioned, I think I do. Now I know. Okay. So 13th ball, first wicket, 17th ball, second wicket, 19th ball, third wicket. So I had first 19 balls, I had 3 wickets.
So you're 3 for?
3 for, just in first 3 overs. So day ended. I had 3 for 11 or whatever.
Happy days.
Second day. So it was on Sky Sports back. I mean, Sky Sports still exists, but your name. You once you see your name
Yeah.
coming on Sky Sports, it means a lot. Because that's what I've been looking at
Yeah,
throughout my
Of course.
life. And then I
course.
saw Imran Arif 3 for 13 or whatever it
Yeah.
was. It was nice.
Yeah.
Good feeling.
There you are.
I think it was footage as well. People sort of ringing me, messaging me, Imran, well done.
Beautiful.
Really, really good. Even my own friend, Adil Rashid,
Yeah.
Amar Rashid, because his father, because they was the one actually I made it, thanks to them.
Yeah, beautiful.
And they just contacted me.
all
Everyone,
the
like,
people,
all my
all the people who put in
all
work
my
with you over the years.
club mates, like, were so happy, contacted me. And then that night, I don't know what happened. I just went to sleep. I slept like a baby.
3 to 13
Yeah.
helps.
So I slept very comfortably. Next day, we came back, and I had a 5 for first inning. I took 5 wickets.
Okay.
Yeah, I had 2.
It was the first innings that I saw the
Yeah.
results for, yes.
Yeah, the first inning I
a
had 5
fiver.
for 50.
So you're 3 for at stumps, you wake up and take
Yeah.
another 2, your first
Yeah.
5 for on debut.
Didn't even bowl 11 overs.
I didn't over 11, 10 point something.
10.2 for 5 for 50.
Beautiful.
That was
On the
my-
same pitch that Jason Gillespie couldn't take a wicket.
I think we put them on again. I think I don't know, we batted again. I'm not sure if it did, but they batted again. We were not getting wickets, and I did the breakthrough again for our team. Did I get somebody out?
Right.
I can tell you, you got Richard Grant out, who was opening.
There you
Oh,
go.
you got the both openers out.
Yeah, both
They're the two. That
Yeah,
was
they were
breakthrough.
scoring runs. They were not getting out, and then I came around the wicket. I could get them bowled.
Now, Amy, we're starting to run out of time here.
Yes, mate.
You've got a job.
You've got training.
You've got a job to do very shortly.
So
So
wouldn't it-
we're gonna have to fast forward just
Absolutely.
quickly
Yeah,
back
sorry.
to you back arriving in Hong Kong again. Tell us, when did coaching become the option for you?
It's a great story again. The same club I was very shy of entering. This 2010 winter, I was heading to Australia to play club cricket. Good friend of mine, Afzal Ahida, he sort of saw me. He said, "Come and play a game for us."
Yeah.
And I had a side strain at that time. I was a bit struggling. I said, "No." I said, "Okay, I'll play." I went to play. I think I don't know if I played for Templars or whichever team Afzal were playing. I played for one of the teams then.
Yeah.
And I bowled one of my first or second ball. I bowled off over the keeper, 1 bounce 4. Apparently it was Hirsch Khatri was the keeper.
Yeah.
I didn't know that anybody back then
Yeah.
at KCC. And so anyway, I played that game against Scorpion, must have been. So I went to Australia. Matt Collins contacted me. Would you fancy playing for us next year? I say, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And, I mean, even though I had no clue about Hong Kong cricket. So I came back. I stopped over in Hong Kong. Played another game for them, but I'm not sure. But I sort of signed a deal with the KCC, and then the club I was very shy of entering from the back gate. I came through the front gate as a coach.
Yeah, straight through the front
professional.
door. Yeah, isn't that
Yeah.
wonderful?
Yeah, that was the story. This is what I was trying to say. That
Yeah.
the story basically is
Yeah.
that where I came and what happened, and then I came back to KCC as a professional.
We hear that a lot on
That's
my
just
story
wonderful.
of things that happen throughout life and then
It's
brings you
crazy.
back to being
It's crazy.
exactly
It's
how you
crazy.
got to be where we are today.
Yeah,
From a
but-
little boy too shy, standing at the ground to, as you say, walking the front
And
door as a
me
coach.
and Ryan Campbell was a professional for the club.
Yeah.
Campbell was head
Yeah.
coach, and I was one of his assistants. And I spent 5 lovely years at KCC. One of the best time of my life.
Beautiful.
Still, I think one of my favorite grounds, one of the favorite places. I think
Yeah.
for me, I don't think I've seen or played or be at better place than Kowloon Cricket Club. It's always been one of the best places.
But now you're around here.
I was about to say,
USRC.
you're wearing a USRC cricket shirt.
have
So how
been-
did that happen?
Yeah, have been for a few years now.
And then, I
and,
mean, 5 years spending at KCC, I think it was a good time, great time. I think it was time to move on. And I saw there's a potential one of the youngest clubs in Hong Kong was USRC. Opportunity came. I thought I can pass on something, whatever I learned over the years. So the opportunity came and I signed up. I said initially it was only for 1 year. And things started happening, and this is my 6th season at USRC.
and now we look at USRC, we look at the Sunday League, and there's 2 USRC teams in Division 1. There's not 2 KCC teams.
Or HKC.
There's not 2 HKCC teams. There's
I mean,
not
I
2
think maybe we're
Pakistan
lucky.
or LSWs. There's 2 USRC teams.
Yeah, I
Jimmy.
mean, I don't take any credits for that. I think
Well, you are the
the setup.
senior coach. You've got to take some credit, even
Yeah,
if you're being humble.
No, we as a team, the work we've done for past 5-6 years, we have a very, very good team. The people who work behind the scene, they have supported me anything and everything, whatever I recommended, thanks to them, they followed. We didn't have the culture here of cricket. I joined. I saw people who used to smoke in the nets. None of them used to wear.
Is that a problem? Oh, sorry.
It is a problem for me.
Rightly so.
None of the players were wearing same uniform. If there were 20 people, there were 20 different uniforms.
Lack of discipline.
I mean, not that it was anyone's fault.
Yeah.
That's how
That's how it was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
Sure.
But it took us. It was challenging.
Yeah.
Our junior program wasn't as strong. Our women teams wasn't as strong. Our even Sunday team wasn't as strong.
Sure.
Now we have 5-6 current national players. Some of them are fringe players, or some of them already played for Hong Kong. On board for us, and a lot of good youngsters coming through as well. A lot of fast bowlers. Since I was a fast bowler, there's a lot of good.
Spent a lot of time with them. I think, Imran, Bushy and I talk about a lot about Hong Kong cricket is strong when there's depth. Okay, so to see 2 USRC teams in the Sunday League and having been a number of years not winning a Premier League game, but now winning Premier League games on a regular basis, that's just great for the game. That the strength is broadened now away from the clubs with the 2 grounds, right?
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of hard work goes on. To be honest, our boys they're very keen, especially this year. The off season, the boys have worked really, really hard, and the unity we have, the way we go on about our things. It's of course it's great for Hong Kong cricket when you have when you have a strong competition within your domestic. It ends up benefiting the national setup as well. So I think we have the hard work we have put in over the years, for past 5-6 years. It's sort of paying off now, and what I see. We had a great win last week.
I was just about to mention that. You smashed my pack, boys. Absolutely spanked. Got them all out for about half the amount of runs. It was a big win on the Monday.
Absolutely.
If you notice the scorecard, I mean, everyone chipped in. No one scored a 50 from us, but we still managed to score 270. It's everyone. It's basically what I said, team game.
All covered in the outs and ins.
Yes, already covered earlier in the podcast, but I will say one person in the team did score 50. Mr. Extras. PACC may have been a little loose with the ball.
Yeah.
But that still puts you an 80-run win, even if they didn't bowl an extra. So that's a huge win for the elite team this week. And the Vagabonds, sometimes they get a game. They've had some troubles with rain.
Yeah, we have a game on this weekend and next weekend as well. They're playing PACC on the weekend. So I'm looking forward to see them play, because this will be the second game. We have everyone back playing because a lot of the boys were on tour with the veterans.
Look, I mean that.
And Anas Khan was with the Asian Games.
How well did he go in the Asian Games? He was outstanding, wasn't he? He was outstanding.
Great spinner, and he can bat. So I think we'll have a good strength, and I think this Sunday will be fun.
I think you're well placed, and I just think it's I think it's a credit to you. I think it's a credit to everyone in the cricket section at USRC that the club is as strong as it is, not just at the Sunday League, Div 1 and Premier League level, but also the juniors coming through. And you touched on that, and I think that's a great strength, because that's the future of the game. Imran, Arif, absolute pleasure for you to sit down with us today. It really is. Great to talk to you. What a great story, from standing outside KCC as a young guy, too shy to go in there as one of the senior coaches, and then to branch out and help build cricket in Hong Kong at a club like USRC. Absolute credit to you, and thanks for joining us, mate.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, mate. Speak soon. Okay, it's time for another My Story. We're down here at the USRC, the beautiful USRC, with head coach Mr. Imran Arif. Imran, welcome.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for coming over. Obviously, first of all, I should be welcoming you boys to USRC.
That's very kind, mate. Very, very kind. But it's an absolute privilege for you to give up your time to speak to our listeners. So thank you for that.
Pleasure.
And it's not the first time we've dropped down to USRC, and it's not the first time we've talked to Imran. We saw him at the Nets early on in the season, but this is a full My Story today, boss.
That's right, and it won't be the last time we're at USRC, I can assure you, Immy. But, mate, look, absolute welcome. Thanks for giving up your time. With My Story, as you know, I know you've listened to all of them so far. We like to finish up with what you're doing now, but where we like to start is your story and take us back to maybe when did you first fall in love with cricket? When did you pick up that first bat or first ball? Where were you? Just let us know.
It started very young. I would have been probably 12, 13. Always had a love for the game. Watching Pakistan play. Going back into 90s, I would say mid 90s.
Yeah.
It was back in Hong Kong.
Okay.
Actually. Up at Shaki May. I mean, there's a water reservoir at Shaki May. We used to play table cricket there, and I was very young, but extremely fast for my age.
Fast bowlers
I was
at that age?
fast. I was extremely fast for my age, and I used to play with the lot older, lot grown-ups boys, people I used to play with. There used to be a lot of table competitions back in the day.
What's table cricket? I don't know what table
It's
cricket is.
basically a tennis ball. They just apply tape on it and they play.
Okay.
The sub part of Hong Kong, a lot of Pakistani community.
Tape ball cricket. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
huge.
Yeah. Massive. Yeah.
It's huge in
Yeah.
Pakistan, and the same tradition we carry it in Hong Kong. You see it around sports grounds in Hong Kong. A lot of juniors are still playing table cricket, and I think that's one of the reasons. As a coach, I've got to find out. That's one of the reasons why Pakistan have a lot of fast bowlers. Why they bowl so fast, because the table is very light.
Yeah.
And you tend to put more force in. That gives you quick arm speed, and you basically end up bowling very fast.
So you said you were at Shepkin May playing tape ball. When did you first? Were you born in Hong Kong?
No, I wasn't. I was born in Kashmir. That's where I'm from, and I sort of joined in.
When did you arrive in Hong Kong?
92. I was very young.
So you went to school here. Obviously, you were 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Was it a cricket school or a
no,
school known for cricket?
No.
You were the only cricketer there.
I didn't play any school cricket actually. I was just here with the family for a few years, not too long. But the cricket was played, and initially when I came in Hong Kong, there was no cricket. I didn't even hear anyone playing cricket. But eventually, a few of my cousins, they was going on Sundays to play cricket. I said, "Where you guys go?" I mean, we go to play cricket. I said, "Where?" so they sort of took me along, and I was naturally bowler. I could bowl, and the elder boys they saw me bowling, and I was quite sharp, and I would have been 13, 14, if that. And for them, I was quick.
Yeah.
And at that point, I didn't know what was the crease and what it was. And I used to bowl behind the stump, and I got called no ball because I wasn't even reaching the stump. But now we know we can actually bowl from behind the
That's
stump.
right.
I was getting people bowled by bowling behind the
So
stump.
bowling 24 yards.
Maybe. But I think in table it's a bit shorter. Would have been 20 maybe,
Yeah,
but still long for my age. And I was getting people bowled, and there was some potential. And that's how it started.
Yeah.
But there's a funny story to it, and we can discuss that in a bit, how I picked up the hard ball and stuff. how that
Okay.
started.
So I mean, you're 12, 13. You're playing tape ball.
Yeah.
Where'd you get involved in club cricket or next
Absolutely
form of cricket? What happened there?
Absolutely no club cricket at all. I didn't even know if there was any club cricket in Hong Kong.
Okay.
But at the same place, at the Shaki May Reservoir, where was a lot of cricket played, there was a hardball cricket match. Somebody just arranged it, and I went on to be part of it. And I had one of my best friends, still my friend. He was a batsman. He went to Dahlia schools, and he was a very, very good batsman, actually. Mohammed Nazim, he lives in UK now. So he went on to play, and he said, there was like a player short. They said, come along. And I could actually just, I was bowling, and I was bowling off spin, and I was turning it mile. And my, at time, my favorite player was Saklan Mushtaq. I don't know why, even though Imran Khan and these Wazim Akram and Waka Yunus were obviously fast bowlers, but me being fast bowler, my role model was Saklan. So I was watching him, and I could actually bowl like him. I could bowl a doosra, I could bowl off spin. It was turning square, and I was bowling spin. I bowled spin in that match with a hard ball, first ever hard ball match, and I got a few people out with that spin, and then things start kicking on. I got called to play at DBS back then, DBS boys school down in Mont Cope.
Yeah.
I was asked to play a league match. I don't know what it was, Saturday or something.
On the field in
On the
DBS. Yeah.
DBS,
Yeah.
they used to be
Beautiful.
cricket pitch.
Beautiful.
Yeah. So I got called up to play that match. There was Sri Lankan professor, university professor, I forgot his name. I was very young, I don't know what was his name, but he used to arrive.
We're back live here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Aaron Bush with you. We've had the lunch break, we've had the rain delay, and we've got the official information for you. It's now going to be a 39 over match per team, and we're going to get underway at 12:45. So that's 11 minutes from now. Malaysia 22.4 overs already, so they've got 16.2 overs remaining. So with 1 wicket down and now losing 11 overs per side, you'd expect Shavin Muniandi and Birendeep Singh, partnership already of 61, to come out and start trying to bash the runs on. See what score they can get to from there. And then Hong Kong China failed twice at the chase against Malaysia in the last 2 weeks. They'll have to come out and see if they cannot have a win and win the series. Remembering whoever wins today will take the bragging rights and winning the bilateral series for the one-day fixtures. And also remember, coming up next week, live on Cricket Hong Kong Broadcasting, it's the East Asia Cup. Japan, Hong Kong, China, and China will battle it out in the T20 format. We're going to do 2 games a day starting on Wednesday. We go straight through 4 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The big final Saturday morning between the top 2 sides to see who is the 2024 East Asia Cup victors. So there you have it, a reduced game to 39 overs. And for the bowlers, max overs per bowler, 4 can bowl 8, 1 can bowl 7. That means Yasin Mirza, when we come back out, will not be bowling again. He's already bowled 9. And yeah, Ehsan Nawaz still has 2 balls left in his 4th over. Interesting times. 10 minutes to go until we restart this match. Very hope we get a result. No more rain. It's still overcast. Occasionally it gets brighter and it looks like the sun might poke through. So far just overcast, but the rain has stopped, and it stopped for a while. They've inspected the ground. The pitch is obviously fine under the covers, but some issue perhaps checking, make sure there's no pooling water on the outfield, but the umpires are happy. We can get this game back underway with Muniandi on 13, Birendeep Singh on 61, Malaysia exactly 100 for 1. From here, I can tell you that the computer is projecting Malaysia in their 39 overs to get up to 249. That'll be a good score, and it'll be more than Hong Kong China would like, but they scored 253 and 34 yesterday, so it's chaseable. But with wickets in hand, Malaysia will be able to go big. And joining me in commentary again, it's Jay Dunsinghani. Jay, interesting times for the final game, which will decide who wins this series, of course.
Yeah, and a big advantage for Malaysia is they've only lost 1 wicket. And like you said, no more overs for Yasin Murtaza. He's done for the day. So Nazakat Khan, I think he would have been hoping to use that extra 1 over from Yasim. Not to be, but that's okay. He's still got someone like Dan Pascoe warming up on your screen right now. Ayush Shukla as well. He was good with the new ball, wasn't he? Ehsan Nawaz in the middle of an over right now. So it's always good to see that. You can see on your screens, 12:45 p.m. start. That is around 7 minutes and 15 seconds from now. They're getting loose, they're getting warm. Bit of a chilly day, this in Hong Kong. 14 degrees Celsius, I believe, is the high that's forecasted for today. I can tell you what, sitting right here in the comm box, it does not feel like 14 degrees. It feels a lot colder than that.
That's because it's 12.8. It was up over 13 for a bit, but it's dropped back down. It's done that all day. A bit more cloud comes in, the wind picks up, and all of a sudden the temperature drops back down. So it's going to be a cold afternoon for both Hong Kong, China to finish off these 16.2 overs, and then 39 overs in the field for Malaysia. They were cold yesterday batting, and hopefully they can come out and warm up. And Vijay Uni back in the side today. That's a big in.
Yeah. I think if you might have just picked that up. That's me zipping up my jacket on the mic. But no, coming back to what you said about Vijay Uni. No, he's back in the 11. That's a big win for Malaysia, both with the ball and with the bat. He just lengthens that batting order. But also he's a very versatile spinner who can bowl in the power play, but he can also bowl in the middle overs. And I don't think Vijay Uni has had a single bad game on this tour. Yeah, probably Malaysia's best frontline spinner, actually, Vijay Uni. He's just 20 years old, but he's good.
Bowling in tandem with the captain, Virendeep. Always, a bit like what Yasim's done and does, and Dan Pascoe also when they bowl in tandem. Virendeep and Vijay bowling end-to-end just shut the game down and make chasing the runs so hard. And Hong Kong, China, as we said, have struggled twice already against Malaysia. Went down by 2 runs in the Tri-Nation, 6 runs in the game 1 of the bilateral series. Can they break the curse today when they come out to bat? But first, they've got to get through these last 16 overs. You can see the team huddle over there. The 2 umpires, John Prakash and Shelton de Cruz, coming out to the middle. And as we are 5 minutes away, we've still got a little bit of time. The umpire's out early. Speaking of out early, our pigeons are in. There's a solitary pigeon out there at Ting Kwong Line. Sometimes we get a big flock, but that's a good sign because the pigeons tend to go away when the weather's not so great. Currently fielding at square leg, the pigeon.
Look, I don't want to fat shame that pigeon, but that's one big pigeon.
It is. Maybe he can't take off. Maybe the rest have left because it's too cold, but that one's just had too much seed this morning. And
Hey, maybe he ate another pigeon.
Oh, it went dark very quickly. Hassan Nawaz taking the jumper off, getting ready. He's got 2 balls remaining in his 4th over. So far 3.4 overs, none for 28. And we just talk about Yasim not being able to bowl another over with this rain delay. He's in front of our commentary position. How much of a great spell was that? 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15 at 1.7.
Yeah, you know, you take his overs out of this equation and it completely changes things. Let's do that, actually. You take Yasim's 9 overs out. That's 13.4 overs, 85 for 1. So they're striking at more than 100 against Hong Kong, China. But Yasim is, of course, spoiling the party. Look at that batting card. 61 not out. Virendeep Singh, he's still there. Sharveen Muniandi, though, 13 off 51. I think we're going to see a very different approach here from Sharveen. Surely, with just, 16.2 overs left, they have to go for everything.
Well, we're going to get underway a little earlier than expected. It's now 12:41. Hassan Nawaz has ball in hand, and taking you through the first session, it will be Jay Nunsinghani.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Exciting stuff. Hassan with the ball. Guided away for a single. It's Viran back on strike. Yeah, so it could be a bit frustrating for Virendeep Singh, of course. Got a nice total under his belt, 61 off 63. But he's got to start again. He's got to start fresh. 1 ball left now in this over. Worked away easily on the leg side. Pass goes out there, so it's only a single. That's the end of the 23rd over. 3 runs off it. It's 102 for 1. Change of bowler, Dan Pascoe, that man we were speaking of earlier, into the attack for the first time today. Dan Pascoe can bowl a maximum of 8 overs. Here's Pascoe. Oh, big effort ball there. Trying to get some proper revs on this. We didn't see sharp turn from Yasim Murtaza. What he did is just make such judicious use of those changes of length, arm balls as well. And I love the comeback from both of these two left-arm spinners after that first game against Malaysia. And that game, of course, the game against Canada. They bowled a combined total of 10 overs and leaked 79 runs in that game. But since then, both of them have been right on the money. That's the thing, even when they haven't ended up on the winning side, Hong Kong, China, they've had their moments in each of the games that they've played. Oh, that's uppish. Oh, that hits Sharveen's bat. Otherwise, it would have been a single down to long on. You're coming just a little bit wide of the crease there, Pascoe. Thickish inside edge. Tell you what, lucky. That could have just hit the bat and bobbled back up into the air. This time he gets the single. Breaks that string of dots. So 15 overs left after this one. Hong Kong ideally would be looking to keep Malaysia to something under 200. That goes straight to S in a deep cover. But a very good over from Dan Pascoe. His first one, just 2 off it. After 24, it's 104 for 1. It's been a bit expensive today, Hassan Nawaz. 4 overs, none for 30. His last 2 overs have been a lot more tight. Adit Gorawara standing up to the stumps. It's punched away off the back foot for just 1. Moves on to 16 now, Muniandi. Sharveen Muniandi, 16 rather, of 54. That's high. It's in the air. Is it going to carry to the man in the deep? Yes, absolutely. Second wicket down. It's the big wicket of Verandeep Singh as well. Gone for 63. Ehsan Nawaz as well. Good comeback from him after an expensive couple of overs. I wonder if he took the pace off this. No, I don't think he did. Couldn't get the elevation on that though, or the distance, Verandeep Singh. And that's the end of the Malaysian captain. That's the end of his tour as a batter. 63 off 70. Hong Kong, they celebrate. Malaysia 105 for 2. Walking in at number 4. It's the informed batter. The very cold but very experienced Ahmed Faiz. just heard someone say, Adat, do you want to go back? But he's going to stay up to the stumps here. Yasim Bhai Uparao. Yasim, come into the circle for the new man, says Nizakat Khan. Single off his first ball. Got a useful 33 of 50 deliveries yesterday, Ahmed Faiz. Yeah, he was the only batter from Malaysia to get into the 30s. But to be fair, there wasn't a single batter in that Malaysian unit who really made a dent in that Hong Kong-China total. It's driven down the ground. We said it before, Shameen Muniandi. He tends to start a little bit slowly. Tends to take his time, rather. But today, I mean, he's taken it to a whole new level. 17 of 55, Hong Kong, China. They'll be happy about that. Let's see what that wicket of Verndeep Singh has done as well. That winning and score predictor has now dipped to 233. At one stage, it was close to 350. Oh, sorry, 250. Guided. Fine on the offside for 1. 4 runs off the over. Faiz will keep strike after 25. It's 108 for 2. See Adit Gurwara on your screens. Into the 11 today in place of Zishan Ali. So Hong Kong, China just rotating their players around. Trying to give everyone a go. Not just a go, but maybe a couple of games, 3 games to make an impression. It's also nice to see Dan Pascoe getting a nice run in the national side. Dan Pascoe proving that age is just a number. He's very fit. Ooh, too short maybe. Big appeal. And not the first time there's been a big appeal here from Hong Kong, China. Just getting his field right there, Dan Pascoe. Making sure square leg is in the right place. Driven. Good bit of work there. Nizakat Khan, the skipper. He's in at a short cover. Faiz can sometimes go a bit aerial through that cover region. Even if he's not to the pitch of the ball, he loves to slap the ball through the covers. Again, that cover region. Deep cover. Keep it down to 1. It's more like a short extra cover, rather. (5-4) offside field to both batters. Tries to go big, a lucky inside edge. Yeah, that could have gone on to the stumps. How close was this to leg stump? I guess not that close. That's the thing with those inside edges, they can go anywhere. No run still. Yeah, shades of the second innings yesterday. Hong Kong, China, the defensive bowling skills were so good. Ooh, extra bounce there. That was deliberately played though. Rounds off the single, the over rather, with the single. 3 runs off it. After 26, it's Nelson for 2. Yeah, a lot of these players, they have hand warmers in their pockets, including Yasim on your screen just a moment ago. So important, especially if you're a spinner, to keep those fingers cold. Not like he's allowed to bowl any more overs. He's already bowled 9, Yasim Murtaza. 13 overs left. Ehsan again. It's guided, backward point, can't prevent the single. There's Martin Gutsia over there. A couple of low scores for him. Today's a new day. He's so dangerous as well, Martin Gutsia. 14 overs left. Wasp says 231. Malaysia would be relatively happy with that. Tries to go big, fortuitous outside edge. It's running down to the boundary. It doesn't cut that off. Just goes with one hand there, Azaz. I beg your pardon, that has been cut off, apparently, from Azaz Khan. So I take back that criticism. 2 runs there for Muniandi. Very fortuitous 2 runs. Shaveen, is he going to go big again? It's cut away. Has he found the gap? Yes, he has. It races away. Down to deep point for 4. Shaveen Muniandi with his first boundary. It's taken a while. But could that be the shot that just breaks the shackles, both for Shaveen and Malaysia? See, it wasn't exactly too short there from Ehsan. Just a bit too much width on that. Allowed Shaveen to free his hands. 7 off the over. Still 3 balls left. Again through the offside. Shout of 2. They decide against it. Strong throw as well. Fai's on strike now. Again a call of 2, fine leg. Nasrullah Rana will keep it down to 1. But they needed this over. A very important over for Malaysia. That run rate was just sliding down a bit for the visitors. Driven down the ground. Called through for a single. Good over. 10 runs off it. After 27. It's 121 for 2. Look at that worm for Malaysia. It was just beginning to stagnate. But that 10-run over, it came at a very good time for the Malaysians. The only 2 blemishes really on that worm, those 2 wickets spread apart nicely. A partnership of 39 for the first wicket and then 66 for the second wicket. So ticking along nicely. Got all these wickets in hand. But can they go big? Maybe 12 runs, 10 runs and over in the last 12. Set things up nicely. Guided into the offside. Simple single there for Malaysia. In the air. Ooh. Deep third. Yeah, deep third was maybe standing too far back to take that catch. It's just a matter of centimeters, isn't it? I think he's pretty well positioned, in fact, Yasim. Into the covers for 1. Yes, I do believe that Hong Kong, China will be resorting to their defensive bowling skills now. It's pretty much T20 mode. Again, similar region, Babar Hayat. Bit of a fumble from him, allows them to get through for one. Yeah, it's been a less than ideal day for Babar Hayat in the field. Just a couple of mistakes. I love that wicket that Babar took to close out the game yesterday. Ooh, big appeal. And given. Dan Pascoe, big celebration from him. He's got the huge, huge wicket of Shaveen Munyandi. That's how he fell. Yeah, this time an inside edge does go onto the stumps. So no second time lucky here for Shaveen. He's out for 28. Malaysia are 125 for 3. He was there for a long time, wasn't he? More than an hour and a half at the crease. Only one boundary from him. I tell you what, he's a very different player once he's faced around 50 or 60 balls in an innings. He's capable of taking 15, 20, 25 runs sometimes off and over. Nonetheless, he's back in the shed, and walking in at number 5 is Shahadat Ramli. That man, Shahadat Ramli, in need of some runs. He's a very dangerous player, isn't he? Not exactly having the best time in Hong Kong. No double-figure scores for Shahadat Ramli so far on this tour. But today could be a different story. He's a very dangerous cricketer. He's coming in at a good time as well, with wickets in hand. 11 overs left. He's just got to play his natural game. Loves to go after the bowling, doesn't he? Loves that slog sweep and that conventional sweep. See him just now as well, eyeing up that mid-wicket square leg region. But the wicket is reduced, the Wasp score, the Wasp predictor, to 226. Single to round off the 28th. Ramli off strike. 5 off it, including the big wicket of Shaveen. After 28, it's 126 for 3. Yeah, once again, you could see Yasim just shaking that hand warmer. Got the other hand in the pocket. He's had a fantastic day with the ball, though, Yasim Murtaza. In fact, the last 4 games, he's been practically flawless with the ball. He's one of the good ones as well, Yasim. Pleasure to talk to, very polite, very kind person, Yasim Murtaza. He's not particularly kind if you're facing him. Nasrullah Rana now into the attack. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 24. Driven straight to cover. Yeah, every dot ball so important here for Hong Kong, China. That Wasp total of 225. I don't think Hong Kong are going to mind that too much. If you're Malaysia, you want to be pushing as close to 250 as possible. I will give Hong Kong China credit for one thing. Like I was saying, I will give Hong Kong China credit for one thing. The way they closed out that innings 3 or 4 days ago at HKCC. It's one of the better death bowling displays I've seen from Hong Kong China in a very long time. Azaz was absolutely brilliant towards the end. Turned away quite easily on the leg side. And Again, you can see that run rate has just dipped a shade below 4.5 runs and over. Squeezed into the offside again for a single. You might just see this from Ramli for the next 2 overs or so. Just look to play himself in, maybe get himself into double figures before really going after the bowling. He doesn't want to wait too long either. Driven again. Call of yes. And she had extra to cover. Can't get down, but no harm done. Just one off that.
Come on, Hong Kong. Come on, boys.
Worked away, fine leg. Ooh, get that dive in. Gets a hand on it, so it just slows up now. They're going to get back for at least 2. Are they looking for that third? No. Yeah, but Ersan did well to get down there. 2 runs to close out that over. 6 runs off it. A decent one for Malaysia. It's 132 for 3. You can see a couple of those junior cricketers having a bit of a net. Ah, he's taking a video of his buddy, is he? Yeah, gonna get that on the gram. Get a nice musical soundtrack in the background. Get a few hundred likes. Why not? All in a day's work. I'm sure a lot of those students off for the day because of Chinese New Year. Yeah, schools are out, which is good news for everyone. There's less traffic for me coming into the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground today. Squeezed away through the offside again. Yeah, this, of course, the last game that we're going to play before the Chinese New Year break. I think it's a much-needed break as well for a lot of us. Too short. Just got stuck in the wicket there, that delivery. So we're just seeing a few signs of wear and tear today. So same pitch as yesterday, but playing a little bit differently. Oh, bit of spin on that, Pasco. Yeah, good flight, some good revs on that, extra bounce too. That's why you see Nazakat Khan at a short extra cover. Ooh, inside edge again. Coming on with the arm, that one. Well done, Dan Pasco. It's a classic left arm spinner's trick as well. That big grunt, that big effort ball, and then it just comes on with the arm. That's the thing. If you want to deceive the batters, the best thing to do is keep everything the same. The arm speed, the length as well, the line. Just change up that one subtle thing. End of the over. He's dragged things back here, Pasco. Just 4 runs off it. 9 overs to go. It's 136 for 3. Reminder that in that HKCC game, Hong Kong conceded a mere 73 in the last 10. They have 9 left here. That's how they did it, with deliveries like that. Nice and straight, right up in the block hole. Yeah, look at that. That's a perfect Yorker there from Rana. Well, near perfect. Right on the stumps would have been ideal. Remember, a bit of pressure here on Ramli. His highest score on this tour has been 9. That's it. Just 1 down to fine leg, Esa Navaz. He's been a busy guy down there at fine leg. Seven runs and over from here on out will take them to 199. Hong Kong would be happy with that. Ooh, came in sharply. Once again an inside edge. Getting a lot of these inside edges, aren't they? Good length, good seam position. Just jagging back in. Bit of a debate there between Yasim and Nazakat. Oh, I think Yasim was saying, mate, dig it in. Catch him by surprise. And Nazakat saying, no, mate, you're doing everything right. Just keep going. Don't listen to Yasim. But it's good to have a bit of back and forth, a bit of dissent in that senior leadership group. You've got to bounce ideas off each other. It's so important as a skipper to create that environment where senior players, people with a lot of experience, feel comfortable sharing their opinions and their ideas. That doesn't mean you listen to all of them. It's just another 8 overs left after this. After this delivery, I'm going to step out of the box. Aaron Bush will take you through. That's guided, no run there, dot ball. Good over, Nasrullah Rana, just 2 runs off it. 8 overs left now. Malaysia, 138 for 3. And here's Aaron Bush to carry you through the rest of this innings.
Thanks, Jay Dansinghani. Exciting times, 8 overs remaining. Where can Malaysia get to? Wickets in hand, just the 3 down. But at the moment, being pinned down by Dan Pascoe. Dot Pascoe from the softball ground end. And a good over there from Nasrullah Rana, also keeping the runs to a minimum. Pascoe will continue into his 5th over. So far, 4 overs, 1 for 14. I was walking around the ground as he took that wicket and put the 2 pistols up in the air. Pow pow. And he's on again, trying to get another wicket, break this partnership. 13 runs so far between Fies and Ramli. Fies on strike. Swatted into the gap. Could push for 2 here. They should. Fies not very quick, but gets back very safely. Ramli ran well. Back to the bowler, 2 runs. Rare double off Pascoe. It's usually been dots and ones. Effort ball, that kicked up. That excited the Hong Kong China players as well. Watch this one on the replay. Gave it heaps of revs and it's just taken off. Got a bit of spin as well, but heap of bounce. This one a bit flatter, Bubba, to do the fielding one-handed. Very good job. Just the single. Ramli back on strike, 8 off 10. WASP predictor for the computer continuing to drop down to 220. Was around 250 when we came back from the luncheon break and the rain delay. And Dot Pascoe gets another dot. A reminder of the over splits on the official record. 4 bowlers can bowl 8 overs, 1 can bowl 7. Pascoe's in his 5th now. Flicked. Big lot of ground out there. Everyone on the ropes on the leg side, so they get through for an easy single. Makes it a little bit more interesting that Yasim had already bowled 9 before the rain delay. So I've consulted some experts. I've been told that perhaps 2 can bowl 8 after Yasim and 1 will have to bowl 7. Tries to go big on the leg side, just dribbles it behind square. Adigorawara cleans up, a single to end. 5 runs off the over, 32 done. Malaysia 143 for 3. I've talked a lot about how while Malaysia men's team is here in Hong Kong, a heap of Hong Kong teams are heading down to Malaysia. And the first one, there's the squad announcement for the Hong Kong China women's side. They've got the ACC Women's Premier Cup coming up, and the captain Carrie Chan is there, Natasha Miles. It's the normal good team that you expect from Hong Kong China. Alison Siu, Betty Chan, Emma Lai, Alyssa Hubbard, Ikra Sahar, Lemon Chung will have the gloves on. Mariko Hill, Marina Lamplau, Mariam Bibi, Ruchi Venkatesh, Shanzeen Shazad, who's celebrating a birthday either just recently or coming up, and Yasmin Dazwani make up the 14. They're playing tomorrow. Their first game will be tomorrow against the powerhouse that is Nepal. We'll run through the rest of that ACC tournament for the Hong Kong China women's team very shortly. But Ayush Shukla back into the attack. Ayush bowled 6 overs, so he's got 2 left. Oh, there's an indecision. Direct hit is out. Oh, that is missed by millimetres. Almost on a direct angle to me. Martin could see it. Oh, it's just flowing past the right-hand side. Hands on heads from Shukla and Kutsia. Ends up being a dot and surviving. Shukla again. Defies. Oh, he's straight down leg there, I think. Has he got... No, definitely no pad, no bat. Extra. There's the games coming up for the Hong Kong China women's team in the ACC Women's Premier Cup. Nepal tomorrow in Malaysia. Then the Maldives on the 11th, the next day. And then a day off, and then Bhutan. The top 2 going through to the next stage. So hopefully Hong Kong China can get some wins on the board there. That's a big top edge. No one out there, though. Can it go all the way? It does, I think. Yes, it does. Through the bat at it. And again, the speed of Ayush Shukla. Fies just helps it on its way over the backward point region into the Cricket Hong Kong China signs. Watch the replay on this one. It was quick, outside off. Got it out of the middle, actually. Just a bit of flat bat. Rolled the wrists, got the elevation. Went all the way. So now discussions. Point goes back on the boundary. Martin could see it back there now. Got a deep mid wicket. Yasim still at long on. And Nazukat going to long off. So both players behind square, behind point, inside the circle. Short third, short leg behind square. And that's going to be 4 because he is up in the circle. Another boundary. 6, 4 after the wide. And 10 runs. Pushes Malaysia over the 150 mark. They're up to 154 now. Ayush just straying onto the pads here. Shuffled across. It was on leg stump. But knew that fielder was inside. Esanawa is inside the circle. Gets it fine enough. Race down to the softball ground rope. Shukla again. Fires again. And he's managed to get that fine enough to get another boundary. 14 off 3. Zaz Khan inside the circle this time. Made sure he didn't stray onto the leg stump this time, but pushed it outside off. Tried that death bowling Yorker outside near the tram lines, but Fies was onto it. Just guided it fine enough to avoid Zaz Khan. All of a sudden, This is a very, very handy over for Malaysia. Just 6.2 overs left. 15 off the over. This is going to be cleaned up by Martin Kutsia, who was pushed out to the boundary. Keeps it to a single. Fies, all of a sudden, rushes to 32, and his strike rate's now over 100. 106.7. Rumley on strike. 9 so far off 12. Finish off the 33rd. On the toes and chops it out down to long on. Yassim does the work. Gets a single, will retain the strike. Good over for Malaysia. They're now 160 for 3 with 6 overs remaining. We're talking about how all these Hong Kong sides are down in Malaysia. There's another tour coming up as well for the under-19s. We'll get some details on that one shortly, but we can show the squad list soon. Got to get the games when they're playing. I'll get that information as well. But the squad list has been released for the Hong Kong-China under-19 women's team. They're heading to Penang. I think they fly out today, in fact. One of our directors here at the Cricket Hong Kong broadcast. There's the squad for the under-19 team heading down to Penang. They get underway tomorrow as well. Captain Georgina Bradley, Maya Gardner, the big, tall, quick. Fatina Atmar will continue with that list shortly as Dan Pascoe already in place, ready to go for the 34th. Quick single. Good running. Flies back on strike. He hit 6-4-4 last over, so will we see him try to attack Pascoe or just see off? Pascoe can almost bowl all the way through here if needs be, so there won't be any seeing off, but might be a bit of attacking. Whipped away on the offside. That's 4 runs off the bat. Splits the gap between Ayush Shukla and Yassim Murtaza. Rolls into the rope for 4 behind point. And there we go. Question answered. Question asked and the question answered. Will he attack Dan Pascoe? Yes, he will. Seen Fies hit a century already. Up at Hong Kong Cricket Club in the game 1. He's going to try to put as much on as possible. Can't beat that field now. Ayush rolling over it, stopping it from going to the boundary. Slashed away on the offside, but they were onto it quickly. Diving with the left hand, Ayush Shukla. Went for a bit of stick in his last over, but doing a good job in the field for Dan Pascoe's bowling. 6 runs off the first 3 deliveries though, and he's trying to go big, but this could be right down the throat of Azaz Khan. It is, and that's the end of Rumley. The 4th wicket falls for Malaysia. They're 166 for 4. We've said it time and time again. We see the slow bowlers from the softball ground end, batters attempting to take them on the longer boundary, and catches falling to long on, long off, and there it is, straight down the throat of Azaz Khan. Was never going to make a mistake there. Safe hands. And Rumley has to depart. 4 wickets down now for Malaysia. Obviously inside 5.2 overs remaining. They're going to do a lot of that. Throw the bat at it. That is a danger shot every time. Hong Kong China know exactly where to put their players, whether it's the slow bowlers of the likes of the Yassim or Dan Pascoe. And that's why you saw yesterday in that game, the shortened game with Azaz Khan, the man that took the catch, in fact. Instead of targeting to the long on, long off area, he went straight back to the bowler as hard as possible, races away, and that's where your boundary can come from. If you target the sight screen, you're usually safe, but if you try to go wide of that, catches tend to go into the hands. Mir Azim coming in now. Number 6 for Malaysia. Pascoe gets his second. Went for 6 runs off the first 3 deliveries of this over, but then gets his second. Left-handed Amir, meaning Pascoe will go over the wicket with the left arm. Oh, tries to poke it at there, Amir, and just goes straight on to Adi Gorawara. There it goes, floats in, comes in as well. He's lucky not to get the edge on that one. Getting it to spin. And work to do. The man that I was about to comment on, Daniel Bakari, is on the field, gets a hand to it, but can't prevent the rope. Races over. That's another boundary to end the over. A successful one for Hong Kong, China. But another boundary, 2 boundaries coming that over off Pascoe, plus the wicket. Malaysia now 170 for 4. The Wasp projector now to 224. And Daniel Bakari is on the field, which means one of the players for Hong Kong, China is off. But we'll keep going through this great Hong Kong, China women's under-19 side. Kakamo Kaur, Jolene Dhaliwal, Karen Poon, Mahakdeep Kaur, Myra Salim. That's our Myra from the broadcast. Priya Sanghavi, Pushti Lakhani, Sadie Davidson, Sophie Callow, who's come in from the UK. Storm Parker. My son used to play under 13s with Stormy. She's a very good up-and-coming quick. And number 14, Zara Hyder from KCC. We'll get the games. There they are. They're playing as of tomorrow. They're playing every day down there against the Malaysia women under-19 side. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Keep an eye on Cricket Hong Kong. Social media, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook for the results of that tournament, a 4-game tournament. Ayush Shukla back here live at Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground continuing. He just dabbed for an easy single. But for Hong Kong, China, that's a good result. That gets Fies off strike, who took to Ayush last over. He bowled. Brings the new batter of Mirazim on strike. So yes, Daniel Bakari is on the field at the moment, so someone is rested. Yasim Murtaza, who's bowled out, is having a break. We're not sure. I don't think he's injured. We saw him in front of the commentary position, so he's just maybe having a drink of water or something. Changing the pants, getting some new shoes on. Who knows? Good delivery. There's the death bowling from Ayush Shukla that we've come to expect. So slowed it down. Overplayed there by Amir. And it's another dot in the books. Yasim off the field. Bubba Heights down here at long off for the left-hander. Oh, he's just pushed it outside the tram lines for an extra. Done very well bowling today, the extras. Just the second wide, plus 4 leg buys. No balls, and Ayush is the only one that bowled the 2 wides, in fact. Everyone else been bang on. That's not a wide, and it's a beautiful Yorker, but it's beautifully played. He's just got down and made sure he's got the full blade of the bat on that one. Through backward point gully, along the ground, raced again with the pace of Ayush Shukla. Runs there coming off the bat. There's a replay of that 4. Look at that. Beautiful hands from Amir, guiding it backward of point. Back live. Tries it again. Bottom of the bat and tries to kick it onto the stumps as Amir was a long way down. It's all happening. Boundaries. Oh, yeah, very close. The soccer skills of Ayush, not nearly as good as his death bowling. Kicks it a little bit wide. Good thinking though. Split second decision. Decides to go with the boot rather than pick it up. Amir would have been back in time. Resets. Around the wicket again. It's wrapped on the pad. They're going to get through for a single. Should be a leg by. And is. So in 30, almost 35 overs, Hong Kong China have just bowled 5 leg buys, one which went all the way to the boundary, mind you, so there's only been 2 leg buys off deliveries, and also just the 2 wides. Right-handed fires back on strike, so Ayush over the wicket. Flicked with the wrists. Work to do for Dan Pascoe. Can he cut it off? He cannot. Just guided and flicked there by Fires again. It's so dangerous. He moves to 42 after 35. Malaysia a 181 for 4. Watch the replay on this. The wrists. Just flick. Push the back foot back out of the way. New Pascoe was wider, around Cal corner-ish, so flicked it into the gap. Nothing you could do to cut it off. Another good over for Malaysia. 11 coming from it. Run rate up over 5 now. Wasp projecting 227. 4 overs remain. 8 wickets in hand. We've seen both Amir Azim and Fires have no problems reaching the rope. But can they go the maximums to start really pushing that score up towards 250? First time today, we are going to see Azaz Khan with ball in hand. He's been given the death over duties. Could only bowl a maximum of 2 overs, Azaz Khan. He's been in magical form with the bat. He's slowly getting back into his bowling rhythm after an injury. He comes around the wicket. Just dabs at it, straight to Anjuman Rath, so just the single. Does bring the bigger of the 2 hitters. Fires back on strike. Seems like just balls ago, Fires was going at less than a strike rate of 100. He's now going at 123 for his 42, and he's moving towards his half century. So, Hong Kong China trying to figure out where they want players. Daniel Bakari runs back forward. Now he's going across to point. Pascoe moves around into cover. And square leg coming in. Nazrullah Runner off the rope in towards the umpire's position. Over the wicket. And that's wide. 3rd wide in the books. Just a dot, not a dot, just a single I should say, down to Yush Shukla. 1 wide 1 off the first 2 deliveries of the 36th. This rain-shortened match again. Weather gods have not been kind. Next week for the East Asia Cup, it's all sunshine icons in the weather report. We've grinded our way through and hopefully get a result. We've got a result in all the games so far. Both the Tri-Nations and this bilateral series. Big bouncer. 1 over the shoulder. Good ball from Azaz Khan. That's pretty much the most bounce we've seen today. Got away with that one. Azaz, not the tallest of players, Amir, so called over the shoulder. He wouldn't have wanted to bounce it in any harder because been called a wide. And that's the slower ball. It's lofted. It should be out, and it is. Falls into the lap of Anshuman Rath. Lured in with the slower ball. Zaz Khan breaks through in his first over, and Malaysia lose their 5th wicket. They're 184 for 5. A little slower, rolled the fingers over that one. And he just popped that up straight to Anshuman Rath. Easiest of catches. No problem for the veterans. Zaz Khan and Anch gets the wicket. Mirazim out for 9. Kizza Hyatt coming out to the crease now. The 89 on the back, Kizza Hyatt. Good wicket with less than 4 overs left. Popping up on the screen right now. I can tell you this is an exclusive for the broadcast. This has not been released anywhere, but the under-19 men's team is also heading off down to Malaysia on a tour. They are going down to Johor Bahru, and there is the side. Rezdar, Ganison, Arya Panjwani, Danny Mapp, the big tall, he's having a birthday round this time as well. Harry Hodgson, the spinner. Krish Bhutani from KCC, Matthew Clayton, Sufyan, Parth, Rishan Shah, Cheyenne Puri, and listed all the way down at number 12 is the captain, the man that scored a century in the men's game on Monday here, Shiv Matha, Taran Nangani, and Will Walsh, the keeper. Back live. There's Kizza Hyatt on strike to Azaz Khan. It's lofted in the air. It's just going to bounce a couple of times down to Ayush Shukla, gets a single and gets off the mark. Kizza Hyatt. Fi's out there, surviving as his partners fall around him. Yes, there is the under-19 men's team announced here exclusively on the broadcast. We'll pop it up again at the end of the over so you can see the team. Zaz Khan, final ball of the 36th. What does Fies do? Whips it away. Going to be cut off by Nazrullah Rana, but they get through for the single. Fies will retain strike. 36 overs done. Malaysia, 186 for 5. Pop that under-19 men's team up for Hong Kong, China, just so you can read through again. It's a very impressive team. New look team with a number of players graduating out of under-19s, now led by Shiv Matha. There's a lot of kids in that team that I have called in domestic men's cricket here in Hong Kong, playing at the top. But now we'll go down and play against other under-19 teams from February 26th. Just getting confirmation they're going to go down to Malaysia. They fly out on the 12th, I believe. They're doing a pre-tour down into Malaysia. They go to Johor Bahru, play some games, and then they come back, and then on the 26th they fly to Thailand for their competition. Nazrullah Rana continuing. Well, back in actually, replacing Shukla. Oh, that's over the waist, no ball surely. No, it's a wide. Ooh, got away with that one. I know it was wide, but it was very full. The question being asked by the batter, Fies. I was blocked by the umpire, but at the naked eye, that did seem quite high, but Nazrullah gets away with it. We won't get to see the replay on that one as we're back live, and he's steaming in again. I'm sure this one, oh, that's going to be a full toss as well. That one's been dispatched. Long way back. Did it make it all the way? It did. Two hands go up by umpire John Prakash. And that brings up the 50 for Fies. Another fighting 50. Ahmed Fies brings it up in style. Another milestone with a maximum. Too full from Nazrullah Rana again. He let the first one go. That one there he was not going to miss out on. Pace of Nazrullah Rana Full toss, hit behind square, nobody down on the rope, wouldn't have mattered, cleared the rope anyway. And he moves to 50 and Malaysia move closer to the 200 mark. Nasrullah runner resets. That's another full toss and it gets the same treatment. Bowl the same thing, that might only just be 4 though. No, it's a maximum. There we go, back to back, repeat, like a replay. In full toss from Nasrullah runner and Faiz just flicks it around the corner for 6. Moves himself outside, again asked the question whether that one was above waist height. Wasn't, but he gets the maximum anyway. Malaysia having another big over. And some erratic bowling from Nasrullah runner. He needs to get his length better, pull it back into that Yorker length. He knows Faiz is going to move across to the off side, outside the off stump, so a Yorker on middle and leg might be the ticket here from Nasrullah. Just beat him with speed. See what runner can bring. Standing a long way across Faiz. Another full toss. Should only be a single to Pascoe, and it is. And they've got 12 runs off the first 3 deliveries this over, and that brings up the 200 for Malaysia. They've got 2.5 overs left in those 15 balls. Computer projector expects another 28 runs. Because Hyatt on strike now. Tries that Yorker length. It's still a little full, but toe of the bat. The jarring one. It's another single to Hyatt. He does get off strike, which is important. Faiz is the man at the moment. In form, 57 off 39. Push that strike rate almost up to 150 now. 4 4s, 3 6s. 2 of them this over. Again, standing a long way over his stumps. And that's the Yorker length. Had to be chopped out. Gets only just the single. Took him a while to get his radar right. Nasrullah runner, but that one he got bang on. Dropping down. Good delivery. Brings Kizza Hyatt on strike for the final delivery of the 37th. Runner, full toss again, skied high, there's no one out there, they're trying to get underneath it. Plugged, little chip shot, like in golf, a wedge in, it's just plugged, gets 2 for that one. And another good over for Malaysia, they move to 204. 12 legal deliveries remaining. Zaz Khan, of course, getting the job from the softball ground end. He's bowled 1 over, got the wicket. Last time he had the ball in hand. Faiz back on strike, facing Azaz Khan. Goes the flick around the corner, very, very nice. 4 runs straight off the bat. Very clever. You can see him moving across his stumps. Then uses the wrists, flick around the corner. See standing long way outside off, just so he can do that. He's hit that from 3 or 4 stumps outside off, around the corner. Occasionally we see that one played straight onto the stumps, but Faiz well up to the challenge. Zaz Khan needs to reset. He's getting exactly the same stance from Faiz. Where does he bowl this one? Tries to do the same, but goes square, so it'll just be a single. Zaz Khan will like that he's got the new batter Kizahayat on strike. Fires up to 63. He's well dangerous. His strike rate exactly 150 now. Keeping him down the non-strikers end. Be good news for Hong Kong, China. With 10 balls remaining in the bowling innings. Drives hard. Gets through the infield. 4 runs. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if Fies is on strike or not. Kizahayat gets into the boundary party. Crunching one. Hassan Nawaz with the diving attempt to stop it, but couldn't get hands on it. And another boundary this over. Malaysia moved to 213. The Wasp now up over 230. Going to get just the single to the substitute fielder, Daniel Bakari. Two balls remaining. The final over from the softball ground end. One over after this in the Malaysian batting innings. The sun tries to poke out through the clouds. It's brighter. Charges, swats. This time SR Nawaz is onto it. Keeps it to a single. 11 off the over so far. One ball remaining. Dancing all over the pitch at the moment, Fies. That one there. A lot of effort for just the single. Tried to crunch it again past SR Nawaz to the boundary, but only managed to pick him out in the field. Kizahayat back on strike. Already hit Zaz Khan for a 4 this over. And that's rolled the wrist over that one. Zaz Khan again goes through low to Adit Garawara with the gloves on. Gets a dot to finish off. He just bowls the 2 overs. Got a breakthrough in his first over. 2 overs, 1 for 16. There's the Manhattan. It's looking good for Malaysia, but losing a few late wickets. All the bosses of cricket, Hong Kong, China, coming in to watch this game 3. It's really a final with both teams a win apiece. So whoever wins today will be the series champion. Rob Gill, Virji Shroff, Ravi Nagdev over there watching on. I'm sure they're here later on. I believe we have a presentation ceremony. The ground staff getting very eager to get out there with the roller. I've already fired it up next to our commentary position. Nazrullah Rana will bowl the final over, his last one. 4 balls, I believe, with full tosses at least. He needs to get his line and length correct. He's bowling to Fies. That's going to be a massive no ball. That's the highest one he's bowled in the last 2 overs. Fies asking a question to the umpire. It was called no ball immediately. Free hit coming up. It's just very loose from Nazrullah Rana in the death overs as his captain comes and has a chat. Not much he can say. He knows what Nazrullah Rana, and Nazrullah knows what he needs to do. He needs to get it on the pitch. He bowls the slower Yorker. That's a good delivery. Gets away with the free hit. And gets Fies off strike, even more importantly. Nazrullah was to bowl 5 more of them. Be a vast improvement on what the last over and a bit has been as he struggled with the full tosses. That's better again. He got one in last over and he's got another one. The quicker Yorker this time, but it does bring Fies back on strike. I get the feeling that perhaps Ahmed Faiz has got into Nasrullah's head a little bit. He's been on the receiving end of most of the full tosses. Thought one last over was over waist height, not called. So he dispatched the next two over the rope for 6. And no chance of the one in this over. Wasn't far below his shoulder length height. As Nasrullah comes in again. Slower, flicked, over the top, runs. How many runs? Should be 4, is 4. Beautifully played again by Faiz. He moves to 70. 66, I should say. I'm getting excited. Perhaps he hits another boundary and gets to 70. It's a slower ball, but it was shorter this time. Moved way across. In fact, if Faiz had left that one and not moved, it probably would have gone for wide. Okay, we now have an update that Faiz is on 69. There's another full toss, and there's another dispatch. How far did it go? All the way. It's just rinse and repeat at the moment. Nasrullah runner bowls him a full toss, and he puts him over the rope. 13 off the over. Still 2 balls remaining. You know he's attempting the death over Yorker. Faiz is following him anyway. He's batting well outside off. Change in plan is probably required here. As I said last over, a really quick Yorker on middle and leg, if you can get the ball down, might get past Faiz. Because at the moment it's just full tosses outside off, which he's dispatching. Let's see what he's got. Nasrullah runner. Oh, he's almost managed it, managed to get bat on it as well, but great glove work there from Adi Gorawara. And that gets Faiz off strike for the final delivery. Final delivery. Kizahayat on strike. Nasrullah runner. And gets it through. They're going to run for a bye. And don't pull the trigger on it. They get an extra single. They move to 230. And that is the 39 overs done for Malaysia. A good couple of final overs. 230 in the books. So there you have it. Hong Kong, China coming out to bat after the innings break will require 231 runs for victory. There's the batting card. Runs for most today. Those two falling short, Rumley and Amir. They were trying to hit big at the end because they had wickets in hand. 22 off 22 for Syed Aziz opening the batting. Deep Singh, the captain, 63. Sharvin Muniani bowled by Dan Pascoe for 28. He went slow today. But out there in the middle, the former captain, Ahmed Faiz, top scorer, again doing what he does. Hard to get out, and got another 76 in the books. And for the bowling, Hong Kong, China. Wickets for Nawaz Yassin Murtaza. What a 9-over spell that was. One maiden, one for 15. Dan Pascoe with 2 wickets today. Off his 6 overs, 2 for 29. And in his first over of only 2 he bowled today, Azaz Khan, 1 for 16. There we have it, the partnerships. All pretty even. Good effort in the batting for Malaysia. Spreading it out, always getting runs on the board. I mean, the smallest partnership of 18 is very handy for Malaysia. And a 46-run partnership right there at the end of just 21 deliveries. 3 4s, 3 6s. Get Malaysia to 230. We're in the innings break. Join us on the other side. Jay Dancing Hani will open up, as will expected Anshuman Rath and Martin Kutsia for Hong Kong, China. Looking to chase down 231. Remember, they scored 253 on this same pitch yesterday off 34 overs. So it'll be an interesting run chase with Malaysia. They've got their superstar Vijay Uni back in the side. Join us in a few minutes' time for all the run chase action.
And Hong Kong, China, the home team, have got their work cut out for them. Chasing a daunting 269 in a rain-reduced 39 over a side game. It's not going to be easy, this, for the home side. Walking into bat to open the batting, Martin Kutsia and Anshi Rath. Spoken about it time and time again. Martin Kutsia is a very dangerous player, but so far in this home international season, yet to get going for Hong Kong. I don't think that's going to change the way that he plays. He's going to go out there and attack that power play. Make no mistake about that. Just a reminder of those revised playing conditions as the openers get ready. 39 overs per team. 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 8 overs. 1 bowler can bowl a maximum of 7. The power plays are 8, 23, and 8. So there you have it. You can see Ahmed Akil there. He's got a beanie on. I wonder if he's wearing Syed Aziz's beanie. It's going to be Syed Aziz, it looks like, to open things up here for the Malaysians. And Aziz, of course, he dismissed Kutsia just yesterday. Kutsia, of course, caught at slip by Khizar Hayat. They tend to field in that slip cordon as well. Ahmed Faiz and Khizar Hayat. Yeah, Khizar, in fact, just leaping in front of Faiz yesterday. But all's well that ends well. Nonetheless, he is an ever-present threat with the new ball, Syed Aziz. Or at least he has been in this last week or so in Hong Kong, China. Ready to play. First ball. That's on the legs. Wonder if he got any bat on that. First runs here for Hong Kong, China. Signaled leg buys by Shelton De Cruz. Yeah, definitely sliding down leg there. So important if you're Hong Kong, China, to get off to a nice, solid start. A quick start, in fact. Oh, flayed at that one, Anshi. I think that's a reflection of the required rate too. Once again, finding that movement away from the left-hander. I think those are the big wins for Malaysia, at least from a personnel standpoint. The performance of Shaveen at number 3. And the emergence of Syed Aziz, the opening bowler. He's got a third slip in place now. Flays that away. Fine. Down to deep third for a fortuitous boundary. Again throwing his hands at that. First runs off the bat for Hong Kong. A very aggressive move from Malaysia to get in that third slip. Threw his hands at that, Anshi. There's a thickish outside edge, enough to travel to the boundary. Back live. Much better from Syed Aziz. Much better from Roth as well. But yeah, of course, Malaysia ending on 230. With that DLS adjusted target, 269. See that wasp percentage as well, sitting at exactly 50% here for Hong Kong, China. Oh, inside edge again. We saw that in the previous innings as well. A lot of edges down to deep fine leg past the stumps. taking a sip of ice cold water. It's been a very chilly day. Chilly last couple of days in Hong Kong, China. Lets it go. Oh, signaled wide. He's going to have to re-bowl that. But I gotta say, I respectfully disagree with that winning and score predictor. Malaysia, of course, they've got the benefit of runs on the board. This is the series decider. Whoever wins this will clinch the series. Playing at that one, maybe he should have let it go. Troubling the outside again, edge again. Syed Aziz 7 off that. Good end to the over. Like I said, last couple of days in Hong Kong, quite chilly. I've got my hand warmers in, and that's why you can see the radar as well. That cold graphic, all that blue over there. And I tell you what, from a Malaysian standpoint, I'm sure you were hoping for sunnier skies today, but not to be. I've got my hand warmers too, Sharveen. We've all got the hand warmers. Vijayuni into bowl the second over. Very versatile off spinner, still very young. I'm going to stick my neck out there. He's the best frontline spinner in Malaysia. First ball for Vijay. Pulled away, past mid-wicket. And it races into the boundary for 4. He had hung in the air for a while. And sort of rushed on to Virendeep Singh. I wonder if that was actually a catching chance. But he hit it hard, flat, and quick. Yeah, pulled away. No run this time. Yeah, good contest this between Vijayuni and Anshirat. Vijayuni, of course, dismissed Anshirat in the first game of that tri-series. Anshirat on that occasion trying to reverse sweep a ball and was bowled by the off-spinner. Goes for the conventional sweep this time. Man out in the deep will not cut that off. Second boundary of the over. They're going at 10 runs and over. Hong Kong, China. Just a little bit too straight there from Vijayuni, coming on with the angle, which didn't help things. You can see that fella in the nets practicing some improvisation on the sweep shot. Ooh, big appeal. No appeal from Vijayuni, though. Looks like an inside edge on this. I think he just missed that, in fact. Bit high, going down leg. Driven down the ground, will be cut off by mid-on. Wafiq Irfan there, the nice throw. So just 14 runs off the bat, but all of them have come off the blade of Anshirat. Martin Kutsia yet to get off the mark. Mid-off up in the circle, Sharveen. He's lingering around that long-on region. See Kutsia just looking leg side here. 4 on the leg side, 5 on the off. Sharveen just moving a little bit straighter now. Watchfully played. End of a good over for Hong Kong, China. 9 off it. After 2, it's 16 for none. Yeah, we have a young fan there sitting on those very cold benches. It's not easy. Those cold steel benches. chairs as well, getting a bit cold. See Dan Pascoe getting a nice hit out in those nets. They like doing that, don't they, the players? Just going out there, getting a couple of throwdowns, usually full tosses, trying to nail them into the leg side. Especially those lower order batters. Bit wide, has a go at that, signaled wide there by Shelton De Cruz. Oh, again has a go at that. Again, a play and a miss. This one's a bit fuller from Uni. Sorry, Aziz. I beg your pardon. Yeah, perfect line, perfect length. So he's got quite a few to leave the left-hander. Is he going to bring one back in? Guided to Gully. Again, a near action replay. Walked into that shot. Did Anshi Rath. You can see just a little bit off balance there. Anshi. He's trying to drive it between the bowler and mid-off. See, there's a conscious effort from the left-hander here to stamp his authority on this chase. Guided. That's much better. Waited on that one. Good bit of work as well in the field, Amir Azim. Look at that replay. Oh, full length. Well done, Malaysian Jonty Rhodes. He's brilliant at that backward point gully region, isn't he? That's why he's still in this 11. He struggled for runs, Amir Azim. But he's a three-dimensional cricketer. He can bowl a bit. He always saves runs in the field. Extra bounce. Yeah, boy, if I had a penny for every time Syed Aziz beat the bat. Required rate, almost 7 runs and over. If you're Hong Kong, China, you don't want that required rate getting too out of control. Pushed straight to point. Azim again. End of the over there, 2 runs off it. Look at that dive. Oh, yes, I could watch that all day. At full length there, Amir Azim. Going exactly 6 runs and over here, Hong Kong, China. It's going to be the off spinner to continue from around the wicket. Drill down the ground. Has he found the gap? Yep, absolutely. No one moved. That was 4 from the minute it left the bat. That's another boundary here for Anshi Rath. His 4th boundary of the innings. He moves on to 19. Just a little bit too full there from Vijayuni. Shorter. Oh, same result. Similar region. This time flat batted by Anshi Rath. Back-to-back boundaries and Vijayuni back under the cosh. I'm not used to seeing him being treated like this. And he went shorter. Anshi was expecting that. He was parked on that back foot, just waiting for that correction in length. How does he respond now? Again, this time as straight as an arrow. One bounce and into that side screen. 4, 4, 4. 12 off the over. Still 3 balls left. Back live. Flat batted again. Long on. Does a good job. Wafiq Irfan. Just a single. So he's going to be a relieved man, Vijayuni. Anshi is off strike. Kutsia yet to get off the mark on strike. You'd rather be bowling to Kutsia at this stage if you were Malaysia. 13 off the over. We have a slip in position. Drill down the ground. Still no runs. The powerful, aggressive right-hander continues to be frustrated. It's a different game from both ends. Worked away. This time he gets off the mark. He's going to retain the strike as well. Big over for Hong Kong China. 14 off it. After 4, it's 32 for none. Look at that worm for Hong Kong. Very encouraging signs for the home team. Still early days, of course. Bit of a steady start there, and then boom, that 14-run over. The worm trending in the right direction from the home side's perspective. Comparatively speaking, Malaysia as well got off to a flyer. They were 37 after the first 4 overs. Not bad, Malaysia. It's a neck and neck at this stage. I think no surprises there either from Hong Kong China. We're halfway through the first power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside that 30-yard circle. So if you're going to go aerial, if you're going to go big, now is the time to do it. Mid-on, just moving a little bit straighter. Mid-off up in the circle too. Shoulders, arms. Overpitched and smashed between mid-off and extra cover. That's how you do it. First boundary for Kutsia. Just a little bit too much width there from Syed Aziz. Yeah, wrong length, wrong line. Overpitched. Simple. Simple. Textbook stuff there from Kutsia. Playing a little bit away from the body. That's okay. I think it's the need of the hour as well. They want to get ahead of the asking rate in this power play. Just dabbed straight down to Azim at point. They'd be happy with the start. Hong Kong China going at exactly 8 runs and over. You can see that required rate now, 6.75 runs and over. Driven, drilled in fact. Yeah, that could have taken out his ankle there. Got out of the way, took evasive action, but couldn't prevent the boundary. 9 off the over now. Another big overloading here. 8 off the over, I beg your pardon. But a big overloading nonetheless. Not for the first time. Just bowling in the slot there, Malaysia. 2 balls left. Again driven. It was aerial, but it raced to the boundary. 3rd boundary of the over for Kutsia. The Hong Kong China dugout now getting excited, getting animated. And Hong Kong China, they're just a different sort of team when Kutsia gets going at the top. Wonderful. There you go, that big stride forward, hitting through the line of the ball. Rizwan Heather in that hoodie. It's on the legs. I think it's off the bat. He's going to get through for one. Yeah, signaled leg buys, in fact. But 13 runs off the over for Hong Kong China. They're flying. 45 for none after 5. And Ravi Nagdev, head of operations for Cricket Hong Kong China, has just brought down Mike Chong Sam for the East Asia Cup. Can't wait for that. Just in time for CNY as well. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll hit the bars with my Chong Sam. Get my Chong Sam on. Maybe some Air Jordans. Why not? Yeah, he's freezing right now, Aaron Bush, in that Chong Sam. Get a puffer jacket on, mate. Change in bowling, Wafiq Irfan. Good channel. Lets it go, Kutsia. See what's happened after that bright and breezy start for Hong Kong. Wasp now at 74%. There's some spectators outside the ground. Yeah, tuning in out of curiosity. What is this sport that people are playing at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground? What is this? It looks like softball, but it's not softball. Showing all 3 stumps here. Open stance, Kutsia. Big shot, makes no connection on that. Yeah, Malaysia, they just keep pitching it up. They're looking for that early swing. They're finding early swing. They're just not finding the outside edge or any wickets so far. Yeah, more and more fans coming in. See, Ankur Vashishta there played in the over 40s World Cup for India. Sorry, for Hong Kong. That was hosted in Karachi. Guided. No run there. Yeah, but Hong Kong, given this start, they can afford 2 or 3 quiet overs. Got a nice little run rate cushion here to Hong Kong China. Tucked away. Early call of yes. Can't prevent the single there. Better over. Just one off it so far. Anshi on strike. Ooh, squared up there. Does well. The man in the beanie. I think that's Akil Wahid. They've all got beanies on now. Malaysia. Yeah, Akil Wahid. whipped away. Leg stump, half volley. You don't bowl there to Anshi Rath. 50 up for Hong Kong. He races into the 30s. 32 off 19 with his 7th boundary. There have been 10 boundaries already in the first 6 overs. Here's a look at that replay. Wonderful sound off the bat as well. Bang. Crunched it behind square on the leg side. Look at that, Aaron Bush. I know he loved that. Kung Hei Fat Choi, Mr. Aaron Bush. Yeah, where's my lycee, mate? Where's my chocolate money? Aaron Bush. Looking delightfully oriental there, Mr. Bush. But what a start for Hong Kong. 50 partnership up in just the first 6 overs. We're only 24 minutes into this innings. I think the scary thing for Malaysia now is runs are coming from both ends here. Anshi Rath 32 off 19, Kutsia 14 of 17. And there's still 2 overs left in this power play. There's every chance Hong Kong could collect another 20 or 30 runs in these remaining 2 overs. That's why you see discussions ensuing between some of these Malaysian players. Yeah, a bit of a delay here. The umpire's just inspecting the condition of the ball, which crashed into those practice nets. So I think maybe the ball might have just gone out of shape here. Malaysia not really protesting this decision because the old ball wasn't working out too well for them in any case. Hey, it's Niaz Ali walking out with a fresh pair of balls. Yeah, good stuff, Niaz. He was playing for Hong Kong, China at the Asian Games not too long ago, just a few weeks ago. And now officiating this fixture. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the first person to make his T20I playing debut before making his T20I officiating debut before making his T20I playing debut. Hand warmers. That's been the order of the day for Malaysia and for Hong Kong as well. Yeah, Azar's down on the boundary in the first innings. He was feeling it. Getting paler and paler with every successive over. Yeah, coming out with more balls now. Niaz Ali. So that's why we have a bit of a delay. He crunched that, didn't he? Off his toes into square leg. Went crashing into the practice nets. The VIPs. Got chairperson Burji Shroff. Got Rob Gill as well as Ravi Nagdev, head of operations for Cricket Hong Kong, China. An extended break here. Yeah, you can't blame them. At the end of the day, you can't play with a ball that's out of shape. Make sure those balls are perfectly round. Zishan Ali running the drinks today, sitting out of this Hong Kong 11. Adit Gorawara has come in place of Zishan. Might see Adit Gorawara later, but first, Malaysia, they'll have to break this partnership. Partnership of 50 of 6 overs. And I wonder if that break in play is just going to break the momentum of Hong Kong, China a bit. And interestingly, Syed Aziz, he's going to be continuing. Big effort ball, turned away into the leg side. But look, if you're Malaysia, there's no reason to feel that discouraged. We saw in the middle overs with the spinners on for Hong Kong, China, the ball was just holding up a tad in the surface. We did see a little bit of extra spin as well for Dan Pascoe later on in that innings. They've got a lot of spinners, do Malaysia. They've got Verandeep, Khizar Hayat, Vijay Uni. Amir Azim can bowl a few as well. Yeah, that's good. If you're going to bowl full, get it up in that block hole. Just one there for Anshi. Effort ball, squeezed to Amir Azim. Driven again, he loves that region. Work to do, long off does well in fact. Turns down the second and wisely so just one there. A better over this for Syed Aziz. It's been a bit expensive, going at just a shade over a run a ball. But Verandeep Singh, the Malaysian skipper, has shown so much faith in Syed Aziz in this last week or so, giving him a 4th over. Here he comes around the wicket. He's pushed down the ground, can't find the gap this time. I think what he's trying to do is just close down that angle. He doesn't want to give Anshi an opportunity to free his arms. But at the same time, you have to start it at the right place. You started a bit too straight, you're going to bowl on his legs. And that's easy pickings for someone as classy as Anshi. The IPs were looking on there. It's a good end to the over, just 3 runs off it after 7. It is 53 for none.
Thanks to Joe Dancing-Harney, taking us through the first 7 overs, getting Hong Kong score over 50 while he called it. He'll be back in around 7 overs time. Rafiq Irfan bowled 1 over so far, none for 5. Katsir on strike. Pushes it, cannot beat point, but will get a single. Diving. Mir Azim cuts it off, but Anshuman Raft is hitting big at the moment. Lots of people down there coming in to watch the final, all rugged up. Jay mentioned last over how Zishan Ali's running the drinks. I saw Zishan on my break. He said it's not so cold. Not so cold, it's cold. Driven hard. Can't beat Vijay Uni. Of course, Zishan was saying it's not so cold while drinking a hot coffee from Starbucks, keeping himself nice and warm while the rest of us are freezing. Now running the drinks, one of Hong Kong's legends, Zishan Ali, Always very happy to have a chat as we joked about the weather. It'll be very cold for the Malaysians out there, that's for sure. Big flying top edge. Could this be the first wicket? It is! Anshuman Rath has to go, flies it down to deep third, and Hong Kong China lose their first wicket. It is Anshuman Rath for 33, and the score is 54 for 1. The new player for Malaysia this tour, Akil Wahid with the catch. Flying in the air, gets down, makes sure he gets both hands underneath it. And they dismiss the dangerous Anshuman Rath for 33. Rafiq Irfan striking in his second over. And the captain for Hong Kong China, Nazaka Khan, as always, coming out at number 3. Less of a job to do than he has had to in recent innings, with the score up to 54 already. And unlike recent innings, he'll be coming in to join Martin Coetzee as Anshuman Rath is the first wicket to fall. Of course, Nazaka Khan and Martin Coetzee are both playing for Hong Kong Cricket Club here in Hong Kong, so they've played plenty of cricket together, just like the three of them with Anshuman Rath, the top 3 all from HKCC. Doesn't matter which order they bat in, they all know batting with each other very well. Nazaka will be on strike, 3 balls remaining in what's been a good over so far for Malaysia and Rafiq Irfan. The left arm speedster dismissing the left-handed dangerous Anshuman Rath. Feet back to his mark as Nazaka just adjusts his gloves. Slip in place. There's a short catching position. Just backward of point, just off that pitch to the left of the screen. Looking to get the dab with the left arm across the body. This time drives hard though. Again a diving Amir Azim. Keeping it to a single, but Nazaka Khan gets off the mark down the other end. Martin Coetzee on strike now. 17 from 21. Started quietly, uncharacteristically quietly today, but sticking around. Lost his wicket early in previous innings, so it's good to see him out there getting some runs. Two balls remaining in the 8th. Short one, good delivery, dot ball. Just the 2 runs so far off this over, plus the wicket. Gets the warning, one over the shoulder. It's a good delivery. Dot ball's valuable, especially with the Duckworth-Lewis system. Hong Kong, China having to get 269 now after 230 put on the board by Malaysia. Rafiq Irfan to Coetzee. Effort ball poked again. Lots of work out there at point for Amir Azim. And he's doing a great job. Keeps it to a dot. 2 runs coming from a successful over for Malaysia. Hong Kong, China, 55 for 1 after 8. A few overs back. You might have noticed me in my new Cricket Hong Kong uniform. That's all for the East Asia Cup starting next Wednesday, the 14th. Valentine's Day. Perfect day to come down and watch T20 cricket as we switch formats from the one-day format to T20. And you can see we're going to do back-to-back games every day here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground for the East Asia Cup. Hong Kong, China versus China up first at 9 a.m. And in the afternoon on Wednesday, it will be Hong Kong versus Japan. Then on Thursday, China versus Japan up first. And in the afternoon, Hong Kong, China v Japan. Big game, that one. And then on the final day, Hong Kong, China versus China and China versus Japan. The final on Saturday. and then an exhibition game in the afternoon. So we've got 4 full days of cricket T20 action coming live here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground on all the Cricket Hong Kong broadcast channels. It'll be on YouTube. Again, pushes hard on the offside, but tight field again from Malaysia. Keeping it to a dot. Zubaidi this time. Later in the innings, Zubaidi usually gets sent out to the ropes, but in close at the moment at extra cover. So it is into his 5th over now, none for 23. Oh, and almost inside edges it. Just dribbles onto the leg side. We saw a bit of that yesterday. Anshuman Rath sometimes getting the inside edge. But he still made a very well fought 63 yesterday, batting first till he was LBW by Virendeep Singh. Haven't seen Virendeep with the ball yet. It's the 3 bowlers, Syed Aziz, Vijay Uni, and the wicket taker, Wafiq Irfan. Liking this bowling from Syed Aziz. Still toiling away into his 5th over. And every over has been exciting. Zakat Khan on 1. He's on more than 1 now. He's going to be on 5 as that races down to the long on boundary for 4. Good stroke in the slot. Bit full there from Syed Aziz, and this time Zakat Khan pounces. He's mentioned it earlier. Going straight, very straight to that softball ground end is the way to go. We saw Azaz Khan do it yesterday and Zakat Khan doing it now. Oh, and then a fresh area outside. Back to the dot balls for Syed Aziz. That's the effects microphone, far around the ground, about 100 metres away. But I can hear Jaydan Singhani talking to somebody, probably from the Malaysian side fielding out there, having a chat. Get through for a single. Good throw, but safely home, 5 off the over after 9. Hong Kong, China, 60 for 1. Crowd's growing to watch this. What is a final, even though it's just game 3, a final to decide who wins the bilateral 2024 series between Hong Kong, China and Malaysia. 1 win apiece, so the winner today takes all. We'll have a presentation ceremony after the game, so stick around once this game has reached a conclusion. Nowhere near that yet. Still got 30 overs to go. Hong Kong still requiring another 209 runs. Wafiq Irfan back, continuing from the Argyle Street end. Wicket in his last over, the big wicket of Anshuman Rath. Hard, that's a top edge. Is it going to go too far back or is it going to be caught? It's bobbled, it's caught! And the wicket falls. Second wicket falls. It's the captain, Zakat Khan. Big top edge over the top of keeper. And I think Ahmed Faiz, was it? Or Kizza Hyatt running all the way back to take the catch. That's a really good catch. It bobbled in the end, but it bobbled up, fortunately. See, running back, it is Kizza Hyatt. Bobble, bobble, catch. And he gets the second wicket. And Wafiq Irfan gets his second wicket as Hong Kong, China now in a little bit of trouble. 60 for 2. Bubba Hyatt coming to the crease. Joining Martin Kutsia. Been a while since these two have batted together. A job to do for Hong Kong China. Two quick wickets off the bowling of Wafiq Irfan. One in his second over and the first ball of his third over. Dismissing opener Anshuman Rath, and then, right then, Zakat Khan. Really good catch from Kizza Hyatt. He ran a long way backwards, followed the ball, saw the bobble, but it bobbled up, had his hands underneath it. That's what's important. So if it bobbled up, and then snapped it up, and the wicket stands. Bubba Hyatt, much like Martin Kutsia, no big scores so far this tournament. So these two now have the opportunity to take this game home for Hong Kong China. Facing a very good Malaysian outfit. Seen them defend twice scores against Hong Kong China in the last 2 weeks. Hong Kong China will very much remember that they went down by 2 runs on this very pitch, on this very ground in the Tri Nation Series last week. And then also 6 runs at Hong Kong Cricket Club on Tuesday. They'll want revenge. At the moment, Martin Kutsia and Bubba Hyatt have the job to do. Speaking of getting the job done, the left arm of Wafiq Irfan is getting it done for Malaysia. 2 for 7. Crunched. Starts with the boundary, Bubba Hyatt. Sees 1 dot ball, and then that one full from Irfan, and crunch through the covers for 4. Wasn't such a bad delivery from Wafiq Irfan, but Bubba, with all his strength, outside off, a bit full. Even that tight offside field could do nothing about that one. Wafiq resets. Short, smashed away. A 1 bounce 4, just inside the ropes. That sounded so sweet. Tommy from Cricket Hong Kong fishing the ball out from behind the banners. Look at that, just timing. He's seeing it really nicely under the middle of the bat there, Bubba Hyatt. Back-to-back boundaries. Zaz Khan, they're warming up on screen, due to come in next at number 5, and he is having quite the fortnight with the bat. He's out for the first game with injury, then scored a century against Canada. He's gone on with it every time he's had the bat in hand. Short, they put someone out there, Vijay Uni, so keeps it to a single. Sometimes we don't like to see the fielders and captains ball chasing, but that was good positioning there. I thought off the middle of the bat, Bubba was going to get another boundary. He moves to 9. Kutsia back on strike, 17 off 23. Just the 1-4 so far. That's the old score actually. Let me check today's score for Martin. He's got 3 4s so far in his 17. And they've got a player out there as well. 2 very well placed fielders on the rope. And a single to end a good over for both Malaysia, getting a wicket off the first ball, then 10 runs coming for Hong Kong China after 10. They're going at 7s. They're 70 for 2. 29 overs remain. 8 wickets in hand for Hong Kong, China. They've got that runs required now down under 200. It's 199. Mentioned we hadn't seen Virendeep Singh with the ball in hand. Is he going to have a bowl here? Both him and his captain are near the umpire, Sayed Aziz. It looks like Sayed's being dispatched to the boundary. So it will be Virendeep Singh to bowl his first over. Two wickets yesterday for Virendeep Singh. He got Nazakat Khan LBW. Nazakat's already back in the shed, but he also bowled Bubba Hyatt, who's out there at the non-striker's end. Martin Coetzee on strike. They've got the long on and long off in place, plus a deep cover and a deep square leg covering the boundaries. Wrapped on the pad, big appeal, gets the wicket, another LBW for Virendeep Singh. And Martin Coetzee has got to go. The third wicket falls for Hong Kong. They are 70 for 3. Martin Coetzee out LBW for 18. And it will bring the two Kowloon Cricket Club players together. After all three Hong Kong Cricket Club players are back in the sheds. Will be Bubba Hyatt and Zaz Khan. Looking at the rain radar at the moment, and doesn't look like there's any rain coming in the near future, but we'll look at the past scores anyway. 10.2 overs. 3 wickets down. Hong Kong needed to be 94. A bit behind par, losing that wicket. Only 5 wickets falling for Malaysia in total in the 39 overs. Hong Kong, China losing 3 inside 11. And the captain does it again. Left arm always gets wickets. Opens the batting. Can also be very destructive with the ball in hand. Zaz Khan, as I said, he's having a pretty handy tournament. Yesterday, 62 not out off 28. Strike rate of 221. Might need a bit more than that today, with still 199 runs required for victory for Hong Kong, China. Starts very watchful. Yesterday and a 60 on Tuesday for the first game of the bilateral series. He's going at 61. Well, he's going at 122 actually, because he didn't get out yesterday. Plus a century against Canada. And Zaz Khan is in some serious form, and he gets off the mark with a single. I said yesterday, Virendeep Singh got Nazakat Khan LBW. Today he gets Martin Coetzee. And yesterday he got 2 wickets. The second one was Bubba Hyatt, bowled. I'm sure Bubba remembers that. We'll be looking to make amends. He's 9 off 4. And a push for a quick single. These two are very quick between the wickets, so they get a single. Bubba will retain strike, and after 11, Hong Kong, China, 72 for 3. Wickets falling regularly in the last 3 or 4 overs. Rafiq Irfan's got 1 in each of his last 2 overs, then Virendeep Singh a wicket in his first over, and just going for the 2 singles. And looks like after Rafiq Irfan bowled his 3 overs and got 2 wickets, he's going to have a rest. And Kizza Hyatt will bowl from the Argyle Street end. Bubba Hyatt taking the jumper off, and he may switch into a cap as well for the bowling of Kizza. He does. Not a fan of batting in the helmet to the slower bowlers. So puts the cap on. That said, he kept it on for Virendeep, but this over from Kizza Hyatt, the cap has been donned. Sharia Khan running the equipment out. Sub today, bowled beautifully in his first 2 games for Hong Kong, China. Cap numbered at 60 for Hong Kong on Tuesday. Field set for Bubba Hyatt. Plenty on the ropes, as you would expect. No deep third. At the moment, no fine leg, but Wafiq Irfan's heading somewhere down the way. So deep third, sorry. He's staying inside the circle, so a shortish third and leg inside the circle as well. That's been swatted straight down to Muniandi at long on. Deep extra cover. Deep mid wicket. Not much change in the field from Azaz Khan. And as we saw yesterday, when he attacked straight. Straight at the bowler, straight to the sight screen, and Malaysian fielders at the moment are quite wide at long on and long off. Actually, there is no long off, unless there's one hiding behind the sight screen near our camera position, but there is, but they are wide, and we saw, especially from the other end, from bowlers from the softball ground end, Azaz Khan attack straight. Yesterday, Azaz Khan was quite brutal against Shezril from the softball ground end. Had him ducking and weaving and diving out of the way as he crunched it back towards him. This will be Kizza Hyatt from the Argyle Street end. Starts with an easy single down to long on. Run rate required. Still well within reach, 7.1. They're going at 6.5. 1 point singles won't be enough. And dot ball is very good. Just goes out to point, another dot. 1-1 dot dot. 2 balls remaining because of Hyatt's first over. Looking tidy. Shorter and faster, and Bubba just stands up. Malaysians happy with this over so far. Cheering on Kizza Hyatt. And another dot. Beautiful over to start with from Kizza Hyatt. Only the 2 runs coming from that as well. And after 12, Hong Kong, China, 74 for 3. Birendeep Singh to continue from the softball ground end. Azaz Khan on strike. Perfect first over from the captain. Runs here. Just the single. And that one's crunched. again. Hit hard. No run. Bubba trying to pierce the infield. But good bowling from Viradeep Singh to his field. His pinning high down. This time flicks inside edge, 3 square leg. Deep square will do the fielding. As suggested earlier, Zubaidi has now taken up his role on the ropes. Deep square leg. And get runs this time through the infield, diving effort, unable to cut it off. Only singles coming at the moment as these two try to build a partnership. Adagarawara getting the balls thrown. And another tidy over for Malaysia, 3 singles only. Hong Kong, China, 77 for 3 after 13. Run rate now ducking underneath. 6. There, all 3 of the top order for Hong Kong, China back in the sheds after getting a little bit of a start, except for Nazakat, who went cheaply. But both Martin and Rath got starts, didn't go on with it today. Bubba Hyatt doesn't like his bat. He's going to get a fresh one from Zishan Ali. Kizza Hyatt, a very tidy first over from him as well, from the softball ground and the short end. Another bowler bowling to his field. That backward point in place, and Azaz can't hit it straight there. The dot balls continue. Be a leg by. Wait for the single, inside edge. So 1 run. Bubba Hyatt that started with a couple of 4s. Slowed down a bit now. He picks out the fielder at extra cover. Straight back to the bowler. Dot 1, dot, dot. 2 balls remaining in the 14th. And eases a single this time on the leg side. The captain, Virendeep, has a shy at the stumps, but Azaz gets home. On the wrong side for the left-hander. Had to pivot around, allowing Azaz to get home. The run rate now required creeping up, 7.6, with 1 ball left in the 14th. That was a yes, then no, so ends off another over for just 2 runs from Kizza Hyatt. After 14 overs, Hong Kong, China, 79 for 3. And jumping in behind the microphone, it's Jay Dunsinghani.
They've done it again, Malaysia. We thought that Hong Kong, after that quick start, were looking like favourites. It's nudged away into the leg side. Hong Kong, of course, taking just 6 overs to get 50 on the board. The last 8.1 overs for Malaysia. They've only conceded 30 runs and they've taken 3 wickets. You can see that winning and score predictor sitting at an uncomfortable 17 if you're Hong Kong, China. to the offside again, can't find the gap. Yeah, Barber, he started with a bang. Got into double figures just like that. He was 10 off his first 5 balls. No single, still no single. Verndeep Singh, the skipper. Yeah, I don't think he's had a single bad day with the ball in the last week and a half. The only game where he was expensive was that first game against Hong Kong, but he bowled such a good last over. Again, right on the money. This time they get the single. That's the thing in a reduced 39 overs a side contest. If you have this half an hour spell of play where the batting side is only going at 3.5, 4 runs and over, it really makes things difficult. Chases on, Wafiq Irfan. Will he cut it off? Yeah, does well. It's a nice round of applause by some of these spectators. Yeah, good stuff from the home crowd. Usually you'd expect a very partisan home crowd in most places. Even though they're supporting the home side, they're supporting good cricket. Ooh, extra bounce. It's got him on the gloves as well. Yeah, I hope he's okay, Babar Hayat. Let's take a look at that replay. Dragged his length back there. Coming from wide of the crease. Bit of spin on that. And yeah, it's just got him on that bottom hand, that thumb. See, he took the gloves off straight away. He ripped the gloves off. Worth mentioning, 4 runs off that over. Another good one, that, for Hong Kong, China. So he's going to take a look at that thumb at the drinks break. Don't go too far. We'll be back with you shortly for the rest of this innings. 24 overs left, of course, for Hong Kong to get to that target of 269. Here's a match summary. They won the toss. Malaysia chose to bat first. At one stage, they didn't look so good. Then rain intervened. They still had 9 wickets in hand. And after that rain break, they came out all guns blazing. Randeep Singh, 63 off 70 for him. 76 not out off 48 for Ahmed Faiz. Yeah, definitely a contender for player of the match. And Dan Pascoe taking 2 for 29. Yasim Murtaza, fantastic. 9 overs, 1 for 15. In response, Hong Kong China after 15 are 83 for 3. Anshi dismissed for 33. But the good thing for them is Babar Hayat still there on 14 off 20. Wafiq Irfan, the destroyer-in-chief, taking 2 for 17. 1 for 7 for Verndeep Singh. We'll be back with you in a minute and a half for the rest of this chase. 24 overs left at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. And Hong Kong, China need almost 8 runs and over to chase down this target. See discussions there between Babar Hayat and Khizr Hayat, his namesake. Yeah, good smile on his face. The series played in such a good spirit. The Malaysians and the Hong Kongers, they get along so well. Not just the players, but the two boards as well. All the cricket that Malaysia and Hong Kong, China have planned against each other. It's a reflection of the close ties between these two nations, stretching back to the Interport series days. Yeah, it's a friendship that goes back nearly 150 years. So all set to resume here. The last 9 overs for Hong Kong, China, yielding 33 runs, and they've lost 3 wickets. See Azaz Khan, the inform Azaz, just eyeing up the leg side. Turned away. Shaveen in absolutely no rush. He's got a fantastic arm from the deep, doesn't he? Shaveen Muniandi. He's a good dude as well. Shaveen, always down for a chat. Guided. Oh, and it beats short third. There you go. He's got the power. He's got the finesse as well, Babar Hayat. Those fans in there, including Babar's own father. They want to see the right-hander go big. He's a crowd favorite. An entertainer. He's got some elegance too. That's his father right there. The man in the beanie. Senior Hayat. Oh, he's down on his knees there. Looks like he's just holding his hamstring. No, his calf, in fact. Khizr Hayat. It's been a long tour, hasn't it, for Malaysia. Ah, he's down. He's down. Ah, hope he's okay. And Azaz as well, just helping him stretch. Yeah, right on cue as well. We were talking about the friendly relations between these two nations. Showing genuine concern for the opposition here. Viren as well, the skipper. Yeah, this would be a big blow as far as Malaysia are concerned. He's bowled 2.5 overs so far, Khizr Hayat, so has a maximum of 5.5 overs left. And he's done well as well. Conceding less than 4 runs and over. So for Malaysia's sake, they'd be hoping he's okay. See Yuvraj, the physio, out there in the middle. Getting the magic spray out now. I tell you what, that magic spray is going to feel very cold on a day like this. It can happen sometimes, these musculoskeletal injuries on a cold day. Hands in the pockets. Syed Aziz absolutely hates the cold weather. Hey, good news for Malaysia. Looks like Khizr Hayat is all set to continue. Another minor delay here at TKRG. And we're set to resume. Babar on strike. He's on 18. He's looking behind the keeper again. Interestingly, that short third fielder, yeah, Amar Azim has moved to backward point. Someone else has come into that short third position. Guided straight to Amar Azim. Ball's sort of just following him here. That's where he's at his best, isn't he? Amar Azim. He's a very good cricketer. Nice and straight. So good comeback after conceding that early boundary. That's the thing of Hong Kong, China. They're picking up a boundary in an over. I'll get back to that. It's pushed. Easy single. They're quick between the wickets. Well, there's ours is, at least. A single to round off that over. He's going to keep strike, Barber. 6 off it. After 16, it's 89 for 3. If you're just tuning in, it's Malaysia who won the toss and decided to bat first. We had a bit of a rain interruption. They posted 230 after 39 overs. The DLS adjusted target for Hong Kong, China, as you can see at the bottom of your screens, is 269. This partnership going decently, 19 of 34. Chops down on it, straight to Amir Azim. Hasn't been the most brisk partnership. But after Hong Kong lost 3, Hong Kong, China lost 3 quick wickets. They needed some stability. Still no singles, same man, same region. Seems like almost every delivery is going to Amir Azim. He's got a smile on his face. Always enjoys his fielding. Oh, under edge on that. Could have gone on to the stumps. Instead, it's squeezed to deep fine leg for 1. Yeah, arm ball quicker. Big appeal, it's close, it's very close. Yeah, maybe just going on with the angle down leg. Yeah, going down leg. Right decision there from Shelton de Cruz. 3 consecutive dots. Pitched up, driven down the ground. Azaz Khan breaking those string of dot balls. Still just 2 runs off the over. I just get the feeling he's going to go big. Yeah, can't do much with that. Azim again. Keeps it down to none. Just 2 off the 17th over. Hong Kong, China need to get a move on. It's 91 for 3. See that worm as well. It got off to a very good start for Hong Kong, China. Comparatively speaking, that worm for Hong Kong, China has been doing better than Malaysia's worm at the same stage. But the important thing is those 3 dots and that required rate, which is ballooned to 8.09 runs per over. After a brief injury scare, Khizr Hayat is set to continue his 4th over. And he picks up where he left off. Another dot ball here for the wily, experienced off-spinner. Drill down the ground. Work to do here for Shaveen. Only 1. Turned away. Straight to mid-wicket. The Hong Kong China dugout, they were very animated when they raised their 50. But since then, it's been all Malaysia. Quick single, maybe not, sent back. Sent back just in time. Wasp now sitting at a concerningly low 12% from the home side's perspective. Babar Hayat, his father, he's got his hands in his pocket, he's got his beanie on. Senior Hayat has been an ever-present figure here at TKRG. Not just in the last week, but throughout the years. Very supportive father. Takes a genuine interest in the career of his son. So good to see. Guided. You guessed it, it's Amir Azim again. And once again, just 2 off the over. Just 4 runs coming in the last 2 overs for Hong Kong China. After 18, they're 93 for 3. Oh, I think that might be Tom down there with his kid. Some more spectators here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Well, look at that. The required rate for most of the innings, it was under 8, but now it's 8.38. The partnership 23 off 46. Oohs and ahs. Could be tight. That was a good call for a single. And that's the thing of Hong Kong China. If they're struggling to pick up the boundaries, at the very least, they need to just minimize the number of dot balls. If you just minimize the number of dot balls, boundaries will come. And that's how you get your 8s and 9s. Big shot down the ground. Chance catching opportunity. Parried over for 6. So make a note of that. Azaz Khan dropped on 9, and now he moves on to 14. 100 up as well for Hong Kong. Could that potentially be a turning point for the Malaysians? Fetched it from outside off. Didn't quite get it. Didn't get the elevation. Ah, and that should have been taken. It's not easy. Those cold hands. Akil Waheed, the offending party there. Back live, that's hit into the offside. Just 1. With 8 coming off the first 3 deliveries, it's a chance for Hong Kong China to turn this into a massive over. Yeah, it should have been 4 down there. But impressed with Waheed throughout this tour. Driven again. Once again, just a single. Short, smashed. Just 1. Oh, I think that smacked him in the knee there. Ooh, Waheed. Yeah, these last 2 minutes or so for you haven't been great. No, that's Syed Aziz, in fact. Yeah, it smashed right into his kneecap there. Ah, I hope he's okay. Tell you what, as someone who's had my fair share of knee troubles over the years, I can tell you, it's very uncomfortable. Oh no, Syed Aziz. Ah, he's howling in pain. Suresh Navratnam, the head coach as well, just going over, making sure that one of his best players is okay, his vice captain. You hate to see this happen, especially at the end of such a long tour. He's got through some long spells, Syed Aziz. Yeah, he's in real pain. It could just be some bruising there in the knee. Yeah, that's the kind of injury that can sometimes rule you out of a game or 2. Bruising around the knee. It's not ideal. We sure hope that's all it is. Ends well though. Verndeep 10 off the over. After 19, it's 103 for 3. Quick look at these Manhattans for Hong Kong. Some big, tall buildings right up top. But then you see those 3 dots. Some, well, instead of Manhattan, some mud huts down there. But that last over, 10 runs coming off it. It helps them just keep abreast with that required rate. Still a good batting wicket here. Malaysia and spinners not getting vicious turns so far. Smashed, short arm jab in the gap and 4. Azaz and Hong Kong China, they needed that. So that's his first 4 to go with the maximum in the last over. Bang. Oh, so easy. He loves that short arm jab, doesn't he? Azaz Khan. He's such a stylish player. When he looks to pull the ball, more often than not, he plays that short arm jab. Edged. Educated edge, I dare say. Yeah, they've got the beanies on, these fans, braving some relatively chilly weather. I think it's around 12 degrees right now. Again, nice and straight. Again, pushed back to Hayat. But this is a big spell in the context of this required rate. 4.3 overs, none for 16. Kept a bit low there. Adjusts well. Vijayuni, a deep mid wicket. It's a nice throw in. It's been a rare rough day this for Vijayuni. 2 overs, none for 23. There's still plenty of time left in this contest. Reminder that 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 8 and 1 can bowl a max of 7. Good end to the over. No, sorry, 1 ball left. Just 5 runs off it. This time it is the end of the over. Good comeback after that boundary off the first ball. Just 5 off it. Partnership now 38. Hong Kong, China. They're 108 for 3 after 20. See those partnerships as well. 54 for the first wicket, but then 3 quick wickets. And now they're rebuilding once again, Hong Kong, China. 38 runs stand this for the 4th wicket between Hayat and Azaz Khan. #21st over coming up, after which I'm going to take a short break, rest my vocal cords, and hand you back into the entertaining, capable hands of Aaron Bush. Drill down the ground. Just 1. Yeah, look at that. Babar Hayat, you saw that just a minute ago. Has contributed 14 of 33 in this partnership. He's 23 of 37 in total, but he slowed down so much. Yeah, he was 10 off 4 at one point. Amr Azim, the new bowler. It's been smashed. And the fact that Amr Azim has come on to bowl, I wonder if that's an indication that we might not see any more of Syed Aziz today. Is Verandeep Singh just looking to get through a few overs here? Ooh, top edge. Yeah, called through for a single. Good call that from Babar. He's got a good action, Amr Azim. Wasn't a particularly good delivery, to be honest. Short, cut. Oh, nearly ran into each other there. 2 batters. Yeah, Amr Azim, not the tallest cricketer around. Sometimes he can just get the ball to skid on. Yeah, skid on and keep low. He's so acrobatic. A live wire in the field. Look at this. Whoa, last minute. Entertaining cricketer. That's entertaining. Wristy and into deep mid-wicket. 7 off the over. It spoils what was otherwise a decent over. After 21, Hong Kong, China, 116 for 3. Let's take a look at this replay. It's a good over up until this. Whipped. Oh, Azaz Khan, the man in form. And you can see why. I'm going to step out of the comm box. Aaron Bush will be stepping in for the next 7 overs.
Thanks, Jay. Jump in, and Bubba goes bang. Big maximum. He'd been going at quite a slow rate. And then in second, I jump on the microphone. He smashes one down to the short boundary, Argyle Street end, and the 50-run partnership up between the Kowloon Cricket Club players, Azaz Khan and Baba Hyatt. Looks like we're going to run out for a quick drink while we get a replacement ball, because that one has departed. Well, the same batters in place as it was when I left 7 overs ago. Run rate required up over 8. That big 6 helping straight away. This is the first batting innings. You'd say 7 wickets in hand, plenty in hand, so can start striking out. There's just over 17 overs left, 17.5. Could go down to the wire again this game. Hyatt resets, and Bubba then delicately pushes it onto the offside for a single. These two can go very fast. We saw Azaz Khan yesterday batting first, 62 off 28. Bubba Hyatt on Monday through this delivery. Playing Hong Kong China A, 105 off 44. Don't need to go that fast just yet. 7 runs off this over so far, a couple of dots. The run rate required is over 8, so they need to keep pushing. There's at least a single in this one. I think Azaz is going to try to push for 2. They are on the arm of Vijay Uni. And Bubba gets back safely. Good running between Azaz Khan and Bubba Hyatt. Early call from Azaz. He wanted to. As it slowed up, running out to deep mid-wicket, and Vijay Uni. Bubba Hyatt getting back safely. They're going to get through for a quick single on Virendeep this time. Shy at the wickets, backing up. Rafiq Irfan does the job. They get a single, but good runs that over for Hong Kong China. 10 coming from it. See the Manhattans in comparison. Big runs right at the end there for Malaysia. It was a good final few overs. Loose bowling from the likes of Nazrullah Rana, earning the runs on the board. A couple of overs of 10 there for the red stacks of Hong Kong China just lately, helping keep that run rate required under control. Vijay Uni coming back into the attack for Malaysia, switching ends, going to the softball ground end as he was attacked a little, bowling from the Argyle Street end. Jay mentioned that Vijay Uni in his first 2 overs went for 23. It's the Lee family back down again. Always down here watching the cricket. Big supporters of cricket in Hong Kong. And the 2 kids love their cricket. Vijay Uni to Azaz Khan. The old drop and run. Rotate the strike. Both in the 30s now. Azaz Khan 31 and Bubba 32. Short, fast, and Bubba says it's skipping off the wicket, kicking up. They've got the deep mid-wicket in place if he tries to attack, but also a backward square leg. A lot of protection on the leg side. Skidded through a little lower. Another dot ball. Went for 23 off 2. 11 and a half and over, but this over, 1 dot dot. You can never keep Vijay Uni out of the game. And again, just dribble, run. Boundary's not coming, then rotate the strike. Zaz Khan face the final 2 deliveries. No changes in the field. Long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square leg on the rope, plus long off. So same plan. No boundaries, then get the single. They're not on the circle, most of the fielders for Malaysia, but just soft hands, meaning the runs are there. Big call from Azaz. He got home safely. Hafiz decided to go to the non-striker's end, and a direct hit might have been interesting, but as it is, 23 overs done. There's the worm at the moment. It looks good for Hong Kong China, but that worm does not take into account the Duckworth-Lewis system. 231 is not where Hong Kong need to get to. They need to get to 269. Malaysia putting on 230 in their 39 overs, but there was a rain delay after 22.4 overs, I believe. So the calculations, with only the 1 wicket falling before that rain delay, putting on an extra 39 runs for Hong Kong China to have to win. Rafiq Irfan coming back into the attack. He was very good in his first spell. 3 overs, 2 for 17. Got the wickets of Anshuman Rath and Nazakat Khan. Both trying to go big, both skying it back. Taking catches for Syed Aziz, and Kizza Hyatt's catch was great. Running a long way back. He's back into the attack. Went at 5.7. Got the 2 big wickets. But with the pace onto the ball, might be a chance for Bubba Hyatt on strike to attack this short boundary towards the Argyle Street end. The left armour, Wafiq Irfan to Bubba Hyatt. And another big flying top edge. That's not going to carry though. 1 bounce. Deep third comes around, picks it up. Just a single. Bit of extra bounce or pace, but we've seen that a bit from the bowling of Wafiq Irfan. Not coming out of the middle for the Hong Kong China batters. Wafiq Irfan to Zaz Khan this time, and only a single available. 2 singles to start. Bubba Hyatt back on strike. Run rate required, creeping up towards 9. Need some boundaries, Hong Kong China. That's not going to be a boundary, but they might push for 2 on the arm. No, well fielded. Keeping it to a single. 3 singles to start with. Tidy from Wafiq Irfan. It's the smiling Zubaidi out there again on the ropes. Be smiling if they can win not only the Tri-Nations but also this bilateral series back-to-back for Malaysia if they get up today. Short, whipped away, work to do in the outfield, should get cut off. It does not. Gets there in time. That's Sharvin Muniandi. Then just rolls underneath him. Goes over the rope for 4. Hong Kong China will take it any way they can. Did all the hard work there, Sharvin. Got there in time. You can see him screaming around, gets there, and just overruns it and slips a little bit. And there is rain. You can see it on the screen. That's Akil Wahid in front of us at long on. You can see the rain. That was very lucky not to be caught behind. Poked the bat at it. But you can hear the pitter-patter on the effects microphone as well. That was very, very close. I can tell you right now, Hong Kong China checking the DLS par, 23.5. 3 wickets down. They need to be at 147. 10 runs behind and a swing and a miss to finish with. 7 runs coming from the over. As the rain starts to come down again, is it just a passing drizzle or does it get heavier like it did earlier? Excitement in this game's not yet done. The weather gods are looking to play a part, as they have already. Bubba and Azaz out in the middle for Hong Kong. China likely know they're a few runs behind the DLS par. 148 now at the end of 24. And Vijay Uni, whose first over in his second spell was just brilliant. Bubba and Azaz are going to have to figure out how to score off him. The rain is not easing up. Swats it. Cover. Zubaidi. No. Zubaidi's around it. Is it Amir out there? It is. Amir Zim cuts it off. Keeps it to a single. Does Azaz attack the straight as he did yesterday? He tries to swat it straight but punches it too far onto the leg side. Just down to long on. Another single. As the rain continues to pitter-patter down, we'll keep an eye on where Hong Kong China need to be. 3 wickets down is a bit of the problem. They'd be in a lot better shape if there was just 2 down at the moment, but it is what it is. And that's another good dot ball. Here's a Hyatt. Quickly. Doesn't seem to be getting any heavier or lighter, going by the pitter-patter in my headphones. And that one skids on, keeps low, dot ball. It's the 2 runs so far. Remember, Vijay Uni can bowl up to 8 overs. He's not even halfway through. Keeps bowling like this. Hong Kong China are going to struggle to get up to the total, whether it's a DLS total or the final total of 269 for victory. And it's easing up now. You can hear less and less pitter-patter, just a passing little drizzle. Swatted again straight to long on, so only the single. .25 overs done. Hong Kong China 141 for 3. You can see the grey skies. They've been there all day here. 3 wickets down, 2 of them to the man that's about to bowl his next over. The 5th over for him, Wafiq Irfan. As he goes back to his mark, keeping an eye on the rain radar here. There it is. Just looks like passing showers. There's no heavy blues on the screen. See the blue stuff scooting on through. So just a very light passing shower, hopefully, here at Ting Kong Road Recreation Ground. Not far away from the centre of that radar, in fact. It's only a few kilometres across to Observatory Road, where the Hong Kong Observatory is. Wafiq Irfan to continue. 4 overs, 2 for 24. Swatted hard, that should be 4. No, this time Muniani puts the slide in early, clever. Now a bit of a damp outfield with that passing shower. Thought that was a 4 off the bat there for Azaz Khan, but look at that. Had the slide going real early, so no worries about the ball going under the body this time. 2 runs. Saves 2 valuable runs. Some more sawdust required after the shower. Opening bowler and vice captain Syed Aziz on sawdust duty. He's in the cap. He's removed the beanie. Has he lent the beanie to Wakil? Wafiq, short, swatted, hard, long, 6! All the way from Azaz Khan. Wafiq Irfan tries to go short. And also gets the warning for 1 over the shoulder. Azaz Khan did not mind. Bangs it in and bangs it out. Flies away over the rope for 6, clearing by about 5 metres. Valuable maximum for Hong Kong China as they move towards 150. End of this over, we've got an updated rain radar. See what's floating around nearby, but at the moment, the very official commentator sticks hands out of tent, has a feel. No rain at the moment. Hopefully we can get through the next 13.4 overs. Again, this is swatted hard. 2 bounces over the rope for 4 this time. To the right through cow corner-ish from long on. Wakil had no chance of cutting that one off. And that's a 50 up for Azaz Khan. More runs. The runs continue for Azaz Khan. 100 against Canada. 60 on Tuesday in game 1. 62 not out off 28 yesterday. And goes big on the offside. It could be out. It falls short. This time it is Zubaidi. Gets away with that one, Azaz, as he tries to push hard. 13 runs off the over. Valuable. That 4 brought up not only Azaz Khan's 50, but also the 150 for Hong Kong China. And all of a sudden, Wafiq Irfan has to reset, but he does have Bubba Hyatt on strike now. Not that that can be much solace if Bubba starts joining in the big hitting party. And popped up on Bubba again, so he just dribbles it down to deep third, rotates the straight, Azaz Khan to face the final delivery of the 26th. After 26, after this delivery, Hong Kong China need to be 158. They got much better back into the par score. And that was all if perhaps we get rained out. As I said, we'll have a look at the rain radar after this delivery. And fresh air from Azaz Khan. He knows he missed out there. And a good dot ball to end for Wafiq Irfan. A good over for Hong Kong China. After 26, Hong Kong China 155 for 3. There's the rain radar, the updated one. Watch the middle of the screen. There are showers passing through. There's more coming. Coming from the west. First one just a second ago might have been the shower we got. Watch one more time as it loops through. A few patches of blue here and there, so it might not be the last shower we see today. Vijay Uni from the softball ground end. And at least a single, probably just a single. Zabadi, backward square. Brings Azaz Khan on strike. Starting to motor. Azaz Khan now, 52 off 46. Got his strike rate up over 100. 4 fours, 2 sixes. This time, it's a dot. Much like we saw from Yasam and then Dan Pascoe for Hong Kong China, Vijay Uni is just so hard to score from. I said that. Is that the commentator's curse for Vijay Uni? Because that has gone a long, long way back. That is cleared over the fence, over the roof, bouncing away, and we will see reserve umpire Niaz Ali again with his box of balls. Very careful with my words after Jay earlier today. Niaz Ali and his box of balls. Well, talk about commentator's curse, just saying how hard it is to get Vijay Uni away, and he pops one right in the slot for Azaz Khan. Kizza Hyatt giving a pat on the back to Azaz Khan. Even the opposition can appreciate how big that 6 was. That's the longest boundary straight by far, and he's gone a long way back. Reset for Vijay, short, faster. See that very often. Angry slower bowlers do not like being hit for 6, so the next one fires in. 7 off 4 deliveries this over. Gives himself some room, but he's just crunched that to long off. Bubba to face the final delivery of the 27th. End of the over. Might have a look at Azaz Khan's wagon wheel for his 50. Yet another wagon wheel for Azaz Khan. And that is the end of the over. 27 done. Hong Kong China 164 for 3. Run rate required 8.8. Current run rate 6.1. We've got 12 overs to go. Slightly gloomy skies. Big hitting, big partnership. Partnership now 94 off 100. And there it is. You can tell exactly where Azaz Khan likes to score runs. It's on the offside. 2 sixes in that. Clearing over forward point, and then one going crunch down the ground. That big one. Beautiful strokes. Azaz Khan continues on his merry way, as Jay's just pointing out something to me about the pass score after 27. 164 is the number required for Hong Kong after 27 overs, and they are 164. So if it was to rain right now, it would be a tie. If we didn't get back on, that'd be a bit interesting. Definitely going to get a result today. Both sides getting 20 overs in. Rob Gill and Bergie Schroff from Cricket Hong Kong. I'm sure we'll see at least one of them at the presentation ceremony after the game. Always down here, loving that cricket. That's why they're involved with Cricket Hong Kong. Rob Gill, the director of cricket. Bertie Schroff, the chairperson of Cricket Hong Kong China. Rob also on the selectors panel for all the teams. So they're down, always watching, loving it. Whipped away, that's 4 runs. So we have had a change in bowling. Sayed Aziz on from the Argyle Street end. Bubba whips that around the corner. Busy looking at the bosses. Then we cut back. See the new bowler on. I think that's way down leg. Would have been wide had Bubba not got bat on it, but he did. And 4 is better than 1. Runs continue. this partnership now. 98. He bowled well first up. Syed Aziz get a wicket, but troubled the batters. And speaking about troubling the batters, big fat leading edge just over the top of point. Mirazim, we've seen him jumping around in the field that time, jumping in the air. Bubba wasn't sure he was going to get to it or not. Boy, it was a matter of millimetres in the end. Bubba survives, and that means Hong Kong China require exactly 100 runs to win from this point. And the tip and run will bring up the 100 partnership between these two. Came out there when the score was 70 for 3. It's now 170 for 3. Azaz Khan doing the bulk of the scoring with 60. Bubba supporting on 37. They've done it in decent clip as well off 103 balls. Azaz, Bubba Hyatt, I should say, on strike. Looks for more runs on the leg side. Kizza Hyatt, bit of a fumble. Bubba wanted a second. Azaz says, hold your horses. Two balls remaining in the 28th. His last 7 overs seems to have absolutely flown by. 2 balls time, it's time for me to step out again. Jay to do his last stint of this bilateral series before he does the presentation at the end of the game. And another tip and run. Keeping the singles ticking over with the boundary, so 8 off this over. They need 8.7 per over, so another single would be handy. Bubba started the over with a boundary. May he end it with one, or will it be a dot? It'll be a wicket is what it'll be. Big inside edge, tries to go huge over the top of the side screen and jetting up the 100-run partnership. Now the 4th wicket falls. Bubba Hyatt falls just short of his half century. 47 bowled by Syed Aziz, and the 4th wicket falls for Hong Kong China there. 172 for 4. Jay Dancing Harney jumping back in at the end of the over, and Jay, wow, has this turned the game on its head. Thought it was all going well, the 100-run partnership, and all of a sudden, breakthrough.
Yeah, misses out on his half century again. Babar Hayat played well. Played a supporting role to Azaz Khan. Not often you say that about Babar. But yes, Hong Kong, China, 172 for 4. 11 overs left. They need 97 to win. Gets a pat on the back. Does Yasim Murtaza, walking in at 6. Azaz, he's well set. He's in good form. He's 61 off 52 with 4 4s, 3 6s. Yasim, though, yet to get off the mark, yet to face a single delivery. See that? That was a big partnership. A partnership of 102 off 106 for Babar and Azaz. But that's over now. Babar is back in the dugout. It's the end of his series. And you just get the feeling another 5 or 6 overs of Babar and Azaz at the crease together, and they might have just put this game to bed. And I'm calling it right now. We're going to see another last over thriller here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. I could be wrong, but I've never been wrong so far in this international summer in Hong Kong, China. What a fantastic international summer it's been. Time and time again, games have gone down to the last over. Someone is going to get their heart broken today. The other team will go 2-1 up and clinch this series. Only the coolest heads will prevail. Vijayuni, once again. Yeah, that's good, just a single. I think Vijayuni would much rather be bowling to Yasim Murtaza. Seriously though, we're all set for another potentially thrilling climax here at TKRG. Worked away. Wafiq. It's just one. Nice way to get off the mark from Yasim. He's been a bit out of touch with the bat. Not out of touch with the ball, though. He's been fantastic with the ball. 9 overs, 1 for 15. Guided deliberately. Quick single. Bit of a fumble there from Wafiq. That's what happens when you put pressure on the fielders. If Hong Kong, China get across the line, if Yasim Murtaza can stay undefeated towards the end, and he's a strong contender for player of the match. 9 overs, 1 for 15. Imagine that in a game like this. It's a bit short. I thought it was very short. Could have maybe pulled that away. But I get it. You don't have runs under your belt. If you get the easy single, just take it. Work your way into the innings. There's no need to do anything extravagant with Azaz going nice and strong. It's a good delivery. Just drifted away from the right-hander there. He was shaping up to work it away on the leg side. Much better over this for Vijay Uni. Guided. This time he will get the single. 5 off the over. 10 overs left. Hong Kong 177 for 4. At match summary, it's Malaysia who won the toss and interestingly decided to bat first. They put up 230 for 5, but in a rain-reduced game, the target was adjusted according to the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. But look at that, 76 not out for Ahmed Faiz, 63 for Verandeep Singh, 2 for 29. Dan Pascoe, Hong Kong in reply, 177 for 4 in 29. And that man there, 64 not out, Azaz Khan, he holds the key for the home side. Yeah, a reminder that 4 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 8 overs. 1 bowler can bowl a maximum of 7. I don't think we're going to see Syed Aziz back on the field. What that means is Amir Azim might have to bowl 1 more. It's turned away on the leg side. So yeah, you get the feeling someone like Amir Azim or Sharveen Muniandi has to bowl 1 more over. I don't think we're going to see Syed Aziz again. And Hong Kong, I'm sure they know that. And I'm sure whether it's Sharveen or Amir Azim, they're going to go after that over. I'm not brave enough to make a prediction at this stage. I'll be honest, I have no idea who's going to win this contest. Good shot. Bit of a top edge there. Oh, didn't quite get the distance on that. It was good thinking. Fine leg third man, both up in the circle. Yeah, good anticipation, in fact, from that third man fielder. That short third, rather. Got around nicely, kept it down to just 1. Fired in! And fire off the bat. Azaz Khan targeting wideish long on again. Another maximum for him. Moves into the 70s now with his 4th maximum. Yeah, quicker delivery and even quicker off the bat. Look at that beautiful bat swing. Azaz Khan already got a century against Canada. Ooh. Very close to the outside edge. It's a good comeback there from Kizar. Yeah, just taking that away from the right-hander. Worked away. They're thinking about a second. There's no one there. But Sharveen comes racing in from deep mid-wicket. 9 off the over now. That's pretty much the required rate here for Hong Kong, China. Can Yasim go big? Is he brave enough to go big without any substantial runs under his belt? He's looking leg side. Ooh, thickish outside edge. It's going to be at least one. They're thinking about two here. Yeah, they're going to come back for it quite easily. That is a very, very good over for Hong Kong, China. 11 off it. Yeah, good dive in the deep, actually. I missed that at first. Good commitment. The required rate now exactly 9 runs and over. 9 runs and over needed for the last 9 overs. Shot of some of these spectators down here. Oh, is that a USRC jacket? Oh, is that Mr. Shahid Wasif? Yeah, tell you what, a year and a half ago, Shahid Wasif was behind the cameras here in the production unit. Played for Hong Kong A, of course, earlier in the week. .72 off 60. Yeah, under edge on that. I think that goes down as a chance, in fact. Ainul Hafiz. He's very sharp behind the sticks usually. It's a very tough chance, though. Yeah, tell you what, would have been a special catch had he held on to that. But hey, a drop catch is a drop catch. That goes down as a chance. It's the second time that Azaz has been put down. Remember, he was on 19 when he was first put down by Akil Wahid at long on. Down the track, that's big. That is most definitely a maximum. Yasim Murtaza moves into double figures in brutal fashion. Check this out. Virandeep Singh bowling length and traveling the distance. Wonderful. Yasim Murtaza getting the full extension of the arms. Is he going to go again? Ah, wisely. Just knocks the single. 8 off the over already. We're only halfway through it. The DLS par score at this stage, 191. Hong Kong 5 ahead of par. Didn't go for the catch there, Wafiq. 3 ahead of par now. Chops down on it. Just a single out there to Shaveen. And once again, Hong Kong, China keeping up with the required rate. 9 off this over once again. I don't think he cares about those fielders in the deep. If it's in his slot, he's going to go big. Good start for Yasim. He's on to 13 with that single. But big over for Hong Kong, China. 10 runs off it. Let's take a look at that worm. Yeah, that worm. trending in the right direction if you're the home side. They have wickets in hand as well. They have 6 wickets in hand. But that partnership, the gap between that 3rd dot and the 4th dot, it represents that huge 102-run partnership between Babar and Azaz. That's what's given Hong Kong China the platform, the wickets in hand to go big if they need to. Required rate now under 9 runs and over. Kizzer, he's going to bowl out here. Last over for the off-spinner. And a lot of thinking, a lot of adjusting that field. He's calling one of these fielders in. He's sending him back, in fact. Deep fine leg over there is a little bit square. He's changed his mind. Again, he's calling fine leg into the circle this time. Deep mid-wicket in the form of Virendeep Singh, this captain. Drops back on the ropes. That's high. I don't think it's long enough. Waheed. Oh, he got his hands to it. It just went to ground. Absolute steepler there. Never easy. Yeah, tell you what, Kizar Hayat is not happy with Waheed. Telling him off. Absolutely livid. The veteran off-spinner. And he just said, don't leave it to him. That's what he's telling the long-on fielder. Yeah, absolutely heartbreaking that, of course. Would have been a big wicket at this stage. 70 needed. It's cut away. He's found the gap. Intelligent stuff from Azaz Khan. Waited on it, played it late. Got his hands through the ball nicely. And again, in the first half of the over, Hong Kong, China, picking up a boundary. Whoever's braving the cold weather here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground, they've been rewarded. 200 up now for Hong Kong, China. It's turned away, make it 204. Twice already in the last week, we've seen Yasim Murtaza perish down the ground. Guided. Straight to backward point, but he's on the heels of that 30-yard circle. Easy single. Seven off the over. Can they get another boundary? Good delivery, good follow-up from Kizar. He shakes his head. I think he's happy about that short delivery. Guided. He's going to farm the strike here. 8 runs off the over. After 32, it's 206 for 4. Look at those partnerships. A big one up top. 54 for the first wicket. Came in brisk time as well. But then 3 quick wickets followed by that 102-run stand. And now Azaz and Yasim Murtaza. An undefeated stand of 34 off just 24 balls. It's been a good 15 or 16 minutes this for Hong Kong, China. And a reminder, of course, Adit Gorawara still to come. He's waiting in that dugout. Nasrul Rana, he can go big. Ehsan Nawaz, more than capable. Yeah, Ehsan nearly stole that game away from Malaysia, the first game of the Tri-Series. He was so close to winning it for Hong Kong. Actually, so close to tying it for Hong Kong, rather. He Needed 7 off 1. He smashed a 1 bounce 4. Tell you what, if that went over the fence, even though it was a tie, it would have felt like a win for Hong Kong China. But today's a new day. An opportunity maybe for someone like Yasim Murtaza to step up to the plate. Kizara Hayat, though, is bowled out. No wickets for 46 in his 8 overs. There's a big over coming up as well, the 33rd, to be bowled by Vijay Uni. He's bowled 6 overs, none for 45. Worked away on the leg side, should be at least 1. Just 1. And in spite of regular boundaries coming here for Hong Kong China, I'm going to stick to my prediction. Well, it's more like a lack of a prediction. I have no idea who's going to win this contest. Straight back to Vijay Uni, does well. Well fielded off his own bowling. Yeah, look at that, outstretched. Got his body behind that as well. Not to the pitch of that. Yasim adjusts well. That's smashed down to Amr Azim. But just out of your frame there. Just a little bit out of your frame. Virendeep Singh is actually at a straightish long on. It's going to be at least 1. Are they thinking 2? Nah, they decide against it. But Virendeep Singh loves to do that in the closing stages of an innings. He knows that he's a very safe catcher. He likes to be stationed in those hot zones on the boundary. Big shot, no connection on that. In fact, it's a big appeal. Personally, I don't think that hit anything. Yeah, no, that wasn't close to the outside edge. Sachin and the production crew. You gotta calm down, mate. He's hearing things. Good over. Very good over. Only a single there to point, just 4 runs off it. It's a good result for Malaysia. 6 overs left. Hong Kong China need 59 to win. They're 210 for 4 after 33. And once again, just a very light drizzle here at TKRG. Let's take a look at those DLS par scores once again. They're 4 wickets down after 33 overs. They need to be. The par score is 209. So if rain stops play right now, Hong Kong China win by exactly 1 run. You've got to be kidding. Time after time. Games have been going down to the wire here in Hong Kong. The cricketing gods have a special affinity to Hong Kong China. They keep giving us thriller after thriller. There's so much discussion during the World Cup about the future of 50-over cricket. I'm here to tell you that 50-over cricket, that one-day cricket, is certifiably awesome. A lot of discussions about field setting. Where should my long on be? Should he come up in the circle? Should he be a bit straighter? You see Shavin now coming into a long on, sorry, a mid on. I'm getting confused here. Mid off position. It's the left-hander on strike. Long on, back, on the ropes. Here's Wafiq. It's guided. Deep third, gets the long barrier out. So just 1. Hong Kong China won't mind that. Ezaz Khan. He's shown an affinity for that short straight boundary. And he loves going over long on as well. See, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, back on the boundary. Long on as well, on the ropes. He's moving a little bit straighter now, Sharveen Muniandi. So if he goes straight, he can't hit it flat. He needs elevation. Oh, came off the bat and pad there. Tickled down to the keeper. Does well to cut that off. Does Ainul Hafiz. And shy at the stumps too. But a very important dot ball there. See a discussion as well between Yasim and Ezaz. Just 4 runs in the last over. 5 runs coming in the last 7 deliveries. Nudged away for 1 into the offside. We saw Ezaz yesterday take the game nice and deep. Took 27 off that final over from Shazul Ezad. And bear in mind, of course, that Hong Kong China lost a lot of quick wickets towards the end of that first innings. In spite of that, Ezaz, he stayed patient. He waited for his opportunity. Misses it. Another dot. Signal from the umpire. Just 2 balls left in this over. Yeah, just rolled his fingers over that, did Waheed. In fact, that came out of the back of the hand there. Yeah, well spotted, Sachin. You see the crowd now literally on their feet in anticipation of a boundary. Hong Kong China, they desperately need one. 2 balls left. Let's cut away. Oh, and he's beaten the man over there. Chases on. He's not going to cut it off. An important boundary here for Yasim and Hong Kong China. Moves into the 20s with that cut shot. See a similar delivery, short and wide. Just a little bit too much width on that. But he did well to get over the bounce of that and slash it away for 4. We'll get you an update on those DLS par scores at the end of the over. Yeah, we're tied. They're at the par score. They have to have 1 more than the par to win. That's guided. They're thinking about that second run. They're going to come back for it. Well done, Yasim Murtaza. He ran the first one hard. And he got back for a second. 8 runs off the over. It's 218 for 4. Hong Kong, they've got 1 more than the par score right now. So it starts raining right now. Hong Kong China will win by 1 run. You can see that worm. Bit of a boost for that worm in the last 5 or 6 overs. Hong Kong China. They're keeping abreast with the required rate. They're not letting that required rate get out of control. And the important thing, they've also got wickets in hand. You can see that radar. There's just a little bit of rain on the horizon, but when is it going to hit? I think we have a bit of a drizzle as we speak, but maybe that's it. Just adding to the drama here at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. You gotta love it. So many variables at play. 51 now needed of 30 deliveries. Ezaz is on 83. Eyeing up maybe another century. Bang! Down the ground. all the way. It smashes into the fence there. He loves that straight boundary. He's going to love that result too. Moves on to 89 with his 5th maximum. But in spite of that wicket, Hong Kong is 1 ahead of the DLS pass score at this stage. They need to be at 224. And they are at 224. This game, this series, this entire home cricket season in Hong Kong, China is the gift that keeps giving. More likely than not, this is once again going to go down to the last over. Adit has chipped that into mid-wicket, gets off the mark. Yasim Murtaza hasn't been a good few weeks for the bat, with the bat for Yasim. But he's still there. He's got to start. He's got the experience. And he's got to assume the responsibility to take Hong Kong, China home. It's guided. Just one. Last ball coming up. Fired in, cut away. I think he's found the gap as well. It's racing down to backward point. First boundary there for Adit Gorawara, an important one for him and Hong Kong. In spite of the wicket, 12 runs off it. After 35 overs, Hong Kong, China, 230 for 5. They need 39 off the last 4 overs. And with that, that's the end of my commentary stint. I'm going to hand you back to Aaron Bush for the rest of this game.
Thanks, Jay. Wow, what an exciting over that was. What a catch that was. Let's have a look at the replay on it. Big sky top edge. Most thought it was going to fall short. One person didn't. Mira Zim, look at this. Diving, flat, horizontal, arms out, turns around, finds the ball still in hand. What a catch. And is that going to be the catch that wins this series for Malaysia, getting rid of the big wicket of Azaz Khan? Yasim Murtaza Hasn't had the greatest of series with the bat, but at the moment he's looking good. 25 off 18. That's his job now. Coming in at number 6. Try to lead this Hong Kong China team home. 39 runs required. 4 overs to be bowled. Wafiq Irfan, 6 overs, 2 for 46. Left arm to left hand. Crunch! Is it enough? It is not. It's the way he's got out twice before and he falls for a third time. The 6-wicket falls for Hong Kong China. They're 230 for 6. He's hurt his leg there. Say it as is. Time he's hit it exactly. Yasim knew he didn't have enough on it again. A lot of pain for the vice captain, but he doesn't care. He's got the wicket. And now the DLS pass scores are starting to be a little irrelevant. We're going to probably get through the next 3.5 overs. Malaysia needing 4 more wickets. Hong Kong China still requiring 39 runs to win. 2 new batters at the crease. Nazrullah Rana, who bowled 2 of the death overs, was expensive. Can he get some payback? Is helped off the ground. Maybe his knee dug into the dirt, taking the catch. But he held it. Yasim Murtaza falls at long on again. The big hitting Nazrullah Rana on strike. Mentioned it a couple of times in the commentary throughout the last 2 weeks. He's rarely there for a long time, but he can hit big. At the moment, the run rate required now up over 10. Still under 2 runs a ball. That's important. Weather is important. Wickets in hand important. Overs remaining important. It's all coming down to the wire again. Wafiq Irfan with his 3rd wicket. 3 for 46 off 6.1. Nazrullah Rana, the speedster for Hong Kong China, now with bat in hand. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. Mid-off inside the circle. Deep third. Fine leg inside the circle. Could have come off the gloves. What's there? No. Umpire John Prakash says not out. Valuable dot ball, 2 dot balls if you include the wicket to start this, the 36th over. Putting more pressure on Hong Kong China. They're exactly the same score as what Malaysia scored in their 39, but DLS added 39 runs. That's popped up in the air. It's just going to plug. There might even be 2 in this if they push hard. They decide just the single. If you're watching, just joining us recently, see that Malaysia scored 230 in 39, but the rain delay for them came in the middle of the innings. So the system calculates extra runs. And those extra runs were 39, off 39. They now require 38. Gives himself some room. Big top edge. It will get cut off. The keel down there, rushing around. It flew down to deep third. the binoculars out, trying to peer down to deep third. And Keza Hyatt decided to get on tippy toes down here at long on. Block my view for a bit of laugh. Relieve the tension of this game. 2 balls remaining in the 36th. 37 runs required. 20 balls remaining. Tries to go the scoop. I think it's come up into the helmet. Ends up down there again at deep third. I think, yes, we're going to possibly require a concussion test on Nazrullah Rana there. Slight delay. Tried to pop that over the top, and he's popped it into his top. So he's taken it off. He's smiling, he's laughing, he's looking fine, but protocols are protocols. Have a chat to the physio. Hong Kong, China, physio Max out there. Smiles on faces of everyone, including Sharia Khan, bringing out a drink of water. Umpire Prakash having a chat to the captain from Malaysia. Virundeep Singh there on screen. Looks like a drink of water, and then Nazrullah will be right to continue. 1 ball left in the 36th. 19 balls remaining. 36 runs required. 4:41 p.m. local time here in Hong Kong. Starting to get a little dark. Still plenty of light. We'll get through these overs. Rafiq Irfan tries to finish off what's been a great over for him and Malaysia. Whipped away in the air. He's going to get another wicket. That's how great it's going to be. The 7th wicket falls out of Gorawara, quarter point. And Hong Kong, China now 233 for 7. Malaysia, you can see on screen there, they know they've got this game by the neck now. Slapped it away. Amir Azim with the catch. Another great catch by Amir. A great one in the outfield, and then takes one at point. And Malaysia 3 wickets away from another series win on the back of that huge win in the Tri-Nations series last week, beating Canada. That also was a rain-affected match. They seemed to revel in them. Went down yesterday. This is the 4th time in 2 weeks these two sides have met, and the team batting first has won them all. What can Ehsan Nawaz and Nazrullah Rana muster? We saw Ehsan Nawaz in that 2-run loss in the first game of the Tri-Nations. Tried so desperately, hit a 4 off the last ball, but it was 2 runs short for the tie. He's out there in the middle again. 3 overs remain, 18 balls, 36 runs. Now it's 2 runs a ball. And it's time, as we've seen time and time again, for the captain to take control. Virundeep Singh, the captain, with ball in hand from the softball ground end. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Virundeep Singh. Chance of a catch, gets through the infield. Going all the way to the rope, it is. Millimetres away from a catch, but it ends up over the rope for 4, and that's good. 4 runs for Hong Kong, China. Hands on hips from Virundeep Singh. He thought that was going to be a catch. Akil Wahid again in the action. Drop catch earlier. That time falling a little bit short and wide. Gets through him for 4. He's been moved out of that position. That's beautifully played. Absolute class there from Nasrullah Rana. Picked the gap between the two fielders. Back-to-back boundaries. Has this game got a twist yet? 2 quick wickets for Malaysia. Now 2 quick boundaries to Nasrullah Rana. He's 10 off 5. I told you, he's never out there for a long time. But it's usually a good time with bat in hand. 28 runs required. 16 balls remain. Virendeep around the wicket. Full toss. Gets away with it. Virendeep laughs. He probably remembers that Nasrullah bowled about 5 and got smashed for 6s in the death earlier today. Got away with that one. Tries to go big. Bottom edges it out just for a single. Ehsan Nawaz to face his first delivery. Again, Ehsan Nawaz seems to get into these situations where it's on his back to get the runs. And he gets, I thought that went through and hit the stumps, but it missed everything in the end. And it'll get through for a bye. Brings Nasrullah back on strike. 10 runs off the over so far. Given some room. Chops down. That missed the stumps as well, and they get through for a cheeky single. Watch the replay on this one. How close was it to the stumps? This was actually off the boot for Fees after going through past the off stump. Good runs for Hong Kong China with 2 overs remaining, 12 balls. They need 25 runs. Mafiq Irfan will bowl the final over from the Argyle Street end. The short boundary end. But he's managed to get a wicket at regular intervals. 4 wickets now in his 7 overs. 4 for 49. And the left armour has the job to do. Get through his 6 deliveries. Can he get another wicket? Can he get his fifer? Mafiq Irfan. Wrapped on the pads. They're going to get through for a leg bye. Just the single. Ehsan Nawaz on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Faced 1 delivery. Went straight through. Beat him. Beat the keeper. Got a bye. 24 off 11. Needing over 2 a ball now. Hong Kong China. Boundaries required. The captain Virendeep Singh has a quick chat for Mafiq Irfan as he comes in to bowl his 2nd delivery of his final over. Short, good delivery, wild swing, dot ball. Ehsan Nawaz unable to get bat on ball there. Tried to give himself some room, fresh aired it. 1 leg by. Kissa Hyatt's now asking for my jacket. It's getting a bit cold out there at Long On. In about 10 balls time, if Malaysia wins, he won't be cold anymore. He'll be celebrating another series win. Right, Yorker length, and he's actually into the action now. There he comes from our commentary position. Keeps it to a single. And the pressure building for Hong Kong China, 23 off 9. Unless this is a hat-trick, we're going in to the final over again in a Malaysia v Hong Kong China 1-day game. Doesn't matter if it rains, it's rain short and we play the full 50. It seems like every time these 2 teams meet, goes down to the wire. Mafiq Irfan. Nasrullah Rana tries to go big. Huge top edge. All the way for 6, is it? Yes, it is the maximum to Nasrullah Rana. He moves to 18 and the 250 comes up for Hong Kong, China. Wow, that was very, very close to being caught down there at deep third. Flew away, flicked the wrists just outside the fingertips. That's a keel down there again. He's been in all the action. Wondering why he's not 2 or 3 inches taller, and he might have got that one, but flew over his head. Brings up the 250, brings the runs required down to 17. 2 balls left. Wafiq Irfan to Nasrullah Rana. Goes big. Doesn't go big enough, does it? Does it? Does it? Yes, it does! Another maximum to Nasrullah Rana and Hong Kong, China. They move to 258. More twists and turns in this game as Nasrullah Rana gets onto this, but only clears the rope, and 2 fielders converging by about a metre. You can see there, almost got the outstretched hands, couldn't bring it in, clears it into the covers. Not the cover region, the literal covers, waiting over there behind the ropes at deep mid-wicket. 1 ball left in the second last over. Goes the scoop, it's flicked up high, it's going a long way. 1 bounce into the fence, 4 runs. Nasrullah Rana putting on 16 runs in the final 3 deliveries of the second last over. Hong Kong, China with 6 balls remaining are 262 for 7. I told you he goes big, and he goes big when it needed this time. For Hong Kong, China, Nasrullah Rana. That wasn't far away from clearing the rope as well. And all of a sudden, this game has changed. Only 7 runs required off 6 deliveries now for Hong Kong, China. A chat out in the middle. Ehsan Nawaz on 1 will be on strike. He was in a similar position when these 2 teams met in the Tri-Nation series, when Hong Kong, China went down by 2 runs. He had much more to get off that last over in that game. This one, 7 runs, just a tick over 1 run a ball. Virendeep Singh, the captain of Malaysia, the Tri-Nations series winner, will take the ball from the softball ground end. Comes down the wicket, pushes for the single, gets Nasrullah Rana back on strike. 5 balls remain, 6 runs to win. Five balls remain, 6 runs to win, 5 to tie. Jay Dancing Harney behind me, he's just prowling, dancing up and down. He thinks it's either going to be 6 or out this delivery. It's going to be a quick single is what it's going to be. And Ehsan Nawaz back on strike. 4 balls remain, 5 to win, 4 to tie. What do we do if it's a tie for the series? Nobody's told me. And it's a fresh air. Gets the dot ball. Back in favour of Malaysia with that dot ball. Keeps it inside the tram line. Beautiful delivery from Virendeep. 3 balls, 5 runs. Comes down, gets bat on ball. How many are they going to get? They're going to push for 2. They are not. Nasrullah Rana wants to take the strike with 2 balls remaining. 4 to win. Nasrullah Rana, who was expensive in his final overs, giving up some runs, lots of runs, now wants to win it with the bat. There's a hush around the ground, everybody standing up. Big top edge. Is it going to be out? It is! Nasrullah Runner is out, and that's also a dot ball. So valuable for Malaysia. Wicket falls, 8 down. Hong Kong, China, 265. 4 runs short of victory. Dan Pascoe coming to the crease. He will face 1 delivery. Very nice cameo there from Nasrullah Runner. 29 off 13, 3 4s, 2 6s. Dan Pascoe on strike for the final delivery. 4 to win, 3 to tie. Always a possibility. Trying to confuse me with other calculations. Suggestions perhaps this next ball might be wide. I wouldn't think that Virendeep Singh is going to bowl a wide here, but it might be a little outside off. Trying to stay outside of Pascoe's arc. No time to warm up, no time to see it in. Another one going right down to the wire. Here we go. Virendeep Singh just again shuffling the field a little finer. Short, hit hard. It's only going to be a single. And it is! Malaysia win! Malaysia win the bilateral series. 266 for Hong Kong, China. They fall 2 runs short. They lose by 2. They needed 3 more. And again, it's a 2-run loss in the final over to Hong Kong, China in a game against Malaysia. What a game of cricket again here at Ting Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Heartbreak for Hong Kong, China. Big smiles, claps, high fives for Malaysia. See them out there once again defending a total. They get told what the total is and they defend it down to the last over. As the ground staff move across and get out, we're getting ready for our presentation. For the victors, Malaysia winning the Tri-Nation Series in a thrilling last over final against Canada. Then today, another final over thriller. How many have we seen over the past 2 weeks? Malaysia coming in for the Tri-Nation Series starting last Wednesday. The first game against Hong Kong, China. They won that by 2 runs. Then heavy loss to Canada. Then a big win in the final. 2 balls. The second last ball. Only 1 ball to spare. Can Malaysia win the Tri-Nation Series? Then we move to the bilateral series. We started up at Hong Kong Cricket Club. A 6-run victory for Malaysia. Then yesterday, Hong Kong, China batting first. Massive win for Hong Kong, China. Bowling Malaysia out cheaply. But today, Malaysia went out with the bat. Rain affected innings. They put on 230. But with the adjustments by DLS, Hong Kong, China required 269 for victory. They fell 3 runs short of victory and lose by 2 runs. Malaysia, 2-run victors in this game, game 3 of the bilateral series. And that means they are victors, winning 2-1 over the 3-game series. Oh, that's an exciting game of cricket. We'll run through the batting and bowling cards before we head to the presentations. And opening the batting today for Hong Kong, China, Martin Coetzee and Anshuman Rath. Martin Coetzee stayed out there for a good number of balls today. He'd been out cheaply a few times until he was LBW off the bowling of the captain, Virendeep Singh. Anshuman Rath, one of the 4 wickets to Wafiq Irfan. Then Nazaka Khan, he didn't get started today. He's been good with the bat, but out for 6, caught by Kizza Hyatt. Bubba Hyatt got some runs today. Every time he goes out, he's getting more and more runs today. 47 off 58, and a very handy 100-run partnership with the next man coming in at number 5, Azaz Khan. Azaz Khan has scored runs every time he's gone out to bat in the last 2 weeks. He scored 100 against Canada. He scored a 60 against Malaysia. They scored a 62 not out yesterday off 28 balls, and today again backs it up, 89 off 74, top scorer for Hong Kong, China. until he was eventually dismissed. All courts, lots of catches, and that was a great catch. Many great catches, in fact, off the Amir Azim. And look at the bowling card for Malaysia. They defended again. 269 required for victory, and they kept Hong Kong, China to 266. Didn't matter that Hong Kong, China went big. They defended it. Syed Aziz opening the bowling for Malaysia. 6 overs, 1 for 36. Vijay Uni, the slower bowler, back in the side today. Not his usual destructive form, but he did get a wicket off his 8 overs, 1 for 61. The man of the moment today, Wafiq Irfan, 8 overs, 4 for 66. Sure, he went at 8.25. Doesn't matter if you can defend and get the wickets when required. He got 4 for. And Vijay Singh, Virendeep Singh, I should say, 8 overs, 2 for 43. Kizza Hyatt toiled away today, no wickets, and just the 1 over for Amir Azim. But that doesn't matter, because you know what Amir Azim did. Took 2 absolutely spectacular catches. 1 out in the deep, 1 at point. Changed the game, that catch. We might actually see, is it possible to bring that catch up again before we get to the presentations? Because that is worth watching over and over again. Vijay Uni, Azaz Khan, big, high, out into the outfield, didn't make the rope, thought it was going to fall short. Look at that catch. Amir Azim, absolutely spectacular. That will be played over and over again on Instagram Reels for the days to come. What a catch. That was the turning point of the game. Azaz Khan marching on his way to a century, falling to a brilliant catch. We've seen a few. We saw a great catch yesterday to dismiss Dan Pascoe from the keeper, Ainul Hafiz. Today, catch of the day, no doubt, Amir Azim. And there you can see the rain-affected game, 39 overs apiece. And if you're just dropping into the commentary and you saw there that Hong Kong, China scored 36 runs more than Malaysia, it doesn't matter. Malaysia win because of DLS. That's how the system works. Hong Kong, China went out knowing they needed 269 and they fell agonisingly short again. The 3rd time these two teams have done this over the past 2 weeks. What a game of cricket, and thank you to Malaysia and Malaysian cricket for coming down, joining the Tri Nations. Played their games, won that series, then stayed on for 3 more games in the one-day format. Long days, it's been cold for the last 2 days as well. I can tell you and assure you that the Malaysian team is cold. I saw one of the subs over there sitting and talking to Zishan Ali, the keeper for Hong Kong, China, and he had a blanket, sitting under a blanket, shivering. I saw one other in the changing room, standing next to the hand dryer, trying to keep warm, so he just kept pushing that button, not coming outside of the room. It's been brutally cold for the last 2 days in Malaysia. They've been in beanies, they've been wearing they've got hand warmers while they're out in the field, but they've done it again. It's just seems to be this new outfit for Malaysia with the new captain Virendeep Singh, who can get the job done. Got lots of youngsters as well, a lot of youth coming in through for Malaysia. And for Hong Kong, China, we rotated through the sides during the week, just like Malaysia did, giving some people a chance into the side. Like today, Zishan Ali dropped out, Ada Gorawara came in. Nazrullah Rana, quick mention down the bottom there, 29 off 14. He gave up a ton of runs bowling at the death, bowling full tosses. Went for sixes, but he then went out there and returned the treatment. Almost got his team home until falling right at the death. And Dan Pascoe coming out, he got a 2 for 29 with the ball. He bowled beautifully again. Hard to get away, but he only had one ball to try to win it. Only managed the single, and Malaysia victors by 2 runs. We're not far away from the presentations here as the sides come together. Jay Dancing Hani in the big puffer jacket, waiting. He looks as cold as the Malaysian side feels. It looks like he's about to go skiing. And he's going to be joined by both Hong Kong, China and Malaysia. First off, Hong Kong, China coming across. They're almost ready. Malaysia joining them. So we're not far away from this presentation ceremony. You can see players are ready, the officials are ready. Jay almost ready, got the medals ready, got the trophy ready. I see the trophy behind the camera. Tommy with the big trophy for the one-day series. And we'll now pass across to Jay Dancing Hani.
How does this keep happening? Yet another thriller at the Tin Kwong Road Recreation Ground. Malaysia with 7 runs to defend. And the captain, Virendeep Singh, he did it. A win by the narrowest of margins by just 2 runs. I'd like to kick things off by inviting up the captain who finished second, Nazakat Khan. If you could join me up here. Nazakat, never easy losing by such a narrow margin, but the boys get a good workout playing under pressure.
Yes, obviously, this is the third game. We came so close, but unfortunately we could not go over the line. But, credit goes to the batters, the way they batted. Chasing 269 and 39 over is a pretty tough thing. But yeah, I think we batted quite well.
And just talk to me about some of the positives in the last week and a half for Hong Kong, China.
Obviously, the positives are especially our batting have been clicking in mostly every game. And yeah, bowling as well. In patches we bowl and we learn as well. But especially, today death bowling could not come off. But it happened. But we're gonna make sure that we're gonna take lots of positive in these games.
You get a bit of a break now for Chinese New Year, and then you're back for the East Asia Cup.
Yes, yeah, we have 4 days off, and then we are gonna come back again here on Wednesday to play Japan and China. Yeah.
Can't wait for that. I hope you enjoy the break. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite up the last over hero and Malaysian skipper Virendeep Singh. Virendeep Singh, I can see you sniffing there, but I'm sure you're feeling really good after defending just 7 runs in that last over.
Yeah, I think credit goes to the bowlers as well. I think the way Wafiq bowled towards the end, we required him because we actually wanted to use Aziz, but then when Aziz got injured, I think Wafiq did a great job in the previous over. So yeah, I think overall it was a great team effort, and really happy to end up on the winning side.
Do you have an update on that Syed Aziz injury?
Yeah, he's fine. I think he's probably doing some drama. I don't know. I have to check.
And Viren, it's been a very successful series for you, not just the bilateral series, but you also won the tri-series with Hong Kong, China, and Canada. Just talk to me about some of the biggest pluses and positives for you in the last week and a half.
Yeah, I think like I've mentioned before, it's been great for us because I think whenever we needed our guys to step up, that's when they have, like, for example, like Sharvin in the last series, I think he was brilliant with the bat, and then this series we had Faiz as well, as usual, scoring runs for us, and then I think Syed Aziz, when when we require him to bowl pace, medium pace, on these conditions, we thought that he would be really useful, and I think he stepped up and he took the responsibility for us, and then I think when Wafiq with the ball, Rizwan with the ball, and VG, I think, as an all-rounder. So I think a lot of positives that we can take back from here. But at the end of the day, we played this tournament to prepare for the Challenge League qualifiers that are coming up. So that is something that we are looking forward to, and I think that's the most important tournament for us. So I'm sure that it will not stop here for the boys, and we got to carry this momentum on to that tournament, because that's the most important one for us.
Well, I'm sure if you play the way you've played in Hong Kong, then you're going to be absolutely fine in that qualifier playoff. Thank you so much, Viren.
Thanks very much.
And now I'd like to invite up our dignitary of the day, the chairperson of Cricket Hong Kong China, Burji Shroff, who will be presenting the winners' medals to Malaysia. And Malaysia, if one by one you could come up here and collect your winners' medals, that'd be great. Shazul is out there, fantastic. 3 for 50 in that game a few days ago. Vijay Uni as well. Amr Azim with that fantastic catch. Wan Azam, very acrobatic the other day. Ainul Hafiz as well. Wafiq Irfan. Ahmed Akil, 50 on debut for the Malaysian. Sharveen, the top scorer in the Tri-Series. Rizwan Haider. Ahmed Faiz, fantastic in the last 2 days for Malaysia. Syed Aziz, good to know you're doing better. Kizar Hayat. Zabaidi, Yuvraj as well, the physio. Suresh Navratnam, head coach. And finally, Viren. And Viren, we're going to be presenting you with the trophy as well. Virendeep Singh's second trophy in the last 1 week for Malaysia as the new full-time skipper of the Malaysian men's national team. Big smiles from Viren. Viren, you know the drill. Right in front of that champions board. Champions for the second time in the week, Malaysia. So there you have it. Malaysia, for the second time this week, winning a trophy, winning the bilateral series 2-1.